Hey, Jim Panda's live.
Am I live? Awesome. Can you, where's the watch page? I'm good at this.
Can you say that again and you cut out?
Where is the watch page? Can you see that?
Yeah, I can give you the link. Hold on.
Are you hearing me okay?
You sound like £1,000,000.
Pounds, yes.
Or should I say quid?
Quid, you could say quid.
You sound like £1,000,000 quid.
Sterling.
Here is
Check
the
the
link,
calculator, sorry.
and I'll mute for the music.
Right, alright, well let's we'll kick off by playing this thing. Where's it gone? I know what I've done. Where's it gone?
Hiya, Bobby.
Hi, Ken.
You wanna go for a ride?
Sure, Ken.
Jump in.
I'm a flying girl in the fantasy world. Dress me up, make it tight. I'm your darling.
You're my dog.
Is it not outputting? Or is it outputting?
It's working.
Oh, is it on the
It's
YouTube
working.
page?
Yeah,
Oh, good.
the audio's fine.
I'm just
yeah.
lagging it. Oh, shut up.
On your mark, ready, set, let's go. Dance floor,
You can mute yourself in the Hangout as well.
I feel psycho when my new joint hit. Just can't sit, gotta get jiggy with it. That's it, now honey, honey, come ride. DKNY.
Dance, dance, dance.
Do you recognise
Now
it?
go home and get your fucking shine box.
I don't know whether I...
Antonio Cigarette.
But it's Antonia. And is that Patricia? Or is that a
Can't
different...
touch this. Can't touch this.
Eric Dubé and Antonio.
Oh, it's
I thought I saw him.
I couldn't figure out who they all were.
Yo, VIP. Alright, stop. Collaborate and listen. I sit back with my brand new invention. Something grabs a hold of me tightly, flow like a harpoon.
Here and we're in effect. 1, 2, 3, push it back. Cool in my seat, bed at night. Working up a sweat. Come on,
So this was app lock.
I used to bite my tongue and hold my breath. Scared to rock the boat and make a mess. So I said quietly, agreed politely. You held me down, but I got.
We're not gonna take it. Hell, we ain't gonna take it. Oh, we're not gonna take it anymore.
Too sexy for my love. Too sexy for my love. Love's going to leave me. I'm too sexy for my shirt.
Von Alton's
Too sexy for my
scary.
shirt. So sexy it hurts.
He sure is a ghoul. He's always sipping that can of Mountain Dew in the morning. Well, for us, it's morning.
We're no strangers to love. You know the rules.
Gangnam Style. 낮에는 따사로운 인간 인간적인 여자 커피 한 잔에 여유를 아는 품격 있는 여자 밤이 오면 심장이 뜨거워지는 여자 그런 반전 있는 여자 I feel good I knew that I would not I feel good
Who is
I
that?
knew that I would not so good
Yeah, who was that?
One is Eric Dubé and one's Lord Stephen Christ.
Oh yeah, it is. Yeah.
That is very good, isn't it? Let me flick it back to us. Yay, that worked.
Hey guys, I'm Carly Kloss, and I just
Shut up,
created my
Charlie.
own
Shut up, Charlie.
Yeah, shut up, bitch.
She's always there trying to sell me that Grammarly thing.
What does it do? The fuck is Grammarly?
It helps
that
you
an-
write documents and emails and all sorts, apparently.
Oh, I've heard of that. It's like a computer, not a typewriter.
Yeah. Can someone link me to the watch page? Oh, hang on, I can see it here. It's alright. It's alright, I found it.
Sarai.
So, what are we going to do? We better do something, hadn't we? Ooh. Shall I turn my camera on?
Wait till some flat earthers get here. They want to see you. Prove to. I don't know what their logic is when they want people to turn on their turn on your camera. Like I saw Anthony Riley bitching at Soundly the other. Turn on your camera. Turn on your camera. I'm like, what the fuck does he need to do that for?
I
Just
know.
take his information
Right.
and don't look at it with a biased eye like you obviously have.
Like these people don't use a telephone every day. And have no problem at all with taking the information from the person on the end of it without seeing their face. Nuts.
Yeah, it's really bad logic.
So yeah, we're just going to sort of hang for 10 minutes, 5 or 10 minutes, till we get a few people in. And then we've got loads of cool videos to show. And we're just going to really rip the piss out of the Flat Earth people. Any Flat Earth people here?
Apart from me.
Oh, yes. I should say
I'm
hello
a
to
Flat
everyone.
Earth sympathizer.
Shout out to the flat Earth.
Oh yeah, we've got on our panel today we have DQ.
Arr.
And we have Steve Anthony.
Hi, Steve.
Hey. Cigar? Can I call you cigar? Or
And Steve's
I'll just call you
Sure.
cigar.
Steve's leaning. We could say.
Yeah, I'm leaning.
He's decided to lean towards the Flat Earth.
No, I have always leaned.
So
Always.
yeah, so we can. That's good because we can include him in our piss taking. I have an echo. Do I have an echo?
You do have an echo. Someone has an echo.
How can I get?
I
rid
don't
of
hear an
the
echo.
Done some shit down. Oh, I think it's you, cigar face.
It's me. What?
Wait, hold on. I can't tell it.
I go mute now.
Okay. Okay, it's probably cigar face.
Have I got an echo now?
No, you don't have an echo.
Have
No,
I?
cigar face.
Do I have an echo? Echo.
You don't have an echo. Apart from just then. But anyway, cigar face, can you speak? Unmute
Hello.
yourself.
Hello.
Okay, it's you, cigar face.
Hold on a minute.
Okay.
How's that?
No.
Still echoey?
Still
Sounds
echoey.
okay to me.
Echo spot, are we?
What you never want to do, of course, is meet a woman with an echo.
Mm.
I don't get it.
What, like an echo down the hallway?
Yes, a vaginal echo.
Is this better?
It's a bad sign all round when that
You
happens.
just look down and go, hello, 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 hello.
Hello.
Channel Q says the echo is fixed.
That'd be a bit scary if someone said hello back.
We have 10 viewers. How about that? 11 now.
It's a start. It's a start. It's a start.
It's a slow start, really.
Yeah. I mean, we should have like at least 1,000 people watching.
Yeah, Globusters had, what, just over 900 tonight, I think I saw. So, I'm expecting
we're definitely
somewhere in that
better.
region.
Hi, Validation Boy. July 17th, 2017.
Yeah, we should distribute the link. Please feel free to spread the word that we're here, especially to Flat Earth people.
So, we're going to talk about Tim Osman. You know?
9 viewers and 22 thumbs down. That's excellent.
22? Are you taking a piss?
John Watson,
So it's
invite
22.
some of your... Well, I was going to say invite some of your friends, but you don't have any friends, so...
Acquaintances.
But if you know...
Conrads.
You know, some Flat Earthers that you know the names of, if you can contact them and invite them, we can be rude to them.
Or we could be really friendly to them.
Or we could call them names.
I'm thinking about love bombing a few of them.
Steve's trying his best to be controversial here, but it's not going to work.
No, what controversial? We're just love bombing them, man. Just like in None. But with love.
Do people have friends on YouTube? Now there's an interesting topic for discussion.
No. Oh, wait, actually.
I don't know.
Maybe.
I guess yes, I think you do. It's just that there are friends and there are friends, aren't they? They're perhaps not your best, most
Yeah, but how do you
intimate friends,
differentiate
but
between
they
friends
can
and
still
friends?
be called friends.
But how do you differentiate between friends and friends? Apart from the slightly up kind of tone.
Captain Bullshit says, invite some of the cult members you hang around with, Watson. We're actually losing viewers.
We're losing viewers. Oh.
Yeah, that's not good, is it?
That could be due to gravity. Maybe there are other YouTubers that have more mass. Could be. But gravity isn't a thing, so it can't possibly be that.
Well, a lot of these viewers are probably pretty dense, you know. I'm sure they eat a lot of the junk food, Fritos,
Oh,
things of that nature. So we got that. As
Well,
far
they
as
are
the
dense,
buoyancy, I don't know if we got that hammered yet.
It's buoyancy and density, man. These people are pretty dense. They're, what is it? They're denser than the air that surrounds them. So
Well, let me
The
ask you
densest-
this.
they should just be coming to us, shouldn't they? Really?
Right.
Right.
Okay, sorry. Carry on. Don't worry about it.
No, it's alright. What were you going to say? What were you going to
Nothing-
bring to the
nothing,
conversation, Jeremy?
I want to get back to my watch page where I can see what's going on. Where I can be rude to John Watson.
So, the Earth is flat. It's a stationary plane.
Ah,
The Earth is flat and it's not a ball. All the images of satellites are fake.
Riley's
NASA
streaming.
in
That's
line
where
to
they
us.
all are. Awesome.
We haven't landed on the moon.
Awesome. We can stream a bit of Riley later then. All
Fair
right.
use.
Let's just do the headlines, shall we?
We can do the headlines, yeah.
Let's do. The
yeah,
headlines.
let's do the headlines.
Okay.
This is FNN.
Here are the headlines. Flat Earther finds curve on his own huge testicle. Dredd confirms the Big Bang Theory. Daphne Rimmel in phone sex scandal. UK citizens race to save beached whale. Oh, We're going to go on to the wrong thing again here. Hang on. I'm still learning this. Where's it gone? Ah, there it is. It's us again. So, yes, that's our week in review. Now then, what we got here? We got another one. Hang on.
Sorry, Jem, I muted you.
Staggering around here.
Okay.
So yeah, let's have a look at Antonio and what he came up with this week. This is quite interesting. This a little bit of a conspiracy surrounding this one. So hang on, here it comes. We'll run. I don't know, about 5 minutes of this or a bit less. Where's it gone?
Jem, I muted you.
You muted me.
Unmute yourself.
Oh shit. Do I need to unmute that, or is it streaming me anyway?
Yeah, you need to. I think you might need to mute yourself because otherwise the audio comes through.
Okay. Well, anyway.
And we can, hear it double. But anyway,
we're getting used to this slowly but surely.
It's a new system. You haven't used the system before. We're getting used to it.
At least we're getting sound, I hope. Where's it?
Yeah, very good sound. Very good sound.
The wrong fucking
very, very soundly.
Soundly indeed.
Sorry guys, I'm getting there. Here's Antonio. Let's see what he has to say.
Electricity and argon. Please pay attention to the shape of the bright area and note the dome-like bubble around it. Now let's see the real world. Notice the shape of the bright area and the blue dome around it, the bubble shape. Now this is magnetism, electricity and neon. Notice how magnetism can pull neon. I'd like to see what it does with argon. So this is what magnetism does with neon. Notice the colours. Note how the colours go white at the very tip, orange, so white, orange, red to blue. Now let's see. White, orange, red to blue. White, orange, red and blue. So we have the shape, we have the colours, we have magnetism pulling neon. These images are from the Hawaiian Observatory. Now this is magnetism. These are the field lines of magnetism. This is basically what the shape magnetism takes when viewed with this kind of light. Now this is looking from above. Oh, and here's a quick representation of time following those very same lines, the ones that go from the center out towards the right. That's only a depiction for ease of explanation. Now this is now looking at a magnet laid on its side. Notice how when he moves the ferrofluid away, the poles spread out, and this is now viewing the magnet from the side. If we took any of those cross sections and we could see them in the real world, this is what they would look like.
Anyway, that's enough of that bollocks. Hang on. Anyway, I think that's enough of that bollocks. So, what do you think to that? Steve?
I think that music sounds like a mental asylum would be playing that shit, man.
The only problem I have with it is that the music is very repetitive.
That's the only problem you have with it?
I can sympathise with Chris Truthseeker in regards to that noise. It's just so repetitive, man. I feel like I'm gonna smack my face with a fucking globe or something, man. I'll beat myself over the head with a globe. That's what it feels like.
It is astoundingly boring music, isn't it? And he puts it on every single video now for some unknown reason. Why would he do that?
And then he puts on this silly voice, doesn't he?
He puts on a lot of different like accents. It's strange. I thought I saw him putting on an English accent when I first came upon him.
It is like a daytime and a nighttime.
Yeah, I mean, I always thought that it surprised me when he put on that weird Spanish voice because, you know, he already had a really silly voice.
Españoles. Yeah, he's a funny man. He's a funny man. Ain't he?
He is a plonker.
So what was the video alluding to?
Well, I mean, essentially, what he's
like,
saying, what he seems to be saying is that they have these, they've got this little experiment going on with noble gases, argon and neon and stuff, and because they're blue, and the sky is blue, therefore the sky is argon and neon, and it's not, you know, Rayleigh scattering or whatever it is that causes blue light. I think that's ultimately his claim. It's just any old shit that they can come up with that isn't, you know, mainstream science, really, I think.
Yeah, something that's not published.
But the interesting thing was that I noticed was that if right in the corner of that video on the first section, I'm not going to fuck about trying to play the damn thing again. But right on the first section where you're seeing them mess about with these test tubes, you've got there's a Globebusters logo in the corner, which means that he borrowed that bit of footage from a Globebusters video and they borrowed it from somewhere else, and Globebusters had it on tonight on their show as that they were featuring as part of another video that somebody else had made.
Probably to do with electromagnetism.
So I think it looks like it's at least the second time it's been on Globebusters, and I'd be interested to know what their claim was about it the first time, because I wouldn't be surprised if it's a very different claim to the one that they're making now about it.
I'd like to know what their excuse is for recycling old video, because I wonder what their excuse is.
Well,
why are they doing
it's
that?
all Flat Earth. It's very regurgitated bollocks, isn't it, really? I mean,
yeah, but they haven't given an excuse yet.
Well, it'd be interesting to know, though, wouldn't it? Well, I don't know if anyone remembers it ever being featured before or where it came from, but I'd like to. I'd like to know what they said about it previously.
Probably something to do with electromagnetism.
We could do with some more people in this hangout. Let's see if we can round some more.
Yeah, we could do with some more people, like John Watson, maybe. I don't know.
Get him in here. Get him on.
I've never spoken to John Watson before. He sounds like a pleasant fellow.
Oh, you've got to be kidding.
No, I'm not kidding. This is my not kidding face that you can't see because I'm not on camera, which means I'm a disingenuous bastard.
You are indeed. All right, well,
Carry on.
We haven't found anyone who wants to come in yet. We've got 20 people watching now. Yes, come in. Yes, come in, Channel Q. I'll stick it in the how will I stick it? I'll stick it in our general. You know where to look.
Does Math Powerland want to come in?
Yeah, get him on the phone. That'd be awesome. We get him on.
Is he live
do
now?
some drums.
No, he's on some other. He's on some other pretending to be talking to people on the phone on his broken mobile phone. But he's just projecting everywhere.
I think it'd be good to get a woman's take on this.
Yeah. We need some diversity on the Flat Earth.
Might be a bit refreshing. Who's to say?
Has she seen it?
Shall we
do another one?
Yeah, let's do another one.
Yeah.
You're gonna like this.
You're gonna dig this.
You are gonna like this. Hold on. Nearly there, guys. Sorry about this. If I make this smaller, I can keep it on the fucking screen, can't I?
Dig this.
I need more monitors like Dread.
We get you one of those old ass monitors like Hillbilly.
Yeah.
Ding, ding, ding. He knocks on it.
You can go to like your local skip and get one of them. That's like a fiver or something.
You can't do that anymore, mate. They don't let you do that anymore. Alright, here we go. Here's Daphne.
I'm so excited for this episode. This is Flat Earth Part 74. Thank you for watching. I'm so happy to do this. This is such a,
Hey guys, can you hear me?
This is such a great idea.
Welcome.
I'm so happy I did this. Okay, I'm gonna shut up now and actually.
I have a picture.
I don't know if I can. I'm too excited for this video. I might have to start over. Okay. I have satellite internet. And it's been the shittiest internet I have ever had in my whole life. It is so slow and so unreliable and ridiculous. And I've made jokes about how and why it's terrible because, you know, satellites are just...
There's a video playing.
flying so fast in orbit, and it's just hard for the signal to keep up, and it's just a joke, really, by the way. And so I called the internet company to find out, does the shit I'm getting come from space? I want to know, does the shit I'm getting actually come from space? When I turn on my computer and it tells me that it's receiving a satellite signal, is it getting something from space? Right? Okay, I hope you're hanging on because this is getting really good. I called and asked them literally this question. Does my internet come from space? Is it a satellite that's in space? No, they told me straight up. It is it's a land tower about 100 miles away in Aspen. And that's why when the weather is shitty or there's even, you know, just one cloud in the sky, my internet is a piece of shit. So, for anybody wondering out there, and for anybody still thinking that
is anybody there?
Their internet comes from space,
Yeah.
then call the company and fucking ask them. That's what I did.
Hey,
Thanks for watching.
scared me.
Oh, well,
It
that was
says off
Daphne.
air on.
Let me flick it back
No,
to
but-
hers.
I mean, here in the Hangout, it says.
Hello,
off air.
everybody. This video may contain copyrighted images and video being used for educational purposes
Oh, we're
under the
running
Fair
through
Use
OBS,
Act.
that's why.
Today, Mark and Patricia had their secret tranny show.
Hang on, I've got to stop
where
this one. Hang on.
Mark looked like his usual self, his buffoon self, the buffoon gamer. Mark was discussing his, the Denver article in the newspaper. As I said in the previous videos, nothing good came out of that for the Flat Earth community. It painted us as issue-lazy conspiracy theorists.
Fucking hell. Hold on, I've got a few running now. Bear with me. Sorry, guys. Oh shit! Hang on.
It's around
hard
there.
to tell.
Sorry, guys. I got a bit
Still
lost
working
in it
out the
all there.
bugs on this bitch.
So that was Daphne telling us about how internet does not come from space, and she's just discovered this by phoning her internet provider. What can you say?
I mean, if she's contacted her internet provider and they've said that, you got to take it, on face value, really, haven't you? Comes from a tower. Well, wait. So you don't believe her then? Is that what you're saying?
Oh, I believe her. I just think that she should have known that it didn't. Why did she think it came from? Why does she think all internet comes from space? Who told her that? And why does she think that she's scored a big?
She's paying for satellite internet.
Scored a big coup by revealing this to the world.
But she's paying for satellite internet, isn't she?
Well, I don't know. She claims to be.
Exactly. I don't know.
But she's talking.
Supposed to be
She's saying
satellite internet.
she's saying everyone should phone their provider and find this out because she thinks it all comes from space. So anyway, feel free to butt in, you guys. Where did? Oh yeah, Channel Q.
Curve.
Say hi.
Curve.
Say hi.
Dominique Q.
I didn't. I
Hello,
wasn't.
everyone.
I had to step away for a minute, so I didn't exactly hear what she was saying. And I had only just discovered her channel today too.
Well, don't worry about it. It was just some shit about her phoning up her ISP, and then the guy on the phone. She asked if the guy on the phone. She asked my internet is come from the satellites in the space that I don't believe exist. And then the guy was like, no, it comes from a mast like about 100 miles away or something. And then she was like, oh shit, it's exposed. Shit. Satellites ain't real because my internet don't come from satellites.
The satellites up there, they send it to the ground tower, and the ground tower sends it to your phone, right? That's how it works, right?
No, that's just bullshit. What about people on boats? They get satellite internet. That comes straight from the satellite, doesn't it?
Does it?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Wait, do you think there's masts out in the sea?
In the middle of the ocean and try to use my cell phone.
Well, most internet isn't from a satellite, is it?
Yeah. Well, it goes in. They use satellites, don't they? Don't they use satellites?
Do the big boats have ground towers built into them?
Very
No.
most
What?
ADSL uses copper telephone wires, original copper telephone wires.
Well done, Jeremy. We're not talking about ADSL. We're talking about satellite internet, mate.
Well, we're not. We're not talking about satellite internet, are we? We're talking about internet.
Wait.
She said
how
for
can-
everyone to phone their internet provider. She didn't say only the people who have satellite internet phone their internet provider. She said everyone phone their internet provider.
Okay.
Right. Her claim is that all internet comes from space, from satellites, for some unknown reason.
Wait, but satellites don't exist. So how does that work?
Well, that's what she's
Wait,
trying
she's
to
arguing that the Earth is flat, but also she's saying that the internet comes from satellites, but it doesn't come from satellites.
Right, and therefore that is evidence the
because
Earth is
satellites
flat.
don't exist. So what kind of an argument is that?
Don't make no sense.
It don't make no sense, but then again, it
Well,
might
on
make a little bit of
this
sense.
one point,
Go ahead,
how
Cliff.
do you not have cable, satellite, internet, or the satellite dish? But they don't have phone service available.
You're dropping in and out.
Hardwired to the house.
He's talking about mobile. I think you're talking about mobile
Who fixed
phone
that?
internet, right? Like mobile data. Oh,
When the internet first started, it was dial-up. You had to have a phone line. It wasn't on cable. It was on the phone. And the
yeah, but
cables,
that's still a phone line,
Yeah, and not a satellite.
and not a satellite. But if you're talking about how, I mean, if you're talking about specifically satellite internet, that comes from a satellite. But then there's also the ADSL or the fiber. But then that to get from one continent to another, may use a combination of satellite and also underwater cables, but mostly underwater cables because those can have a higher bandwidth as opposed to like satellites, which are probably like for non quality of like lower quality of service stuff. Like if it isn't really important, that needs to get to a place quick. Or you can just place a satellite in a particular place to kind of redirect traffic because one of the cables is out.
Trying to make a
Yeah.
Sorry, Curve. What was that?
unless I'm misunderstanding, Daphne's trying to make a point here. Am I still having trouble?
I think
Yeah,
satellite internet is
I
having
can
problems.
hardly hear anything, mate. You're dropping in and out.
I think the mast might have fallen down.
Damn, I thought it was my satellite.
Satellites don't exist. What are you talking about, you moron? You're a moron.
My satellite internet comes from the moon. I'm thinking it's just semantics at the end of the day. I mean,
Well,
we all
don't
know that there's like satellite dishes that beam all these things to us. So
we don't know what the moon is.
the moon, we know what the moon is.
No, we don't.
I always think that's a very silly.
We don't know what it is. We haven't
I mean,
touched
you
it.
just
It's
look
not
at
tangible.
it. I mean, what does it look like? If you're if your philosophy is to go on what you could see with your own eyes, what do you conclude by looking at the moon?
Hello, John. Hello.
That it's there.
Sorry for interrupting you.
We're streaming.
That it's a
That it's
disc.
there and
Streaming.
not
Do you
there,
want to link to the stream?
and that it's bright, and that it has spots on it.
You're very, very quiet, Channel Q.
Yeah, sorry,
Oh, am I?
my mic is shit. He is a motherfucking shit.
Oh, sorry.
This shitty ass motherfucker.
Is that better?
Is it shitty?
No, it's okay, man. Click on the link there in the general chat.
I think I'm having a thunderstorm.
Does somebody have audio playing?
I did have. Well, no, not really.
Oh, okay.
It's gone now. I turned one off. I've got audio all over the place, Curve. Sorry, what were you saying about Daphne?
Who, me?
Curved.
Oh.
Oh, you can hear me now?
Yeah.
All right. I better get this in then.
Yeah, go for it, man.
She's trying to make a point with satellites and her internet and all that kind of stuff, trying to cast doubt on the existence of satellites.
Right.
But without getting into any of the details of how all of this stuff works, and there are people out there all over the world get their internet through because they don't have any other means to do it, and it works. They get it, and the satellite dish that the internet comes in on is subject to the same things that the television signal is subject to, with having to be pointed. Basically, you got a little margin of error there for pointing it at the satellite, which cannot be coming from radio towers or cell tower, any of that kind of stuff anywhere. And you can get your signal other connection whatsoever. When you download from the satellite, and I believe your uploads some kind of a landline, but you don't have to have the you don't have to have a connection just to get signal from the satellite. So the whole thing about trying to say satellites aren't there because our internet doesn't get their internet from satellites, it's meaningless.
Right.
That's all I'm trying to get at.
Right. Well, yeah, that was my view. She seems to think she's uncovered a great conspiracy there, anyway, which is all fun for her.
Well, what else does she have to do?
Anyway, check out a few minutes of Flat Earth Genius. Does anyone know this guy? Have you seen this guy yet?
Genius or sub-genius?
No, genius, not sub-genius.
Then no, I haven't seen him.
He's a genius. as you will see.
I've seen
Now,
I've seen
according
Flat
to
Earth
this picture
Idiocy
right
chats
here,
before.
old space stations. Now, this ball is smaller than the one I see on the screen, so it would be closer to this ball than it would that. The bigger the ball, the higher up it gets. But
This guy.
according to this picture, this thing looks like it's about this high off the surface. 10 inches. So this ball right here is 28 inches wide in diameter. 28. So you take 8,000 miles, the diameter of the Earth, divided by 24, right? That tells you per inch how many miles each inch of this is. Now you take the space station is 220 miles up. So you take 220 and divide it by how much each one of these inches is. And that'll tell you how high the space station should be off of the face of the Earth. So I'll take my calculator real quick just so you can, let me get where you can see it. Okay, 8,000. Man, there's lights all over. 8,000 divided by 28 equals 285 miles per inch. So we'll clear that. The space station's at 220. We're going to divide that by the 280 miles we just got. I'm a fool. 220 divided by 280 equals. Can you see that? Just 3/4 of an inch. Just over 3/4, maybe 8/10 of an inch. We'll round it. We'll round it and call it 8/10 of an inch. So at 220 miles on this globe, the space station would be 8/10 of an inch up. I'm going to go down until I come to 8/10 of an inch. Tell me when you think that is. Tell me when you think I'm at 8/10 of an inch. Am I there now? How about now?
Tell him.
That's it, right there.
Well, we're telling them then.
That's 8/10
I
of
can
an
barely
inch.
hear him.
You like it? 8/10 of an inch? Can you see it?
So he's a fun guy. He seems to be what he seems to be doing is he's taken a look at this picture from the ISS, which has obviously got a bit of a fisheye on it, or actually significant fisheye on it. And he's made an arbitrary judgment on the altitude of the ISS from that image, and then he's scaled it up on his ball. Did anyone follow his maths? What was the 8,000 about? I don't know where he got that from.
I couldn't hear it. I don't know.
Was that from the 8 inches per mile squared? You just scaled it up.
To 8,000?
Yeah, I thought that was maybe...
Yeah, you scaled it up.
Was that diameter that he was going for?
Probably, I don't even know because I don't work with balls.
He thinks he's seeing an entire hemisphere of the Earth?
You really needed to see it, Kurt. If you go to the watch page, you'll be able to see it.
Yeah, I switched over and started watching, but is he thinking that he's seeing the entire hemisphere with that 8,000? If he's talking about 8,000 miles, diameter.
I have no idea. I'm not really sure why he used that. Let's ask the chat. Does anybody know why he used 8,000? I have no idea. So I'm not sure if his maths was right. Does that, what did you say, 3/4 of an inch above the Earth at that scale? Does that sound correct to anyone?
No.
No.
No, that's not even close. What's the diameter of his globe? I don't
It
recall.
was 28 inches.
28 inches?
Oh, no. Tell a lie. That was the circumference of the globe.
Oh, well, then that's probably about a 13-inch globe, 13-inch diameter.
Or was it? I can't remember. Can anyone remember what you said?
It wasn't a globe, though. It was a giant workout ball.
Right.
Exercise ball.
Well, I don't know, but I
I
thought he
remember what he
was
said. I was waiting to see what he was going to use to scale the ISS. Like, what was going to be his scale for that? I don't know. I was waiting to see what the point of it was. So I don't remember why he used 8,000 divided by 28.
No, I couldn't. He lost me entirely.
Well, Danny doesn't know and doesn't want to listen to that shit again, though.
Fuck knows. Don't really want to listen to that shit again, though. All right, let's find something else. Who's next? Oh, I know. This is from our very own CB. Hang on. Let's see.
Shout out to Captain Bullshit.
Yeah.
CB. Yeah, our very own.
I like this. Hold on.
This has potential for humor.
Everybody start to clap. I hope.
Yeah, I'm perfectly fine. Don't worry. I'm not going to come on and start shouting and crying and being abusive or anything like that.
Whatever, I think there's some serious fuckery going on right now.
You've got totally different accents and voices. I can even tell that ADR's about 5 or 6 years older than you. He starts straining on his larynx. I mean, for fuck's sake, these accusations are they're ridiculous, and they make people sound and look stupid, and there's no need for them. It's silly. It really is. There's no need for it, and there's no evidence. It makes the likes of people who hang around with or are interested in the same topics, makes them look stupid and sound stupid, almost like tarring people with the same brush. And there's absolutely no time for it, no need for it. And for another thing, I got a phone call off somebody a few days ago that was been getting accusations, ridiculous accusations of being somebody else. And I actually spoke to this person on the phone because I put my mobile phone number out there about 4 days ago. And that accusation originated from one of the people that the reason why we're having this conversation now. And it's not just that. If I can do anything to stop any rubbish happening, I'll pull it out. It may not be ideal in the short term, but the long term I can promise you it will be. And also, the second thing is, I went to the trouble of making a video exactly highlighting how not to share Hangouts so you won't be sniped, yeah? And I did everything I possibly could. I only had 15 minutes to do it in. And not only did the person do exactly the opposite of what I said not to do, they didn't even ask your permission either. You know, that would just be, oh, well, right, it's time for us to jump in now. Share the screen quickly so that we've got an excuse that that's how we got it. You know what this is really obvious to me. Just actually happening. And guess what? Just action been happening. This does have actually been happening. I'm not wanting this to happen. I'm not thinking it might happen. It really is happening. So, no. It's like, why on earth would you even share the screen without asking? Like, just jump in and you obviously, you know, and I also said, please don't share the screen if you do not know what you're doing. So that's his cover blown. Oh, I mustn't have known what I'm doing. I didn't do it on purpose. It's silly, mate. I've been seeing this going on for quite some time now. It's built up, and yeah, it's just silly. I don't know whether some people's intents are literally to poison the well and make people look silly. However, they're doing that regardless of whether they're intending to or not. And it pisses me off because there's loads of people doing excellent good work in the background, and then if they were to see this going on this afternoon or this evening, then it's going to it's going to do a disservice to the subject and what's going on. And it's unfair for all them people that have put the work in, and you know, not me, but other people that have done it, and seeing it all go down the drain by other people's moronic actions that absolutely don't have any bearing on reality and no proof. It's ridiculous. These people are very, very, very silly and dangerous, whether they know it or not. And I don't mind if they target me. I really don't, because I'll just say it anyway. I feel that if I'm being targeted, or accusations or any shit or any nonsense has been targeted towards me, then it may well be giving somebody that's got a more important thing to do a break from it. So I'm more than happy. You know, you can target anything you would want towards me. Be my guest. You can really try and cause as many problems as you wish. You will never stop me. You will never upset me, and you will never make me quit.
That's really kind of him.
So, you know, be my guest, please. Just do anything you want. It's fine.
Anything? Really?
Karen needs him too.
And I am very bad at typing, reading, spelling, and constructing sentences. I've got about the age of about maybe 12 or 13, and then I stopped. I'm just slow at it, that's all. I'm alright with the odd witty response here and there, but when it comes to structuring something that is supposedly well written or easy to read, then just forget it with me. I live with my mum, and I'm a zoppy head.
Great work.
He's good at reading and spelling. Well, I never.
What a drama queen. Now, can I just ask? Oops, hang on. Let me just unmute. Can I just ask, is anyone here targeting Chris Foodseeker?
Who? What do you mean
targeting?
What does targeting mean?
I'm targeting him. What a drama queen, eh?
If you don't fight for your sovereignties, we're never going to get this information out, and it's been sullied.
Solid, mate. I'm doing a solid for the Flat Earth community.
No, it's been sullied.
Solid.
Solid, not solid. Did he say
The
live
solid
with his
crew,
mum?
yeah.
I'm sure he denied that recently. Feel free to butt in, anyone.
I believe he lives in the basement. He's got sovereignties down there to look at any information he'd like.
He has a principality in his basement.
What's with the guy? He always sounds like he's out of breath. Is he always running? He doesn't look like he runs. He sounds like he does.
Yeah.
He doesn't look like he can.
He sounds like he's trying to be like he's sad, like he's an Eeyore, you know.
He fell asleep in the bowling alley and then woke up with his head in the ball polisher. He's out of breath because he was just so shocked. Someone thought his head was a bowling ball.
The basement stairs, guys. He's tired.
He's tired of the drama.
He's just exhausted from the staircase and the drama.
Those trips to the fridge.
Trips to the fridge. Mom went to the store today. Fishing.
Oh boy.
Oh goody.
Oh, poor Chris. I like the way he kept saying. He kept saying, "I'm good at what I do." When he was on about how, you know, when he'd had his wrench removed and all that malarkey before.
He is good at what he does when he has a wrench.
So if he ever goes to get a job, he'll be able to put Flat Earth Secretary on his resume. Fucking
yeah.
dark.
Always at the meeting, never got anything to say.
I wasn't a believer, but I did take notes. Very well.
And I said yes many times.
Good at reading and spelling, guys.
Yeah.
Good at reading and spelling.
He's going with a strong suit, you know.
Good communication skills.
How old is the gentleman?
I don't know.
He's like a 35.
Gentleman.
How old's the prick?
He's something like that, I think. Isn't he? Yeah. Something along those lines.
Hold on, we have a Mr. Loveheart here. Who's this?
Oh, someone joining us.
I love hearts.
I love that.
I love
Yay.
hearts with a muted microphone.
Is it Timmy?
I don't know. It might be a Babylon imposter, Tim.
Welcome, Tim.
Some Babylon imposter.
Might be Bro
What up?
Sanchez.
How you doing, man?
Bro Sanchez. Good.
Bro Sanchez, yeah.
Bro
I'm glad
Sanchez,
you're here,
you know, man. He's always up to fucking no good, bro.
Oh, wow, look at that. That's nice.
And what are you up to then?
But that
No
looks
bad,
good
right?
to me. Where have you been,
Yeah.
Tim?
What do you mean?
I just seem to keep missing you.
Yeah.
You know?
I don't know. I've been not really around that much. I just have lives and sometimes.
Cool.
He just has
But
lives
I'm gonna be
sometimes.
doing a lot of traveling soon, so I'll probably be even less,
Right.
truthfully.
Nice.
Lucky you. Well, welcome aboard. We're just taking the piss, but it's all a bit quiet in here, I have to say.
Yeah, these people are boring as fuck, dude.
Yeah.
Thank you, man.
Just kidding.
That's cool.
I'm a bit weary myself. Alright, well, let's do one more from Captain Bullshit.
Ooh.
Is this going to work? I hope.
Are you on OBS now?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, it looks like it.
Doesn't look like it's
I
working.
told you people I wanted to ban him personally. Block. Bye-bye, Eva. Don't come back, you hear? Don't come back. You want to talk about your first days on YouTube? You said it last night. I was your first day on YouTube. All the shit I tolerated for you, all that harassment, all the good friends I lost because of you, and you enable that shit on your channel,
Oh, Jesus.
fuck off! Yeah. Don't call me your bro. Don't lie to the people about how you love me.
It's a black screen. Is that
Because
normal?
if you love me, you wouldn't have let them
I said I
trolls do
didn't
that
get work. We can hear it.
to the other truthers. So fuck off, Lisa. Don't come back.
Just a short one. Yeah, I don't know why that didn't work. Sorry about that, guys. But yeah, that was CB doing Hillbilly again. What a clown that guy is. Fucking hell.
Flat Earth is the gift that keeps on giving.
It's really surprising how he even has any kind of a following, truthfully.
Right,
Yeah.
he really does as well, doesn't he? I think, again, he's one of these people that just asserts with confidence, isn't he? And they love that, you know.
Yeah, they do, man. They really do. I could have made a lot off these fools if I was intellectually dishonest.
Like this authentic intent guy that has sprung out of nowhere, and you know, he's just spewing bullshit, but he does it confidently, and they love it. And he does
did
it
you
in
hear
the
him?
street.
I talked to him again on Issa's the other day. Did you happen to hear that?
I did hear some of it. Yeah, I heard the one where you were on with Project Eli or Ellie or.
Oh yeah. But you didn't hear the Issa one where he came on?
Can't remember. Maybe I did. It's all a blur, mate.
Gotcha.
He just comes across like a sort of entitled teenager, I thought, to me, you know. Although he's quite a lot older than a teenager, I think, isn't he?
Yeah, it's kind of hard for me to have respect for somebody that I have to actually tell them that it's probably not a good idea to tell children that their teachers are lying to them and the Earth is flat. Like, I'm really surprised in the 21st century that I'm having to warn him while I watch others in the chat that are, like Patricia Steer, that are, 50s, 40s, 30s, egging him on. So I think it's a problem.
Yeah. The thing I always notice with this is the people who are there egging him on, almost to a man, have either have had their education or usually squandered their education, and want to spread that idea to others. It's absolutely mental.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised it's still going on, truthfully. But when there continues to be people on the pulpits that continue this meme going, it seems to have some wheels. But I've always been trying to hack at those wheels, and it's somewhat work. I mean, really, you look at Glowbusters. Yeah, I don't know if they went up even past 600-700 people watching them. And then I saw Patricia Steer was live, and they had like almost half the viewers. I really do think that it's going to be clear, like a downhill spiral that this is going in.
Right. I think Glowbusters, as you say, certainly seems to have peaked. I think I saw about 900, so that wasn't.
Did you see? Okay, good.
But they have had some like 11s and 12s and things like that. So.
Oh yeah.
But I think they were only just over 900, and previously, they've been in four figures, so that it is a little bit down. But then, it's summer. There are often fewer people on the internet, I think, in the summer. And...
Well, it's their comeback too. I mean, shit.
Well, yeah, that's true.
After their 3-week break or whatever. Like, what a hiatus that was, Bob. Jeez, dude. Next time go on vacation a little longer, man.
Yeah.
Isn't he actually on vacation, actually doing Glowbusters from Hawaii, or did he come back?
No, they said they're going to do one from Hawaii. I saw him or heard him say that the other day. So,
Wow.
yeah. What was that thing I heard where he was bitching about you? Well, I mean, he's always bitching about you. But the one where he turned tail and decided he wasn't going to be nice to you again. And...
Well, he was just upset that I, went on to Dell's Slander Fest and showed my legs and smoked a bowl.
Oh, yeah.
With the viewers, yeah.
Yeah, do you know what? I was forgot, but I was gonna stick that on this show because that was, I have to say, that was an epic sniping.
Nice. Well, he was talking about shit. He was talking shit about me and you, dude.
Right?
For no fucking reason.
He was. Yeah. But it was just beautiful because I was sat there watching, and I thought, in my innocence, I thought, well, this will be interesting. Bro Sanchez, Slow Sanchez on Dells. This will be an interesting, clash of minds.
I was like, really? Bro Sanchez wants to come on this show? Okay.
Oh, you were there live, huh, Dominique?
Yeah, I was in the chat.
Oh, that's funny.
I saw Dell spamming the chat going, mute him, don't listen to him, mute him.
Yes.
God.
We'll start a new hangout.
And then all of a sudden, I just saw this bit of sort of gravel beach or something, and your foot. And
as soon as I saw those legs, I was like, "That's not Bo Sanchez."
But yeah, that's a white dude.
The timing was it was just beautiful. It was art.
Yeah, dude. It was a bit of luck, but it definitely happened. It has happened almost every time. Perfect timing, dude.
Yeah.
Did you happen to see? I called into Morgal last night as well.
Oh no, I didn't see that.
Yeah, that's on my Timothy Osman live channel.
Yeah, I thought Mobile was gonna get kicked off Globebusters because of the whole IPS thing that Jaren got mad
Oh,
at.
they all bitched out. All of them. All right, even I mean IPS especially, dude. You would think that he would have had something more clever to do, mostly with what he was planning with me, and to basically depose old boy Morgile, and he just pretty much bent over, and I don't know. They must need flat Earth cohesion at this point or something.
Yeah,
I don't know.
they need to stick together.
Yeah, bunch of weirdos, man.
What's up, guys? Jem, just letting you know you've got a black screen showing on the
Oh,
YouTube watch
shit.
page. So, yep.
Thank you. Oh, hang on. I think I can fix that. Like this. Yay! That worked. And
What's up, B?
Mr. B
not much,
in a
mate.
hangout. Yay!
Yeah.
Is this the first time, Mr. B?
Welcome.
I think so. For a live stream, anyway. I mean, I've showed up in one of Tim's vids, but yeah.
Yeah, he's actually been made famous. Okay, I think he's got like 14,000, 15,000 views over on Morgal's channel. Like his two word comment or whatever
My
it was.
2-word fucking debut. Yeah. It was perfect.
They're like, who the fuck's that guy? That John LeBon? Shit. That's next.
Well,
I think John
welcome.
LeBon is on a hiatus. I actually don't know if I'm sub to him or not, but he kept telling me that he was going to be he's going to do like 28 days or 38 days away from YouTube. And I don't know if he's made videos for a while.
He must be cooking up his John LeBon Earth model, I guess.
I'm sure he's taking walks and I don't even know, man. John, you have no idea what he does in his regular life, dude. Seriously. We're gonna say, Joe?
Yeah, I think there's probably some value to doing that. You know, just tearing yourself away and you know, not being involved in this, because it strikes me you could just very easily just leave it all behind. You know, you could just not log on to YouTube and none of you lovely people would be in my life. You just do you know what I mean? You just wouldn't be there.
Yep.
Which isn't very nice, of course, but it's, you know, that simple, isn't it? Just don't open the browser, and it all goes away.
I bet that's what all of our psychiatrists would say if we had one.
Right.
You know, you go in, you're like, oh man, we're just sitting there talking about Bob from Globebusters and Jaren and all this shit. And you're like, what else did you do? Well, IPS came on last night, and you're just like,
yeah.
Fuck, dude, you're living it.
But then I don't know. But then I see things like, I mean, have you been following this whole Anthony Riley affair?
Oh, what a cocksucker! Yeah, dude.
Oh, for sure, man.
I mean,
such a piece of shit, dude. Seriously.
Really, it's just low, isn't it? To be calling people a liar and a fraud and saying they've faked a piece of video. It's just, I don't know. Just
mostly when he went
beyond
and did that one live, or at least one of them live,
right,
and streamed the whole thing live, and then uploaded it live, and they still don't believe it. I mean, it's just. And then, did you hear Dell talking about it as well?
Yeah, no, I thought that was very interesting. That, I mean, what did you think about that?
Well, since I came out and said, "What the fuck is he even? Why is he talking about Tim Osmond for 2 hours? What is this? Seriously, you know?" Then he comes out with a show like the next day, and he's got panelists, and they're ready and fired up for the truths and proves, and really it's just denial at the end of the day. But yeah, he said, "Oh, if we follow that curve, then whatever." I don't know. I think it's. Go
Go
ahead.
ahead.
I think it's so hypocritical that they're like, "Where's the curve? Where's the curve? Where's the curve?" And then somebody provides evidence of curvature. Not only that, but look, I've had conversations on Jed's show where I explained longest lines of sight. I even know that Dell went and looked that up, so he knows that there are very far distance photography where there's obstruction. So what we see with Soundly's videos is actual, what completely breaks both of his arguments that he has. That water can't stick to the exterior shapes, and that, what is the other one? Water's flat,
Yeah.
basically. So, I mean, that it kills it.
Water
It really
ocean
does.
and water will not. What's the word? I can't remember. To the exterior of a shape.
Yeah, it won't stick to the exterior of a shape. Water
I
must
try
be
to remember
contained.
verbatim.
Yeah, it's very simple. I mean, Jim Panda's pointed out before, once you do one video debunking those two arguments, it's just pretty much set in stone. I mean, this guy doesn't adapt anything, but you can tell that he's being influenced by flat Earth videos. You know that's the case because he still has this empowered supposition that he's rolling on. So I don't even know. Like I said in one of my last videos, like.
Did Tim get sniped?
Yeah, who's boring now, Timmy? Cocksucker.
I think they just muted him.
That's
Flat Earth plane.
Who
Who is
that
that?
guy? I recognize the voice.
I'm not sure.
How did he get the
Flat
the
Earth
link?
plane.
Tim will switch accounts and come back. Who else left? Everyone
That guy
else.
left.
Curved water left as well.
I'd like to take this moment to shout out to Shriminati.
I hope you make it back, Tim. He'll yeah, he's here.
He's on the.
Welcome back, mate.
He's on the back.
What was that?
Who was that guy? I know the voice, but I can't.
Sounded like Validation Boy, maybe? I don't know.
No, I don't.
No. I'm not good with voices like that. It was just too brief.
Yeah, it was. Yeah. Did he get? He didn't get sniped again, did he? Can someone see? Someone get the back end chat?
Let me see what's going on. I go Vincent style and I check the chat room. Like in Rotterdam.
Witwit thinks it was super ad blocker that sniped him.
Oh, that's who it was. Yeah, it was super ad blocker.
Good job, Twit.
Why did he do that? What's it saying, DQ?
It says Trader Joe has joined. So it's up. It's on him now. He's free to join.
Maybe he just dropped because of his phone.
That's Tim, I'm pretty sure. Trader Joe.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. Well, all right. What we got left? We're running out of videos.
Well, we're running out of steam.
Yeah, we are, aren't we? It's a bit of a damp squib tonight. Where's the fucking hangout gone? Right, alright, hold on. You're gonna love this. Nearly there, guys. Hang on.
But if we're both standing outside, listen, don't play games. If we're both standing on my porch, don't cuss at me. When I cuss at you,
Whoa, Lewis.
Yo, what the fuck is wrong with you, Lewis? Shut the fuck up, Pete.
I don't like it when people accuse me of playing games. You ain't finna come on my panel and talk to nobody like that. Now eat a dick, fuck nigga. That's what you do. Eat a dick. You racist faggot. You think I didn't peep that? You started talking about Africa. Why is this racist faggot getting mad? Why
Well,
the racist
Lewis.
faggot getting he's no longer allowed on my panel because he showed his true colors.
Oh my God.
It ain't no fucking different point of view when you're talking about another fucking culture which you have no fucking idea of. You racist piece of shit. If you want to learn the culture, ask about the culture. But you ain't gonna come on my motherfucking panel disrespecting my motherfucking people. I love all people, but I'm black, motherfucker. And you gonna respect mine if I respect yours.
He's about to
Don't come in with
tear
that
up.
bullshit. Fuck ass, dick in a booty ass, racist ass, dick sucking ass, fuck nigga. See, that's the problem we have with a lot of these racist bitch ass motherfuckers. They come around and think they can talk to our motherfucking queens any way they fucking want to. You bitch, I'm gonna talk to you bitch ass, fuck ass niggas out there too. Cause y'all the motherfucking reason why they fucking think they can get away with this shit. Y'all niggas ain't y'all scary, man. Y'all some scary fuck boys. I knew his true colors was gonna come out. We ain't with that division shit around here, man. Don't bring that shit to this platform, please. I'm begging y'all, man.
Ah, dread. Sorry, I've lost it again. Hang on. There we go. It's back to us. So that was lovely Dread going mental at Lewis because apparently he was racist. Did you hear what he said that was racist?
I didn't catch all of it, but from what I saw, it was Lewis sticking to his guns on a topic that involved Africa made him a racist. So yeah, that's what I got from it anyway.
Steve's still here. Have you gone to sleep, Steve? Apparently, yes.
We're dropping off.
Yeah. Dropping like flies. Right, well I've got one more video and then we'll root out what Anthony Lyley's up to. Is he still streaming, do you know?
You know, I haven't looked in a minute. Was he on today? I had no idea.
Somebody
actually.
said he was on earlier.
I don't understand how anyone can take Anthony Riley seriously. I mean, his eyes are way too far apart. I mean, if no one else can see that, it's hidden in plain sight, guys. I mean, look, if this guy can't see parallax, well, no wonder. You know what I mean?
What you mean? Because his eyes are too far apart.
His eyes are way too far apart, dude. Come on, man. I mean, either that or one of his eyes has gone way too far out that it doesn't work. And obviously, you won't be able to see parallax. Fucking hell. It just doesn't work. I mean, these guys just don't know science, do they? Some of them, anyway. People that believe this guy. It's morons, man.
Motherfucking cockeyed! Fuck, nigga!
How many people do believe Riley? How many subscribers does he have?
Anthony Riley?
Yeah, I don't even know how many does he have.
Oh, I wonder. Probably about 1,000, maybe.
Really?
Where did he even come from? He
Did
just
he get
popped
more-
out of nowhere too.
After he showed himself in the hot tub?
I would assume that his ratings would have gone down after that. It was not a pleasant sight.
No, it wasn't.
Anthony Riley. I'm looking it up.
Right, I've saved the best till last. Are you ready?
Ready.
I love this.
Let's do it.
It's a few minutes long, this. You might want to go to full screen if you're in our audience. Where's it gone? I can do it now.
And that's basically it. I just didn't
I know,
have
but
the
I
heart
like
to
the
cut off the
music.
music because that music is just the shit.
Exactly, that's why I let it run.
It's very good, DK. You really captured the war.
Hey, thank you.
I think that's absolutely superb. It just sums it up. You know, this mad, frantic, lunatic battle for wrenches all the time. It's just
Man, that music, the only thing I got out of that was that that music was dank as fuck, man. That was a banging tune out there.
Thanks, man. Ludwig van.
Yeah, man. Ludwig van, banging tune, man. Sick DJ.
Yeah, dude, I love this shit.
I
You
noticed
got a new
there's
mixtape?
one of my comments in there that got deleted. I was PHB's late weed delivery.
I threw that one in for kicks. That was
Yeah.
funny.
That was good to see. Oh god.
I thought that video sucked dick.
Oh god.
Hi, Jamie.
Jamie Brown doesn't talk that fast.
Wait, is that Jamie?
No, that was fucking ad blocker again.
Ugh.
Really? Is this what he's gonna do?
I like Jamie
really?
Jamie Brown's a nice
wanker.
guy.
So some guy made a video calling me a bitch and saying I look like a Satanist because he used to have a wrench in math's room and then he didn't and then I did and then I timed him out for whining about the wrench over and over again. And so then he made a video and he went to my channel and he's like, and this bitch, she timed me out. And I used to have a wrench. And he's like, she looks like a Satanist and all this stupid shit. I was like, so I commented on his video. I was like, why are you whining about a wrench, dude?
I actually got one in IPS's once for a few seconds.
Was it an accident?
I went in on this avatar.
Oh, okay.
And of course the picture and the words Flat Earth in the name were enough. And I just said, can I have a wrench please, IPS? I think you're really great. which you know, who the fuck, I mean, no one would say that even if they thought that, would they? You know what I mean? That's like an 8-year-old would say, you know, to a pop star or something.
He called you a bitch because you are one.
Who are you
Satanist
talking to? Fucking idiot.
Thank you, Jamie.
What the
Jamie
hell?
Downs, everyone. Shout out Jamie
Jamie
Downs.
Brown sniping the hangout today. Everyone, let that.
What the hell's wrong with
No,
him,
what
dude?
idiot? Why is he doing that?
He's obviously had his Ritalin today because he can speak like as the speed of a normal human being.
But he's upset with Tim, I think, because Tim told him that he never made any arguments, which I don't think he ever has. Just sits over there with the ED guys.
He just sits there and jacks off to WWF.com.
And hentai porn.
Interrupting this hangout with silly little comments, but okay. Each to his own.
Does he have one of them pillows as well? You know what I'm talking about, right?
What?
Those hentai pillows. You know, the Japanese characters, cartoon character pillows that you hug. And
no idea what you're on about.
gyrates.
Does anybody know what he's on about?
Nah, it's just a weird example.
Hello Kitty.
Yeah, that kind of shit. You know?
That kind of shit.
Oh,
That kind of shit. Well, no, it's a little bit more than Hello Kitty, but we'll just stick with Hello Kitty for now, seeing as it's a family audience.
Adblocker is a tranny lover, Jed Skeptic says, and you know, Jed's right a lot of the time on a lot of stuff. Jed's
banging out that truth, man. He's banging out the truth.
I'm going to go with Jed on this one.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jed's a good guy.
Adblocker is a tranny lover.
Yeah.
He's probably mad we didn't talk about the Macho Man today. So maybe we should. Slim Jims are great, man. Fucking, I hope you had a lot of them. Bandanas. What else does the Macho Man like? Cool glasses. Hulk Hogan. I think they're pals.
Slim Jim.
It's not 1985 anymore.
Well said, CB. Adblocker said in response to my comment, he said, hang on, where's it gone?
No one cares.
I care. He said,
Okay.
like you ever make any arguments, you flat earth gem. Well, I've just completed a 2-hour documentary of arguments that you can go and watch on my channel. And when
Says
you've
the
done that,
blue pill faggot.
then you can criticise. You tranny lover, you. Anyway, let's talk amongst yourselves. I'll see what Lylie's up to.
All right. So, Cigar Face, how's your day been?
It's been good.
You said talk amongst yourselves.
Oh, hang
Come
on. I
on.
forgot to broadcast us, by the way. That was silly of me, wasn't it?
Well, they can hear it, so
I think they can hear it. I guess they can.
yeah, that's enough. I mean, what are you going to see?
There. Now you're there.
Some guy pretending to be Spider-Man stopping a train or something.
Right, you're supposed to be talking amongst yourselves.
Oh,
Amuse no dead air.
No dead air. All
Dead
right.
air is a crime.
Dead air is a crime. All right. So has anyone looked up in the sky lately?
Fucking.
Nah, that shit's
No,
fucking
mate. My eyes are squarely on the ground, mate. Looking at the ground all the time because the ground is exactly the same as the sky. It's flat.
I'm always
Only
looking at Flat Earth videos on YouTube.
I've just been chilling, you know.
Can we?
Just
I just
chilling.
want to check with the chat. Is Steve Anthony the most boring panelist you can have? Type 1 for yes.
Fuck off.
there are no other choices.
That's entrapment because everyone is going to say yes. It's just wrong.
Nobody has typed a single one yet.
Oh, that's good then. Oh, now people are going to start typing ones because they haven't heard and talked yet.
We've got 1-1 so far.
Oh. One's
Jed,
good, right?
Jed, do you want to come on? Wake the panel up.
I talk about the lick spittle.
No.
Jen.
You're not
Jen,
the most boring.
Oh, that's good then. Come on, Jed. Come on in. You can be the most boring
Jed's not coming.
panelist.
These people are truly sick.
He said he doesn't like you.
He doesn't like me.
Yeah, that's what he said.
Oh, well, I like you, Jed.
I just made that up.
Oh, okay. Well, all right. Well, that's just lying, man.
It's okay. It's the flat Earth community. Lying is allowed.
Lying is allowed. Okay. Okay. Well, that goes against my ethics. Because I don't lie at all, ever. I have never lied once.
Oh, Riley's devoted a whole hangout
on that hut, and there's none.
He's devoted a whole hangout to the bird's nest on the Lake Pontchartrain video.
Well, there's 2 of them. There's at least 3 of them on there.
We know they're fake.
We know they are fake because birds don't.
If he shaved his chest,
like
he'd
that.
have enough for fucking
Can
2
somebody
birds'
add
nests.
LK? I can't find him in Hangouts.
Yeah, let's add him in, man.
Oh yeah, add him in.
But he still can't see the curve.
LK makes great vids.
Oh, add Isa. Flat Earth Core.
And you know what?
I don't know,
he's
man.
Jed.
Tim Osmond's the only worthy one. We're not worthy of Isa.
Oh, man.
No, he's not. He's at Riley's.
Okay. Yeah. He can stay there.
You know what,
anyway,
dude?
so
All these fools that I met out here are like, they know what's up, and you're all my bros.
you're
Sorry,
all
that's a bad
bros. You know what's up? Yeah.
I've never really tried to do an impression of him.
You just need to get an acoustic guitar and just strum a few chords.
I could do that.
There you go.
Act like
Get
a
one.
Rasta.
Yeah.
Let me pull
Get
up
one of
some
them Rasta bags.
hipster quotes. I think I got it.
Yeah, go to like I don't know, Sports Direct or some like or Ross or something like that. Get some sporty looking clothes on. You know, Ross.
I got
We
it.
never see his face.
Is that how it goes?
Some shit like that.
Old school shit. They got a Ross out there
Yeah, they got a Ross everywhere.
in Great Britain.
No. TK Maxx is probably the closest thing.
TK Maxx?
Yeah.
It's TJ Maxx. Don't Mandela affect me, bro.
Oh wait, no. Actually, you have a point there. There's TJ Maxx in America, but it's called TK Maxx in the UK. So that's the closest thing I can compare it to. I mean, maybe there is something. I don't know. What is that? I don't know.
TJ Hooker.
TJ Hughes. There's actually a TJ Hughes.
Right, let's watch Riley and see how long it takes him to say something utterly stupid.
Okay.
Okay.
Should we play a drinking game or a bong hitting?
Yeah, it's a bong hit game.
That's how he's presenting himself to me personally. So I don't. It's not a subjective thing. A subjective thing would me being like, I don't like the way he sounds. I don't like the sound of his voice. I think he's the guy who's saying I'm a shill. So I'm just saying, okay, I'm going to take you seriously. I'm going to take you up on your self-professed dishonesty.
I agree. I've timed Ron Burgundy out because he refuses to accept the lack of evidence to prove that these photographs are real. Now, refusing to accept the evidence is dishonest. I mean, you're seeing that there is no evidence of the
we
bird
just
moving.
said something wrong.
You can't say that that's
press a
unfair.
buzzer or something.
The evidence that, where the guy has fucking filmed himself doing it, actually filmed himself filming, and then filmed himself uploading the film. I mean, what more could a person do to prove that they were actually
They can't do anything. It's all fake. Everything that they do is fake. It's just easier to just pass it off as fake. Just say it's fake.
Idiocy. Unbelievable. I cannot believe he's gone down this fucking idiotic road. I really can't.
Do you think? I think he's just pushing the boundaries. Really, he's seen other people kind of do similar, and now he's just
Pushing
going.
the
Well,
boundaries.
dude, if people, he's pushing the boundaries. Like some people have only gone so far and said it's fake and actually come up with evidence. But Anthony Riley just comes up, just says it's fake. He doesn't need evidence. He
didn't even do any research.
Didn't even do any evidence. He hasn't got any evidence. He hasn't got any particular things. He just says, "Look, this is fake," and then all he does is just shows this stupid fucking video with wireframe composite shit.
Well, one of his things
and then
was,
says, "Oh, look, it looks like this, so it's fake." Like, no, that's one of that.
How does the bird nest play into this? I've missed this.
They're trying to say that.
Yeah, sorry. Go ahead, DQ.
They're trying to say that it's computer generated. This front beam or whatever you would call it, this power line pole. It's a different shape and it's a completely different structure than the rest of them.
Who generated this image?
You're muffled.
Who, me?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
So the thing that soundly computer generated the image.
Right. Yeah. That's what they're saying.
Wow.
I know. I mean, and he's actually filmed himself filming it. He's actually made a video of himself making the video and uploading it. I mean, I just don't see what else you could do to prove it's real. But makes it really so ludicrous is that they've gone down this anomaly hunting route that they use on everything NASA, and this is a place on Earth. You can go there. Anyone can go there. There's nothing. It's not in the Antarctic even. You could just get on a plane and go. Or if he can't afford it, he could find some flat earther that's local. It already appears on a flat Earth video from somewhere, and get them to go and film it. And then he could see if the bird's nest is real and if the tower looks like it's supposed to look and all this totally baseless conjecture that he made. It's just mental.
It's garbage.
Where is this? Where is this bridge at?
Lake Pontchartrain.
Lake
Wait,
Poncho
wait.
Pete.
It has nothing to do with Poncho Pete. Nothing to do with Poncho Pete. Just a
I don't
pure
think he's even
coincidence.
spelt
That's
it
Lake
correctly,
Poncho
has he?
Pete. What state is that in?
I'm gonna find
I
out.
fucking forgot. Minnesota or some shit.
Oh yeah.
Missouri.
Which one?
It's in Louisiana.
Oh.
Ah, good old Louisville.
Which part of Louisiana?
The one that doesn't have as many
It's near New
G's.
Orleans. It's like to the northeast of New Orleans. Not west, sorry. Yeah, northwest of New Orleans.
So they're saying the beam is CGI, but the bird's nest is, what do you need? You need the bird's nest or you need the beam? I don't know. Like if
Well, the
somebody were to
whole
go there
beam
and
is
film.
CGI because supposedly that doesn't have any parallax, but what they don't take into consideration is that it's a completely different beam from the rest of the beams they're comparing it to, as well as the road that he's driving on kind of takes a turn, so you're not going to really see parallax because it goes away from the beam kind of parallel. If that makes sense.
And he only moves in the video. The comparison they're making is over. It's like something like 3 degrees. We measured it out the other night. I mean, it's a tiny, tiny amount. And their original claim about this was that there was no parallax whatsoever. They were very, very clear about this, and they said that what's his name, Nummy, said there's no parallax between this and this, between this and this, between this and this, and he pointed to several of the parallel, like the diagonals parallel, the verticals parallel, and he pointed to several of them and said they don't change at all. And I, just downloaded the video. Went into Soundly's Hangout straight afterwards. I just stuck it into After Effects and just measured them out with a bit of a solid graphic. Just laid it in the gap, and then compared the image from as he panned across, as it moved from one side of the frame to the other, and this very obvious parallax. The gaps between the beams are completely different. Between the vertical beams, it's less than half the size when the vertical beams are on the right of the picture compared to when they're on the left of the picture. But they've just judged it with their eye. They've not attempted to measure it at all, even though this Nummy guy is presenting himself as some sort of authority on photography and video. The other thing they said, one of the things they said was that the beam was sort of wobbly, and that was an anomaly. They said the colour of the ocean didn't look right. And in the video description, it says, video stabilised and colour corrected by YouTube. And then there's a link to the raw video. So but they didn't even bother to click the link that was provided for them or read the very first line of the description, which says it's been stabilised and colour corrected. Another one of his claims was that this bird's nest, I think they got footage of it. I think they got some video of it 2 years ago or something, and there was still a bird's nest there. And they're saying there couldn't possibly be a bird's nest there in that time. It would have been completely destroyed.
That's bullshit.
Well, yeah, because often birds nest in the same place every year, or they borrow each other's nests, or repair a disused nest. So, that's just bollocks. Trying to think of what else he said. There were all sorts of wild claims. Well, I mean, and Anthony shot this video of a line of detergent bottles on his kitchen table. And he claims this is evidence of how it doesn't look like that, and therefore it must be fake. But what he's done is he's just created a video which is an illustration of his confirmation bias. His model is not a model of Lake Pontchartrain. He's not, tried to scale it even in a very simplified way. What he's done is he's created a model in his of how it should look in his head, and then created a bit of video that matches his imagination. And then he said, because the real video doesn't match the video of his imagination, it must be fake. I mean, it's just so illogical, such idiotic, dishonest, intellectually dishonest nonsense.
But
Because
that's,
you would
the
never.
way they do it.
I'll shut up in a minute. I'm sorry, because you would never approach this. If this was an evidential problem, you would go there, or you would get someone who you trusted to go there and survey the thing for themselves. You wouldn't look at a piece of video and try and find anomalies in it that suggest this idiotic idea that it's CGI. I mean, the idea that you would completely create this scene in a 3D program, and then apparently this 3D program doesn't work quite properly because it isn't showing parallax as it should be. It's just illogical, just not even thought out, complete and utter nonsense. And anyone who supports this bullshit that Anthony Riley has spat out should be ashamed of themselves. I'll shut up now, sorry.
No worries.
Is
So
anyone
if you look
still
at
left?
Google Earth,
Sorry.
if you look at Google Earth and go to Street View, you can somewhat see the bird's nest.
Right.
Can you see my mouse? Probably not.
Yeah, let me present you actually. Present. Did that present? Oh.
So on the right,
Hang on.
I have.
Yeah, there. Now you presented.
Okay, I have Google Earth pulled up. This right-hand tower is not the one, but the second one behind it. You can see two bird nests. You can sort of make them out, but if you were to go visit this yourself, you can kind of get a better clue. But that second tower on this picture is the tower that Anthony is talking about. It does not show parallax. What he fails to... They're comparing it to the rest of the towers behind it, saying that it's supposed to be the same tower. So he's completely overlooked it and made a fool of himself, trying to make himself seem smart, in my opinion.
But the tower is those towers are at an angle. Aren't they? It kind of goes out and then does it kind of like a, what is that, like 15, 30 degree turn?
Yeah, let me come exit this shit so you can see. So it looks different on the screen, or up from the street view, obviously.
Jed Skeptic Media just said, when Anthony Riley said the pyramids were poured, I knew he was an idiot.
Yeah, I just read that too. What does that mean? They were poured. They had a big
They're
pyramid
like
mold.
cement cast, yeah. The fuck?
Has Anthony Riley ever been to the pyramids?
I don't know. Apparently, I was stunned to find that he went to university. Apparently.
Really? Community college?
I'm not really sure. Bored. Oh, that's hilarious. So has anyone left in the chat that actually supports Anthony Riley on this idiotic... do you know what? When I hear him say this stuff, I can't believe he actually believes that. I have to believe that he's doing it to get the views, or I just cannot believe he actually thinks that that video has been is CGI.
Yeah. He tried that thing as well. If you remember, a few weeks ago, we were in a hangout with him, and he tries to say that he's on the fence, and he obviously isn't. He said he was on the fence as to what the shape of the Earth is, but he obviously isn't on the fence with this kind of rhetoric that he's spouting.
Right. Does anyone have Al-K as a link? Because he's a cool guy, and I'd like to get him in here.
Yeah, I've been trying to find him.
Can we get his email, maybe? Has he got an email? Oops, probably shouldn't have done that, actually. Sorry, I've got about 1 million windows open. Timmy says no one on the fence wears I am a flat earther t-shirts. Are you coming back, Tim? Come back.
He's in the hot tub, dude.
Oh, right, okay. So where were we? Yeah, Anthony Riley, what a fucking idiot. Yeah, I mean, do you think he's doing it for views?
Yes.
Could we give him that?
It's easy to be right when you deny everything. That's the formula behind it all. It doesn't matter, you'll just deny it. Then he'll.
I think we should call Anthony Riley a liar.
Getting a video and some laundry detergent.
A liar, and he's disingenuous. He may be possibly be being disingenuous. And he's making outstanding claims.
But I mean, there's not really any money in it. What I mean, are people really that bothered about a bit of YouTube fame? Do you think?
It's not about fame. He's just lying.
I don't get it.
He's a liar.
Yeah, he's just lying. He's a piece of shit.
I wouldn't go that far. He's lying.
In a hot tub.
Shout out to Shroomy, by the way.
The DJ booth.
You're very quiet again, Dominique.
Oh, I'm sorry. I mumble. It's Sunday, so it's mumble day, I guess.
So can I just say something real quick? I'd like to take this moment to shout out to Shroomy.
I would also like to take a moment to shout out to Shroomy.
Now that we have we have all taken this moment to shout out to Shroomy. We can carry on with the programming.
Awesome.
Yes, let's keep programming people.
Programming.
As required.
Programming them about bird nests and bridges and paved water.
All right,
that came out wrong, but it's not programming. Just carry on with the shit, dude.
Let's see what he's saying.
He drive? What distance did he cover? And then we can do the. Then we can literally.
We waz it onto. Oh, he's finished. Let me take a choice bit then.
First chat, I said, I pointed out that this bird throughout the entire length of this pass across these things. So this is sort of moving on from the claim of parallax between these things, and it's going back to an initial one of the initial claims that I had made about this, which has not been debunked. Hasn't really even had any kind of formal attempt at debunking even. A couple of people have sort of hand waved, but nobody's really made a coherent argument. And Yeah,
he's
what I
gonna
was
make
saying
a
is that
coherent
this
argument
bird
for the nest
does not
being
change
fake.
its angle.
Actually, let me just change that because Shin has claimed a victory. He's
This
claimed
is
to
really a
debunking this,
weave. Somebody
and
threw
he's
out the
claimed that
window
he
while
shows that the
driving
bird does
by.
rotate.
Shouldn't
Now,
they call the nest
you may
a
not be aware of
faggot?
it, but I'm aware of it because I've seen it on one of my comments. I'll be honest, I
Nests
haven't watched his
shouldn't
video,
look
but
like that.
I know that he's claiming a victory on this. But we're going to show that there's no victory to be claimed here. In fact, we're going to show that this is proof. This is an absolute proof again that these images are not real, that they are faked in some way.
Get your bird
He's
faggot.
saying that this bird rotates
That doesn't
throughout
work.
the video.
Yeah, he claims he's proved it, but we'll just prove now. I mean, literally, with regards to the parallax point, it's come down to the argument over pixels. And when you argue over pixels, you instantly start thinking about the sensor itself. Now, the P900 doesn't have a great sensor, which is the reason why you can even have the argument over pixels, because the sensor on a P900 is really shit, to be fair. For a decent camera, the sensor is crap. Which is the reason why we get these images that people then come down to the pixels, and at pixel level it starts becoming really ambiguous because you can't really tell. But on this occasion, on this particular instance, it's black and white.
We're talking about small angles, right? So if it needs to come down to
Definitely
pixels,
colour.
so be it. That's
okay. So if we're going to take this down to the pixels, the point is that we believe that this is a flat bird that's been put back into the image to make it look real, and we think that it's the actual bird that they've used on Google Maps. We think it's the same bird.
That's a dodo on the
Google
power
Earth.
line.
Now,
Wait,
really,
I don't think, okay, hold on. Just to clarify, that's not really actually what I think maybe you've just forgotten what I said in the
Oh,
first
hold
chat.
on. They haven't
I'm not
agreed
saying
on
that
the
the
bullshit.
bird comes from Google Maps. I think that the nest does, but I think that this bird is a separate element, and that is, given that what I think about that this image, how it was made, and that it's not genuine, that it's a sort of computer CGI image, that I think that this is just an added element that's separate. But I just want to say I brought this up in the.
It's just such idiocy. Because if you were gonna fake this, why would you do that? Why would you even bother putting a bird in there? Why? It's not. Nobody's gonna say, "Well, that's fake. There's no bird's nest." It's not like there's a bird's nest on every one, or, why? They're just this. This is what gets me with what it's not that they're. You don't even need to get to the is it CGI or whatever shit they're saying about it argument, because it's just illogical from the start. Illogical bollocks that no one would have any reason to do. It's idiotic. Just not thought out at all. I'm so cross about this. As you can maybe tell.
Of course, it's going to look fake to you when your whole world is framed that everything is fake.
Right.
So no wonder.
What was he going to do if there wasn't a bird's nest?
Say that there was no parallax.
Yeah, they've got other things. They reckon that the parallax
Say that the
isn't as
bushes
it should be, and this sort of nonsense.
Well, the whole thing would be CGI, though, right? If they were making it, if they modeled it in that other program, that means they must have just faked it. I don't know.
Right? Yeah, they've got
throwing out flatty thoughts.
Stanley went to a lot of work to fake these guys out. A lot of work. Then, you know what I mean?
Right. And I think if you were going to do this, you would. I should probably flip this back to the Hangout. You could just manipulate the video. You could take a piece of video of these, apparently in a straight line, as I suppose they would be on their flat Earth, and you could just distort the video. You wouldn't need to recreate the entire scene in a 3D program, including a fucking bird in a nest. What fucking deluded fucking idiot nonsense is that?
Imagine how hard that would be to make in Blender or something. Jesus, be insane hours.
Right.
The hours don't even add up from when the video was produced. Doesn't the properties in the video should tell you that? It would take more hours to make that than to just shit it out.
Is this thing on?
I don't hear anything.
Yep.
Oh, welcome, LK.
Oh, it's
Hello.
LK. I thought it was Steve. What's up, LK? How are you, man?
How you doing?
Oh, pretty well, thank you.
Riley is a fucking twat, isn't he?
Yeah. Despicable.
What I mean, what
Oh,
do you
he's-
make of his motivations? Because I don't know.
Well, I mean, I did say in the chat, the views has definitely got something to do with it. I think when he did it initially, he realised when he's initially made that kind of claim and people flocked to his channel to bitch him and whatever, it caused a stir.
Right.
So I think he's realised, if I cause a bit of controversy, it'll get me a bunch of views and keep my channel relevant. You know what I mean? That's just my opinion.
Well, yeah. I mean, because I just find it hard to believe that a sane human being, and I think he is a sane human being, that would attempt to make the argument that he's making. I
Sorry,
have
but
to
what
think that
fucking
there's some.
definition of sane are you using?
Yeah, well, I have to think there's an ulterior motive somewhere, but I can't see the ulterior motive. I just don't. Is YouTube fame that big a motivator for some people?
Oh well, I mean, come on, you're looking at Flat Earth, right? I mean, you're fucking, you're more entrenched in this stuff than I am, but you've seen what they're like. They all think that they're hosting a show. They're not just people talking to each other on the internet.
Right.
I mean, fucking look at Riley. He changed his background and put his microphone up as if he was in a radio station because
Right.
Nathan Oakley told him to make himself look better on camera.
Right. And he was sort of doing a sort of poor man's Patricia Steer, because she's got a lot of sort of music memorabilia around her, behind her. You know what I mean? So I think that's what he was trying to do. He was very proud of that. When he first set it up.
I mean, I don't think there's not a lot you can do to improve your image when you sit stuffing your fucking fat face with fucking salad cream and lying out in a fucking hot tub and shit. Jesus.
We should talk at length, really, I think, about the distance between his eyes. I think this is an important factor in his line of evidence.
Let's get out a picture.
I don't know.
Find out what the exact measurement of the distance between his eyes are.
Maybe there's just some kind of lag because everything has to send the signals down to his fucking arse first.
So you've been tangling with Dell a bit, haven't you, Al?
Well, he came and commented on my channel because I did the Soundly vid. The usual shit from Dell. Oh, you're deleted and all that crap.
Yeah.
And so I made my very first sock account to go and speak on his channel because I don't have sock accounts despite what Dell might think. And so I made a really obvious sock account. I don't know if you've seen it kicking about, but it's called my big hairy Scottish sock account.
Oh yeah, I've seen that one. Yeah.
It was brilliant. Do you know what I like about it? I found the perfect icon. See if you look at the icon, it's a wee hairy Scottish guy, and he's actually it's a puppet, but the puppet is holding a sock puppet. It's fucking fantastic. But anyway, I went over there and kind of made my comments about his supposed when he made that fucking hangout with Gav and who was it? Orbic Fudpucker and who else was it? Fuck, I've forgotten. Oh, that the guy Marty that Jed did the video for.
Right.
That if he does these fucking things where he announces himself, doesn't he? He has to go, oh, look, everybody, I'm going to talk about this thing. It's going to be brilliant. You know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah, and then he does fuck all. They all just sit, literally, as I say to them, they just sit blowing smoke up each other's arses for an hour and a half.
Do you know what? I'm so glad you said that because, I watched it and I thought, whoa, this is interesting because it's like, I think it's probably the first time he's addressed an argument directly, and I thought, oh, this will be good, and that I think I can't always rely on myself to have got a fair impression of some of the hangouts I watch. When it's people I really vehemently disagree with, and
I
that was
think that
definitely
Banner's
the
summary
impression
was
I got,
accurate.
that he said basically fuck all. He sniggered a few times.
Exactly. That is exactly what
And
happened. Just
handed it
fucking
over,
laughed like stupid
to
wee.
Gavin, and Gavin's argument seemed to be, we have spherical vision because we can see roughly the same amount in each direction. So we have spherical vision, therefore we're seeing spheres when they aren't spheres.
Gav seems to think that he can, ironically employ the ultimate in fucking sophistry and redefine everything so that they can use it for flat Earth. You know what I mean? And in fact, all this shit with these guys cracks me up because, everything is pure hypocrisy. They say, "Oh, don't read books and don't, appeal to the authority, and all this kind of stuff." And all they ever do is fucking defer to Gav's supposed authority because he's got this so-called fucking degree, which he shows no sign of having. I mean, he might have somehow done it. I don't know, maybe won a competition and fucking Blue Peter or something, but whatever the case, nothing he says is ever about physics. You know what I mean? It's never about science and physics. It's always pseudo-philosophical bullshit that guy comes up with.
Right.
And he's just like Dell. He repeats himself ad fucking nauseum,
Yeah,
it's the same shit.
He was going we need to agree on our terms
axioms.
first. We're talking past each other. And
We've got to agree on first principles. That's his fucking favourite line. And it's just the same shit over and over again. And it's not even his, and this is the other part of it, the hypocrisy. It's not even his own fucking thoughts. They're sitting saying, think for yourself and use your own senses, and all he's doing is fucking repeating Thomas Reid stuff.
Right.
The Scottish philosopher or whatever it is that they found and think he's some kind of fucking guru to, go back to. So, don't listen to scientists, don't read books, and don't take information from the last so many 100 years. Do it all yourself. Oh, well, apart from this book from 100 years ago by some other guy, let him tell you how to think. What a bunch of fucking stupidity, man. It's just ridiculous.
And he holds Eric Dubay, of course, in very high regard.
I know.
And Eric
you're
Dubay,
right there, actually. That's a good point, because that was one of the things. You remember that hangout? Sorry for interrupting you there. You remember the one when they first got Dubay onto the panel?
Right.
And you noticed that every single one of them, Ali included, who I believe he's in the chat now, they all said the same thing to Dubay. Oh, you were the first one. You got me into this right at the beginning, and blah, blah, blah. Every single fucking one of them said it. Yeah.
Yeah, and he, I was going to say, Dubay's entire output on Flat Earth is just stuff he got from Robotham. It's just Robotham quoted,
Exactly. So and obviously we all know they audit. I mean, that's all you ever see. They just parrot all that shit over and over and over again.
Right.
Water always finds its level and all that shit.
Yeah.
It's just it's total nonsense. And I think, as I said the last time as well, when you hear people at Dell talking about NASA and Neil deGrasse Tyson, it's a great big fucking alarm bell telling you that, for a fact that this guy isn't, thinking his own thoughts at all. He is just going straight on to fucking YouTube,
right,
and repeating what he's finding on the internet. It's got nothing to do with what he actually thought for himself,
Because there have to be more relevant issues for a guy, living in Paisley than, the American tax spend on NASA. I mean.
You know what? See the way that Dell lives his life it's none of my fucking business, right?
Right.
But the impression that I get from various things that have been said is that he isn't working, and even if he was working, I'm not up to speed in all this stuff. But yourself, you get what is it, like family tax credit or some shit like that? I don't know if that's still going. So even when you're making your own money. You're getting some kind of supplement or handout or what you want to call it from the government.
Right.
You know what I mean? And he lives, he wants to complain about life all the time whenever he's on his show, and yet all he does, when he's one of these people, I think when he doesn't appreciate what he does have, or at least know from what you see on the show. Maybe he's a completely different guy outside his shed, but,
Yeah. I do.
what he
Do you know what? I
presents on
do
screen.
sense a bit of that. To be fair to him, but occasionally his missus sort of sticks her head round the door or whatever, and you'll just see him turn to her, and he always seems like he's, just the
He's
way
happy
he
and
speaks to
smiling,
it,
and
the
he
sort of
starts,
the
as soon as
aggression
she's
is gone.
It's like anytime somebody, the kid comes in, it's like, hey, the wife comes in, oh, thanks very much for that. One of his mates pops in, oh, aye, laughy jokey, straight back to the camera.
Yeah.
Fuck you.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Yeah, yeah. It's. Did you
But
see
like I
his
said,
his entanglement with Antonio?
I thought it was hilarious.
Oh, it was
man.
epic, wasn't it? It was just wonderful.
Well, this is what the thing. Like if you go back to remember when I commented to you when you agreed to meet him,
Right. Yeah.
That's all. To me, Dell's always playing this fucking game where he wants to try and get people to do. Everything's got to be his way.
Yeah.
He's he's got a total ego when it comes to stuff like that. He'll no go and accept somebody else's terms. And he just he's always like presenting himself that way. It's like, I'm the fucking man. You come and do what I say. You come on my show.
Yeah.
And all that shit. It's always damn me.
You've got to prove the globe. He was
if-
even saying that about that meeting, which wasn't at all what I'd agreed to. But what I was saying to him was, come in a hangout. We have hangouts all the time. Come in one. Let's have a, we could just have a, chew it over, battle it out for a bit, and when we've done that a couple of times, then I'll come and meet you.
Well, I had to remind.
I can only imagine what it would be like if Dow came on this hangout right now.
Oh, it'd be awesome. It would be, the view count would go through the roof.
You don't need to imagine. You can tell you exactly how it would go. They'd be like, water's always level. Positive, negative is a system. End of fucking story. These are deluded religious freaks. Fuck you. That would be it. End of fucking story.
Yeah, that would be it.
Dylan's a nice man. He's misunderstood. He's a nice man.
No, he misunderstood the world. But I mean,
misunderstood.
He's always very demanding and very angry and it's like a big power thing, And so he does that a lot on his show, where he's getting at all this. Right, you fucking bastard! Oh, fuck you cunt! And when he gets people in to talk to him, he fucking talks over the top of them while pretending he has manners, and then boots them off so that they can't get their point across and stuff like that. I mean, I think the furthest back one I can remember, the first one I saw was the Atheist Rex, and then Brenda, and then there was a guy who I didn't catch this guy's name, but there was like a young American guy, and he was very, very polite, very knowledgeable, and he was just trying to have a discussion and very, very respectful. And
Lewis.
the same thing. No. The guy was going, could I, really nice. He's like, can I please just finish my sentence? Can I just explain? No, you can't. Fuck off. Like, come on. So he does all this aggressive shit, like constantly. Everybody knows he's really, really aggressive, and he's made physical threats, if you like, to several people, including Tim. Obviously, when he's like, what was it? I'd make you my bitch and all that shit.
Right.
And then he does the same with Antonio fucking Subarats.
Yeah.
And Subarats turns it round on him. I fucking despise Antonio Subarats. He's a disgusting guy.
Yeah. With Antonio, he demanded that Antonio, prove that he was a man. Otherwise, he would think that he was a woman, and therefore he wouldn't fight him. So, did you see that response that Del made?
Oh, is that what he did? Oh, that's a good way to get out of it. I like that.
To Antonio, and he was like, "You have to show everybody your, what does he call it? I don't know what he calls it, but you know what I'm talking about. Prove that he's a man on camera in front of everybody, and then he
Right.
would agree to fighting.
Oh, I love
And if he
that.
wouldn't do it, then he was going to send his wife to go bitch slap him. That's what he said. It's pretty funny.
But it's funny, right? But when you look at like what's really happening, that's the thing that you know that gets on my nerves. It's all this fucking posture and bullshit. You know, the guy's got two choices when he's dealing with this stuff. He can either actually be who he tries to pretend he is, and you know, speak to people and discuss the evidence and have, you know, these discussions that he claims he wants to have. He's out there. His most recent video, it was just uploaded a couple of hours ago, and I was kind of sitting listening to it on the side. You know, he's always telling people, I'm a science guy. Never talks about fucking science in any of his hangouts.
Right.
When somebody tries to bring out scientific facts, he shouts at them and tells them to fuck off. You know, he's telling the guy, oh, I'm a philosopher. Well, I mean, sitting around with a fucking, you know, an echo chamber of wankers who all just go, aye, that's right, aye, water's level, aye, you know, if they are out to get us. That's no fucking philosophy.
Right.
You know what I mean? You're no making. Know that I think that you know, at least knowing this day and age, I don't think philosophy is really going to be a major route to progress. It would obviously have been like centuries ago because there was a whole world to figure out.
Uh-huh.
But you know, these days philosophy is just it is people just sitting around talking shite for the most part. You know what I mean? You know, so and it's just it's a waste of fucking time. You know, it's a total contradiction. It's like, we must make progress. We must get it out there. We must do this, and you know, and blah blah blah. We've got to take action. And I'm just going to sit here for the next 4 hours waffling fucking shite again for the fucking 700th week of my life. I mean, it's fucking nonsense, man.
It's a philosophy based on like paranoia, and you know what I mean. So they always have to have it in persecution. So that's what the philosophy is based on. So they're always being persecuted. And they're always paranoid, and so it keeps recycling itself.
It's a very sick view of the world, I think. You have to be, you know, sort of, you know, I think your default position has to be one of mistrust to every other human being. You know, you might learn to trust some of them, but as a default, you distrust everyone, which seems that doesn't seem like a very human thing to do, you know.
It's no way to live.
Right.
You know, it's crazy. You know, there's a difference between being sensible and wary, if you like. You know, you'd be a moron if you just literally accepted and trusted every single person you met in your life, I guess. But you know, in general, you need to kind of take people at face value, and then maybe judge them as time goes on. And for the most part, most people you're going to meet are they're going to be okay with you. But to be so fucking entrenched in paranoia, and then I don't care what Dell. I mean, I know we said earlier maybe there is like the other side to him and all that, but there's no way the emotion you're seeing on that screen is completely fake, which is how he tries to play it. He gets himself all fucking riled up, and then after the fact he goes, aye, it doesn't bother me. It's like, he's full of shit. Nobody sits every week ranting and raving like a lunatic because they're no emotional about something,
Where do you think his activism might lead him, though? Because he I mean,
honestly, absolutely nowhere. Because what he's doing is he's defeating himself, even though he doesn't realise it. Because he doesn't adapt and change and take new information on or anything like that. So this sticking to his guns thing is the thing he thinks will make progress for him. But what it actually does is make him look completely off his fucking nut and completely close-minded. So when he goes and speaks to people, he's not making progress with them. He's only ever going to meet two types of people. People who, like me or other people like myself, will go, he's fucking mental and he doesn't know what he's talking about. Or the kind of people that are like no too clued up on this stuff, and they will be easily swayed by the argument, because that whole water is level, it makes sense at first. You know, if you take it just at face value, it actually makes sense as an argument. If you don't have a clue, you know, if you don't understand pretty basic stuff about the fact that forces are acting on everything and that fluid will behave according to the forces acting on it and all that shit. Most people don't think like that, I don't think. You know, so I think it's a persuasive argument for people who don't really, you know, think about all that stuff.
Right.
You know, so he's always going to, I mean, you can see it in these so-called street interviews. You know, there are people who will go, oh, really? Oh, I never thought about that. That's right. Oh, fucking it. You know, and they start getting all interested and curious, and you're like, no, you're just sitting there fucking face palming. You know what I mean? But
right.
You know, that's to me. That's what he's. You know, he's only going to ever get that. You know, he's going to get the kind of people who are like silly or at least not clued up enough. And at first they might show some interest, but if they aren't silly, they'll come in, they'll look around, and they'll see what we see and see all these fucking lunatics and see that actually the arguments don't fucking, you know, they just don't hold up to scrutiny.
Right.
Or you're just going to get the people who are just going to fucking, you know, just absolutely, you know, just ignore them straight away. Because I noticed, like, so when he had one, you know, he was talking to people in this video that he put up earlier. It was actually quite an interesting video in a way because he actually managed to find some people who were able to kind of shoot the shit with him at a reasonable level. You know what I mean?
Right.
But they weren't having it. You know, they were engaging with him, which was, I suppose, kind of good for him. But they weren't, you know, buying the whole flat Earth thing. You know what I mean?
Well, I think there are some sort of fundamental principles of flat Earth that I think flat earthers forget because they spend all their time with other flat earthers, and when they go out on the streets or try and proselytize to others, it doesn't really work. And there was a video out, I think last week, where there were some kids that had gone round and done some street interviews, some flat earther kids. And there were these adults who were sort of being nice to them, and they were saying, well, what about pictures from space? And they were going, the kids were going, oh, well, they're all fake. And they were going, well, wow, that's a pretty big conspiracy you've got there, lads. You know, and I think, you know, that kind of, you know, I thought that was very telling because, you know, flat earthers forget that in order for this to be true, all of space science has got to be fake. There can't be any spacecraft, no satellites. It's all of that has got to be off the table. And
it's crazy, isn't it?
And that is a big ask for most to be able to say to it, it's all fake. Every single picture is fake. Who is going to accept that apart from
it's nonsense, right? And again, right, the hypocrisy comes into play again with this shit because in order to get around that, because obviously it's one of the things that people say all the time, you know, oh, well, you know, everybody would need to be in it. And that's when you hear their fucking sophistry come back in again. Oh, well, I mean, you know, and no, everybody would need to be in it. I mean, I wasn't in it. I believed it, you know, but I still spread that information to my kids because I thought, you know, that kind of shit, you know, I was born into it. So, and, you know, they make it sound as if it's plausible because you know, there wasn't if you like an intention to deceive on his part because it was just what they were taught. Therefore the entire world and every single person who has ever done science and worked in this, you know, any field related to producing technology that goes into space exploration and anybody actually in the programs themselves is all just, you know, completely, you know, and on this big massive, like the biggest conspiracy there's ever been, and it's just fucking nonsense. It just would never happen,
right?
But it's always, that's the thing that you know, I don't know, I guess you can't really wrap your head around thinking that way if you don't think that way, but
right. I mean,
I think the thing that pisses me off is they're always looking for an excuse.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? They don't listen to any sensible thing. They always just, oh, no, wait a minute, I've got a way around that. I don't care how circuitous I have to make that fucking route, but I will fucking find a way around that, you know. It's crazy. Sorry,
I mean, another one would be, that you know, just the philosophy of, you know, you have to experience everything yourself, and You know, it's all has to be from what you've seen, from your personal experience, and you know everything else is secondary to that. And
again, it just doesn't apply to the real world at all. You would literally be sitting in a fucking cave, banging your head off a wall if that was the way you. It's just no. It's
every
completely
generation
impractical.
would
The
have to
human race
start
would
again.
never have developed. It's fucking insane. So and like you can just tell they don't think shit through when they say things like that. I mean, nothing that they know now they would know, as in nothing. Like they fucking wouldn't. Well, I don't know if some of them can, but they wouldn't know how to tie their shoelaces. They wouldn't know how to feed themselves. They would be fucking screwed. They wouldn't be able to put sentences together, and they wouldn't be able to use the internet. There wouldn't be a fucking internet. You know, I mean, just everything about it doesn't make sense. There would be no progress or development. But on top of that, there's then how does it work for the future, which is an obvious question. So let's say for some bizarre reason that Flat Earth was somehow the truth and that they were actually right about this big conspiracy and, they managed to smash the elite and now they've got their new world order. Then what? Right, well, it was fun while it lasted. But just forget everything you've seen and heard here. You're on your own. Go and fucking find out about it yourself.
Yeah.
It just doesn't make any fucking sense. It's crazy, man.
I think I was probably the first person to get on Dell's Hangout and tangle with him. I think I got on there before the others. But the person I thought that did the best was Miles Davis.
Well, I thought about him as soon as you said about that wanky philosophy because he did exactly what I would have done, and I'm sure most of us would have, and just turned it straight back around on him,
right?
And said to him, "Oh well, have you been to Everest?" Because that's the kind of shit I think whenever I hear that. I always think, "Well, have you been to Everest? Have you been to the Taj Mahal or whatever the fuck?" And
right, and his answer to that is, "Well, I can go there, and I can't go to space." But he just sort of dodges the. I mean, if he's a philosopher, he should be able to see the big problem with that is that, how does he know he can go to Everest? Somebody must have told him. And
the rules that apply to everybody else don't apply to me. It's a load of fucking shit. And it's always the way. There's always a get out clause.
Yeah.
You can catch Dell out on anything that he says.
Or another one of his favourites is it's not a debate. It's an objective reality.
It's a discussion, which again is him being a sophist. That's a load of shit.
Welcome back, Timmy. I'm glad you made it back.
What up?
What's up,
Al?
How you doing?
I love listening to you, man. You talk so much sense. You really do.
Right.
Thanks very much. I do get annoyed. I mean, Dell, he's like a kind. He pisses me off more because, as I've said before, because he is, local and as a country, we're a very scientific country, and it just fucking it's an embarrassment. You know what I mean? To have people like him and. Then there's a surprisingly large amount of Scottish people actually that have flocked around him.
I tell you what, I'll trade you Dell for Anthony Riley.
Fuck off. I mean,
I invited both of them actually, Anthony and Dell, but I doubt either of them will show.
No, right now Riley's like I would just kick him right in the bollocks if I saw him. Standing in front of me right now. This shit we sound is ridiculous.
Maybe we could trade them both with Tim for political hillbilly. You get Riley and Dal. We get hillbilly.
I really don't think that it's anything to worry about that they go on the street. Obviously, to us, I mean. My whole thing was, hey, dude, I can tell that you're real, and I'd like to tell you, some of the things that I know to be true, empirically.
Sorry, I'm laughing at Ali B. He would kick Al K's ass. The problem, Ali, is get nothing to do with whether people want to fight each other and whether they can fight each other. If you think the issue is about fucking physical violence, then you've already lost, you retard. Shut the fuck up.
Very true.
Sorry.
Does Ali not care for you or something?
I doubt it, since how he's one of Dell's minions or ex-minions or whatever he is, you know.
Yeah, he's beyond that. I mean, he's so beyond it. He believes in the moon landing, but doesn't, or he's
Yeah, I
still trying to
know.
fight for flat Earth.
Yeah, well, I did try to ask him that last time about, explain how it is that all the matter on the spherical moon is quite happily sticking all the way around it if there's no gravity. And he immediately changed the subject to gyroscopes and airplanes.
Yeah, Jim, why on the moon does it appear in most imagery to be like literally that they're on a giant beach ball? I mean, it does look quite curvature.
Right. Well, I mean, it is smaller, and the horizon on the moon is about a mile away at 6 feet. You know, where it's like 3.1 miles on Earth. It's about a mile away, and yeah. So astronauts actually reported feeling disconcerted by the distance to the horizon. It's quite confusing and difficult to get used to. So I guess that is just a product of it being a much smaller body.
Well, just speaking of that, actually, I know I said it in comments, but that was an excellent video. It was very well done.
Oh,
it was
thank you
really
very much.
interesting. I enjoyed it. It was good to, as I said, I really liked the fact there was a lot of interesting corroborating evidence in there, which I wasn't really aware of. But then I never really kind of looked into the moon conspiracy thing,
right?
Moon hoax. But what I will say is I find it. It's one of the go-to things in it. It's like, oh, do you believe in flat Earth and all this shit or whatever? And when you get into that conversation, if you have some kind of answer back, or say you don't, especially if you say, well, we've got pictures of Earth. Well, did you believe the moon landing was a hoax? As if that, that just answers all the questions. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
If you think that was a hoax, then the Earth can't be round. Well, one thing's not got anything to do with the other. They could still affect that, and it wouldn't fucking change anything about the physical shape of the Earth. But it's more funny to me because obviously people don't know who they are and who each other are and what their history is and stuff like that. But years ago, I got myself in shit for asking that question on a different social media site. I put it up. It was a community I was in,
right?
And it was something I'd seen. I can't remember what it was, and it kind of reminded me of that. That whole moon hoax question. So, for a topic of interest, I put it up. And I was like, right, what do you think about the moon landings? And there's a lot of good evidence to say it was hoaxed and blah, blah, blah. Oh, the amount of fucking flack I take. And I was only asking. I just thought it would be interesting. And there was one guy, he just went fucking ape shit because he was friends with a radio astronomer and all this kind of stuff, and
right.
He had sort of first-hand evidence of them tracking the radio signals, and he was fucking raging. It was brilliant.
I think there's a few of us, who are of a certain age, who and I always admit this, straight out the gate, that I have a big emotional attachment to the moon landings. It's something I grew up with. It was, it excited me and inspired me as a child, and it made me really interested in science fiction and geeky stuff like that. And I read loads of science fiction books as a child, and was just into everything to do with space and planets and everything I could get my hands on, really. So
I like all that shit.
When people say, "Oh, it didn't happen," it just fucking really pisses me off.
I know what you mean.
But I wanted to make that video because I find with flat earthers, it's used as a sort of I say it's like one of their gateway conspiracies. It's they judge you with that. They say if you if you believe that, you'll believe anything. You're just a normie. You just believe everything the government tells you, sort of thing. So
that's it.
I wanted to be able to say, well, go and look for yourself, but I don't suppose many of them will. But it's nice to have it there.
Well, I think the thing with the moon landing thing is it the history of the time makes it easier for people to doubt it.
Right.
You know what I mean? So, you know, look at the reason why it was a space race with the commies and all that. You know, and
That's it. People,
all this shit. Werner von Braun and all this. I mean,
because
it
there have
really
been
does.
surveys that I think there was a recent survey where something like 62% of people, believed it to be a hoax, and I can understand that because you can see the motivation. You know, Kennedy had said they'd do it. Like you say, there was a space race going on. You know,
I think it was still. It's actually. I've actually know it's one of the least. If you just look at it at face value, I mean, I don't think it's necessarily. What's the word? Like totally illogical to say it may have been faked just
Right.
because of all that shit
Yeah.
surrounding it.
Yeah.
And you can understand why they maybe would have no completely fake, as in that was the way I always looked at it when I kind of thought about it. It could well be the case that they were obviously trying and they were obviously building the technology, but maybe they didn't make it when they said they did.
Right.
You know what I mean? Then they had to like fake parts it just to make it more convincing and sell the story that they had to sell to keep everybody happy and tell everybody to beat the Russians. Do you know what I mean? Like a half and half kind of thing.
Right.
I could sort of allow for something like that. But even then, obviously, when you start looking into it, more of this kind of stuff like you've put in your video, the detail just fucking drives all that shit into the ground.
That's
you know what
it.
I mean? There's just
the devil's in the detail, really, isn't it? That's the way I look at it. There's so much in there that you can verify with other things that you then have to. For me, I mean, it's not. I guess it's not quite a logical conclusion, but you do have to really, really question it when people think they're finding anomalies when they say, "Oh, the shadow's pointing the wrong way," or that. If they've gone to all this other trouble, would they have fucked that up? I guess they could have,
yeah.
but it seems less likely.
That's the thing, though. That's what these NASA shells do. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Still going on to this day with this sound leak hunt. Using
they
intentionally shit CGI.
They were making a big deal of that in that little clip I showed. The fact that in that last bit where, because he actually on his YouTube channel he calls himself, he says he's a shill or something, a paid shill, which he said, ironically because he's been called a shill so often, and now they're saying, well, I'm taking it at his word, he's a shill.
Really? It's just pathetic. I mean, they don't know, it's like double trouble in it because first of all, they're acting like they don't know they're getting the piss taken out of them because he's calling himself that.
Right.
Then they prove the whole reason for him doing it by fucking taking it seriously. What? They just don't think anything through. I don't think it's crazy, man. And I know, just my pet hate with all that shit. We're critical thinkers. The least critical people I think I've ever fucking experienced in my life. You know what I mean? Outside racists and homophobes and things like that. People who just like immediately judge people because they're not like them. Putting that kind of shit aside. It's more frustrating to me because they claim to be otherwise, and the whole kind of arrogance they've got about it. If like say for example, probably, you had all that shit with Laurie Gale, and then she's went away for a wee bit and then come back and stuff like that. Now, I obviously don't think the Earth is flat. In fact, happy to say I know the Earth isn't flat, but I don't understand the whole I think the Earth is flat thing. Why somebody would think that. I don't really support that, but at the same time, I don't have a problem with somebody who doesn't know and wants to ask some questions. It's perfectly fine. It's normal, and it's obviously you're free to ask. There's nothing wrong with that.
Right.
But it's the right attitude to have to just kind of be like somewhere in between and kind of go, well, I think maybe this, and I want to look into it. That there's nothing wrong with that, but. It's the majority of these people that are in this scene that they've all decided, and they all think they know better than fucking everybody else. They never come at it with any humility at all. And they never ever criticize themselves or each other about an issue with something that they're saying. I think there's one actually. See on he was getting called a sock puppet, but it's hard to say. I think probably not. But there was actually a guy on Dell's Soundly Ponchar Train thread that was saying he was a flat earther, but he was getting pissed off with other flat earthers because they weren't accepting the reality of the stratified atmosphere. The fact that it obviously decreases gradually and goes into a vacuum.
Right.
He was actually, saying, well, that's obviously, that's true and you shouldn't deny it, sort of thing. And he was getting pissed off. And for that, he was getting called a shill and a sock puppet and everything. That's the way it should be. I mean, if they're saying, oh, we want to think critically and scientifically and blah, 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 well, then you should actually be that way. And that means being objective. That's all the fucking buzzwords that we use: objectivity, critical thinking. We use, what is it, direct realism and all this kind of stuff. We've got all these things that they say means that they are more scientific and more objective and less, they don't just let other people tell them what to think and all this kind of shit. So they make themselves, put themselves up on this big philosophical and scientific pedestal, if you like, and then show the complete opposite traits. They don't actually criticize anything. They don't critically analyze anything. They just look for the answer they want. And if somebody says the most ridiculous, most retarded fucking thing, no matter how bad it is, if they say this supports flat Earth, everybody else jumps on board and goes, yay! You know what I mean? It's just fucking ridiculous, man. It's a terrible attitude to have. Even if you're wrong, you know what I mean? That's the bit I would respect if they actually did it, was if they were being genuine. If they were just genuinely saying, like, oh, fucking hell, I think the Earth is flat. Let's genuinely find out what the story is and look at all the evidence objectively, and they really were objective. I would be more than happy with that, but they just don't, they're just a bunch of arrogant wankers, basically, who just keep repeating shit. And, that's what pisses me off. Sorry, rant over.
That's why I really, for me, I feel that the argument is over. For me, it is. There's nothing you can say or do. When there's, when a guy's gone to all that trouble that Soundly's gone to, and the idiots come up with the bullshit that they're coming up with in response to it, we shouldn't give them the time of day, really.
No, not in
terms of a debate.
It is the perfect example of what I was bitching about there. It's just straight up denial.
Right.
They're not interested in the truth at all. They're not even entertaining it, again, in an objective way. Nobody's looking at that and going, oh, this is actually really amazing. This is interesting. We should look into that. No, it's like, fuck off. That's not a fucking curve. Get that to... Do you know what I mean? They've got no intention of entertaining it and critically analysing it. And there was a guy, Thodal 2000, I think he calls himself, and he had made some comment on thanks, Steve. He'd made some comment on Dell's thread, where fuck off, Ali, you wee fud. Sorry, I'm getting distracted. What was I going to say? He was like talking about that Ponchar train photograph, and he says, that isn't caused by Earth's curvature. There's another reason for that. I don't know what it is,
right.
but it can be Earth's curvature. So that first sentence, you're like, oh, fuck off, right? And then he said, what was it? The way he worded it wasn't he didn't say it very well, but he says a sphere is constant curvature. That those pylons or whatever are only constant curvature, and you're like, what? So I kind of said to him, all right, so you're just going to deny it like out of hand, you know what I mean? That's really objective and whatever. And then when he kind of come back and sort of clarified what he was saying, his objection was that obviously the curve as you look at it, as it obviously when you get it to the horizon point, it's the change in angle is going to be more severe. You know what I mean? So what he's saying is a sphere is equally curved all around, but when you look at these pylons disappearing into the distance, the curve starts to become more exaggerated, which proves that it can be following a spherical shape.
Right.
And you're like, really? You know what I mean? It's like, first of all, you know, you've obviously got perspective at work, which, you know, partially alters what your eye thinks it can see, because obviously it's curving away from you and sort of downward, but because of the law of perspective, the lower half of that's going to make it look like it's coming up. So there's like a trick of the eye going on there, and then there's obviously the fact that, you know, if it's following the sphere, it's two things are happening to the pylons. One is every single one is going to be very slightly leaning away from the other. So obviously over a distance, there's going to be a difference in, you know, the ones furthest away to the ones closest to you. And then of course, once it's, you know, over your horizon, that means that they're going to start sinking below the horizon slowly. So you've got a couple of factors that are basically guaranteeing that the last few are going to be disappearing at a higher rate, if you like, or curving away at a higher rate than the ones that are nearest to you. I mean, it's just like common sense. That combined with the fact that Soundly's looking at them, you know, at an oblique angle, and he's very highly zoomed in. So you've got, you know, miles and miles worth of these pylons all compressed into a tiny wee area. And of course, where are the most of them? At the furthest point. I mean, every way you look at it, there's every reason for it to be exactly what he says is the proof there is any curvature. You know what I mean?
And Cara made a 3D model of it in
That's
Unity,
right, aye.
where she made it to scale, and it looks almost exactly the same. So.
Aye, exactly. I mean, the model proves that. You know, that's one of the big objections in it. These people are like, "Oh, if that was the curve, we'd be living on a fucking basketball," and you know, all that shit. But that's, you know, it's exactly what we're talking about. They just don't look into it. They just immediately deny it. They, you know, I understand. I can get that. You know, your initial reaction, I would get that and say, "Oh fuck, that's a bit of a severe curve." But don't just, you know, wipe it. You know, don't just forget about it and fucking, you know, you actually examine it and go and find it. Well, is there a reason why it would look that way? And at the very minimum, that what's happening with the camera would explain why it looks as severe as it does. I mean, that one fact is something that none of them that I've seen have actually really dealt with. Is, you know, how the camera compresses everything into a short space. So, you know, if they were really there and they were looking at that curved area with their eye, it would look different. And if obviously, depending on what angle they're looking at it, it would look different. But looking at it side on like that with the camera zoomed in, you know, as I say, it's like, you know, it's a shallow curve, but it's really, really exaggerated looking in the image because of the way it's all compressed up. And that's a fairly easy thing to find out for yourself, but they don't even done that. You know, they haven't even looked into, like, well, why does it look so severe to me? They just like, no, it's severe. And that's it, end of story. It doesn't.
Oh, we'd be living on a basketball if this was true.
That kind of raises the question as well. Is like, they can't seem to agree on what size the curve ought to be. You know, so with something like that, they're complaining, oh, it's too small. You know, it's far too small. And yet, their main complaint is if it was curved, you'd be able to see it. So, which, you know what I mean? Which way round is it? You know, they're trying to say, oh, you know, we should be able to see this curve. You know, like we should be able to just look out to the horizon. It should be fucking, it should be curving left to right, which is one of the ones that really fucking annoys me, right? You know, but they really think that for some bizarre fucking reason. So this is one of their arguments is that it should be visible over a space of a few miles if it was really curved, and then they see a photograph like Lake Pontchartrain and say, "Oh no, it can't be that curved."
Right.
You know, it just it's always the same. Just back and forward, back and forward. They really do. I mean, that's the thing. They just say whatever they want to say, and they're in complete fucking denial. And as I said a minute ago, that would be, you know, it'd be fine to be questioning. That's something you can obviously, you can't suppress somebody's right to ask questions. You know what I mean?
Right.
But and you can't expect everybody to know everything. I mean, I know we don't know everything. I don't mean it that way. I just mean obviously what little bits of shit that we know, most or a lot of people don't know. So, there's every good reason why your average person in the street isn't going to know these wee basic things that kind of point you in the direction of,
I heard Authentic Intent. One of his approaches the other day was, can you, and this is to random joggers who are running past him. Can you give me evidence can you show me some evidence that we landed on the moon? Well, no, because they're out jogging. What the fuck are you talking about? I mean,
it's all about this fucking trick that they play with language and expectation.
Yeah.
Unfortunately for us, fuck it. I mean, as much as we slag off these guys, obviously we're being stupid enough to waste time on it. So, hands up to being retarded enough to do that.
And real quick about that authentic intent thing, I noticed that he had these 3 things on his sign, and I noticed how he was going up to people. And basically on ISIS, when he came on, I asked him, I was like, "Hey, you got that technique from IPS?" And he's like, well, I'm gonna, take advice from all kinds of people. So I knew it because it was like very simple. It was on a sign. It was like 3 different things that are very provocative. And his approach, I was like, oh, this is the work of IPS. And he admitted it, man. It was funny. So he's actively trying to get people to do this better, and I really don't know what they think the outcome is going to be. I truly don't, because like I've said before, I've tried to make the point. You go and speak to laymen on the street about anything, how transmission works, or how a tree grows, or something, just very specific. They're probably not going to know.
Right.
Yeah.
But if you want to get your point across, you should go up to people in the field and be like, hey, man, look at this cup of water, dude. Look at this. See how the water's flat? The Earth's flat. Fucking idiot. I mean, see how that rolls with people like that, and just say, hey, dude, all of NASA imagery is fake. Just go fuck yourself. I mean, I'm just asserting it, okay? It's a complete supposition, and I have no corroborating evidence, but I'm just going to go ahead and do that. And so that might work on the layman in the street that probably just wants to walk away at the end of the day. But their approach is it's ridiculous. It's not going to get anywhere.
I was saying earlier, there was, Dell had put up some of his interviews that he did the other day, and he actually spoke to some interesting people, which was kind of cool. But even, they were they weren't having it, they weren't taking any on board, but they were having a good discussion about it, if you like. And there was one guy, he was pretty adamant that, the Earth was a sphere and blah, blah, blah. And then he got caught out with I think it was the photographs from space thing. He's like, you realise they're all composites and there's no actual photo, that kind of, and he went, really, is that a fact? And he went, yes. And he went, oh, it really kind of put him off guard, you know what I mean? And you think it doesn't take much, when you've got something like a piece of information that you don't have the knowledge on. It's easy for somebody to catch you out.
Right.
And we're all, anybody can be caught out with that. It just depends on the subject. So, as FUDs at the moment, we're happy to talk about shit like the shape of the Earth and the physics of water or whatever the fuck. There's going to be something you haven't got a clue about, and if somebody that knew, then and they told you something about it, you'd probably go, oh really? That's interesting. And they could just be talking complete shit.
I think with Authentic Intent now, I don't know what you think, Tim, but he seems like a good candidate for, I don't know, getting shot or punched. Or,
a nasty wee guy, isn't he? I don't like him.
I could just imagine some burly American just slapping him one, you know.
Well, the thing is, he's got a really shitty attitude towards people.
Right.
You know, he's out there harassing them in the street, and again, it's shut at you. Dell, you know, how he does it, I don't know. Maybe it does come back to what we were talking about earlier, Jen. But you know, he sits in his shed and goes fucking insane, and then he's out in the street and he's like, "Hello, I'm Mr. Nice Guy. Please talk to me." And he manages to keep a cool head all the way through it and all that kind of stuff. You know, and that's the right way to be. You know, I say I don't support this going out in the street and talking to people because it's fucking bullshit. And you know, it's to me the danger side of it is that you're spreading just sheer ignorance to the wrong people, because it only takes, you know, if you get people on your side and then they spread that to their kids and stuff like that, you know, that's what I hate. It's the idea that the information's going to spread when it should never spread because it's complete shit.
They're doing it in their own area. So basically, after and if they ever do figure it out that the Earth is a sphere, they pretty much have to live in that area where everyone, you know, I mean, think of Authentic Intent, how many people he sees in that park. I mean, the kid would probably never go in that park ever again because he's the idiot. I mean, you know, I mean, and you can see a total slant with religion with him too.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah.
But you know, his attitude sucks. You know, as I was saying, so I did kind of, you know, I did digress, but you know, Dell, for all his faults, obviously is handling people right when he's out in the street, and he, you know, he doesn't portray himself the way he does when he's in his shed, which, you know, probably comes back to bite him on the ass. So he probably doesn't seem to think about that because he's out handing out cards for his channel. And so he's like, oh, you know, I'm a nice guy. Talk to me. That was nice. Had a nice wee philosophical discussion with you here. Have my card. And they're like, oh, nice. And then they're going to come to his hangouts and see this fucking lunatic sitting going, fuck you, you cunt. You know what I mean? So I don't think that's going to work out too well. But with Authentic Intent, he does it live on the street. As soon as, you know, when people are like, nah, you're talking shit, he's like, yeah, well, fucking listen to me, right? I'm telling you, and well, you're just going to have a shit life because you don't believe the same as me. And he starts getting all fucking arsey with people. And when, you know, and as we both know, you know, when it really, you know, when he does anything better, he fucking, you know, retreats back to, oh, I've got CF, pity me. You know, I could have died when I was 10 years old, but I'm still alive, and blah, blah, blah. And yet it's just, he totally tries to divert away from the fact that he's just talking complete shit. You know what I mean? And it's horrible. It's just a nasty way to be. It's really, really dishonest. And, you know, I think that if you're standing there telling people, you know, you're approaching people in the street and you're trying to tell them there are nasty, horrible, psychotic people who are ruling your world, and if you listen to me, it can be a better world. And if you don't listen to him for 30 seconds, he turns on you. What does that fucking tell you? You know what I mean? Your message is fucked.
Yeah, you really logically break down everything in ways that I don't think about. That's interesting. It's and really they seem to want to do it, obviously, and they seem to push others to want to do it, but really there's no objective behind the actual initiation of going and doing it. Like, oh, we're going to spread the word. And, you know, I mean, it's been in the public consciousness. It's putting it simply. I mean, Shaq came out and said it.
Sorry, I need to interrupt you.
Go ahead.
Pissy Pete says I'm talking nonsense. Oh my god. I'm sorry.
Is it actually the real Pete Shea?
I think so. I don't know.
Yeah, you have to check around here. This is a fucking troll's nest.
But if it's fucking hilarious. And you know, is that an insult or is it the perfect compliment coming from Pissy Pete? You know what I mean?
Well, dude, he says it. He literally says it to himself. He says "Je suis dodo," and like everywhere in French, it means like you're asleep, and then in Urban Dictionary, it's like this is what I was like. He's calling himself a dodo. I was pretty sure people used to call each other like dodo heads when I was a kid. Oh, you're a dodo head. So that is an actual slang word for like idiot, like moron. So yeah, look it up. It's funny because he's just so asleep that he literally is putting "I'm an idiot" on his live streams. So.
Sorry, I mean, I totally interrupted what you were saying, so if you can remember what the fuck you were saying, then go ahead.
Oh, no worries.
Oh, man. I don't know, I think that's one of the weirder things about it as well, is just you do have a couple of little sort of diversions, don't you? You have little splinters of kind of different ways of thinking. Adele, I mean, I find it funny, you know, he really doesn't like it when people try to introduce religion into it.
Right.
He's really against that. You know, and
Well, I think it's funny that he says, "I don't believe in any of that. I don't believe in any religions, any of your gods." And then you look up like the actual term for what atheist means, and it's like, you know, disbelief in.
Oh well, hey, don't go there, mate. Don't go there. Because I used to have all these arguments with the religious people, and I never liked the term atheist, right? Because that is the whole problem with that word, is it only exists in the first place because there are theists. So it's a bullshit term. You know, it's no, you know, that's a kind of shitty ploy that the theists like to use. It's like, oh well, you know, you're just denying God. That's what atheist. No, that's not what it means. It means somebody who is not whatever you are. And as I say, the only reason that, you know, everybody's born atheist, and then you get fucking indoctrinated into whatever culture's God is at the time. But as a word, it's like, you know, a pointless word. And
you have a large group contingent of people that call themselves that, and really act as a group, usually pretty generically. And I understand where it's semantics at a certain point, but if someone's going to not only call themselves that, and then also have a definition that's pretty straightforward, then I'm going to use that word contextually.
I get what you're saying. It's just, you know, for me personally, it's one of these words that, you know, I wish it didn't exist. And when people try to use it that way, where they try and turn it around and make it out to be a faith-based word, you know, it's not really a faith-based word. It's more a case of.
Are you atheist?
Well, technically, yes. I'm not religious.
Okay, it sounds like you would be having an argumentation from like some kind of an agnostic point of view or something. No, yeah, I mean, if you're, it would be something else. It would be a different word, because we have words for everything, descriptors for everything.
But most atheists like to argue from an agnostic point of view, because if they try and argue from a sort of hard atheistic point of view, they then assume the burden of proof, because then they've got to prove there's no God. Whereas if you just argue from an agnostic point of view, you leave the burden of proof with
well, then why would you be an atheist knowing that it's faulty argumentation? That's why I would never call myself an atheist. It's just doesn't.
I don't think it's
comport.
faulty. I think it's just
disagree. You know, I don't really want to go into, you know, some big ridiculous discussion about it, but the reason I think all that stuff is bullshit is because you know, the whole concept of God is a human concept in the first place. You know what I mean? You think about the possibility of being gods because you're capable of thinking about there being gods.
All concepts,
you know,
are human, are they not?
Well, for us, obviously, you know, so that you know, but
so do you have something against that particular concept?
There's plenty of concepts you could have, and they mean nothing. You know what I mean? But that's treated as being a real thing that could be true. You know, you can theorize and philosophize about, you know, any old shit that you want, but most of it, you know, 99.999% of it, you'll recognize that you're just talking out your arse and thinking about shit that might be. Whereas with God, it's taken as a potential option for objective reality.
Well, what
You know what I mean?
what I could add to that is, how I see it is that I think, you have to be aware of your own desire to believe things like gods, and I think for many people, certainly in British culture, they have this idea in their mind of basically an afterlife, a heaven where all their previously dead relatives will be there waiting for them,
Yeah.
and their dog from when they were a kid, and it's a beautiful garden, and you get to see all these people again who've previously died, and nowhere does it say that in the Bible. That's not any sort of
No, I mean, as
Christian
far as
belief, but people
modern
believe it, and I
religious
think
belief,
people
it's-
believe it because it comforts them to believe that, and when I recognise in myself that is a comforting thought in some respects, that this lovely thing is waiting for me, when I feel myself being comforted by that thought, then I see it as a bit of a dangerous thought that is there because I want it to be, rather than because it
But I
reflects
don't
reality.
think
People
Go
don't
ahead,
want to
Tim.
face their mortality. That's the whole issue. I
It's,
mean,
it's natural. Everybody's going to have some kind of fear, and that's going to lead to other emotional responses. Essentially, to I don't think there's. I think that's just normal to try and seek some kind of help or salvation with your situation. If there's something, I don't think that's unusual. But the thing,
Welcome,
if I can try and kind of distill it down a wee bit of what I was trying to say is that, like, atheist to me, it's like, I don't know, it's like anoxia. If I was starved of oxygen, I wouldn't say I was denying myself oxygen. Do you know what I mean? It's just a word to describe the opposite of something else that does exist to me. And I never went through life going, "Oh, I'm a fucking atheist, right? I don't want to be like you." I mean, maybe for
so
some
you
people,
would say
it's
you would
just
describe it
just the
how?
way
In less words, how would you describe it then? What you believe?
what I'm saying is that it's not an option there. It's not a thought that enters into your head. It's like, it's just
You should have
no.
just made up a word and said, "Hey, I don't like the word atheist, even though I am one, and I'm just going to make up this word and implant it because I just don't like atheist.
Well,
I just don't like it."
Do you know what, Tim? They did exactly that. And
my
the word
point.
is lack theist, where you lack a belief in God, and
All right.
I mean,
some
this is what
atheists
the reason I
have
have a
been
problem
heavily
with words
critical of
is
other
because
atheists for
it's
using
been
that word.
attached. It's been attached to the other side of the spectrum. That's
Right.
what I'm saying.
But
So if it stood alone as its own thing in some way, but what they've done is they've hooked it over and attached it onto the entire sort of theism side of things and made it into
So
a faith-based
do you
thing.
lack knowledge of theism
So
though? That's the whole point. If you lack knowledge in theism, then you could be something else. But as somebody that basically disregards or disbelieves in any kind of theism, then you're basically termed an atheist.
Yes, but this is what I'm saying is that that is something that's more, I would say, a product of the way religious people want to view people who don't think the same way as them.
That's neither here nor there.
It's a
We're
label.
arguing
You know what I mean?
semantics.
It's a label for a group of people who don't accept people being the way they are. That's
But
what
if
I have
that
a problem
group wants to change their name and be fluid on their name changes, then they can do that.
But I think, Tim, a term that I heard used the first time by you was atheist troll, and I when the first time I heard that, I thought, well, that's a little offensive, and but in time I came to know exactly what you meant by that, and I think there is a sort of there's atheists and there's atheist trolls. There's YouTube atheists, and I think that maybe they're a slightly different animal, or they're sort of militant, sort of argumentative.
militant atheist. It's something that's grown up in the last so many years,
right?
And it so ties into one of the reasons why I have a problem with the label, right? Is because you get all these fucking, these groups of people that sit and fight for, years on end about all this stuff. And they throw the same shit at each other constantly. And if you are deemed an atheist, you're actually automatically associated with that type of atheist, the militant side of it and all that, and it's like,
right.
What's his name? Oh, Richard Dawkins is your fucking god and all this kind of stuff, you know what I mean? And I never even heard of Richard Dawkins until a fucking Christian started moaning about him. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Atheism.
It's a good term though, Tim.
You've got a group. You've got obviously a kind of hardcore group, if you like, and they may be very sort of actively atheist, but there's no it's no like religion in the sense that there's organization and there's fucking churches to go to and all that kind of stuff. But that's what's implied. That's what it's come to mean in the last decade.
Doesn't mean they congregate. They don't congregate and talk about their science and their Wikipedia searches.
Maybe they do. That's what I mean. So you've got that kind of. I don't know why. I mean, I might agree with a lot of the stuff they would have to say because of my position, but at the same time, I would never be seen dead going to meet another group, like a group of atheists to discuss atheist fucking philosophy.
Somebody did try an atheist church for a while, didn't they? Did you see that a couple of years ago? They were doing this.
Well, I think that can be applied also to some religious people. I think that there are some that are, say, Christian and they, read the Bible and take its word as truth or whatever, and don't go and do all of what, all the killing and pillaging and all the other stuff. So, I mean, it's kind of the perspective of the person that's making the judgment, in my opinion.
Well, I mean, if you're going to take, for example, the Bible and kind of use that as some kind of guide, then, if you need it, then fine. If in some way that makes you a better person and makes you behave better towards your fellow man or whatever, then fucking good on you. Me personally, I think it's sad if you need a book to tell you how to behave towards other people, but that's one side of it. But then you've got the other side of it, obviously the people that are very sort of fundamental about it and want to push it on to other people and all that kind of stuff. That's a different ball game, and they want it to inform everything. So it actually kind of comes back around to obviously to what we're talking about, the flat earth thing, there's a lot of people in the flat earth who associate the flat earth situation with their belief in the Bible.
Right.
And they can't just have an argument way about the shape of the earth. It's going to be, you're an atheist and you just don't believe in God and it's all, but it's fuck all to do with that, you know what I mean? So that, people like that, where they let it rule their lives, that's, to me, that's one of the biggest problems with it. I really can't stand all that shit and the hypocrisy, the contradictions that can come along with it, where they will really go out their way to force their ideals on you, and they're happy. You're just really happy to tell you that you're going to burn in hell for eternity and shit like that, which is like just the nastiest stuff.
Yeah, I've seen that.
That's supposed to be a religion of peace and love. God is love, but if you don't do what he tells you, he's going to fucking torture you for eternity. Thanks very much. Really feeling the love there. So all that shit, I can't go all that. It's just pish. But I tried to step away from all that shit. I did used to sit and have my big debates about and stuff. But I just don't.
Me too.
I don't waste my time.
I got.
So shut the fuck up, then.
I got very tired of it, and I kind of felt that I just didn't feel comfortable challenging people's belief in that way. It wasn't nice. It didn't feel polite, and
I don't.
Just got tired.
I could be quite aggressive.
I
can be very aggressive about it, but no, just for the sake of it. It's the same with the flat Earth thing, where if somebody's being genuine and if they're just wanting to talk and discuss stuff, or if they've got a question or something like that, just being normal, that's fine. But when when they're just so arrogant and nasty and saying, "Oh, we know everything," that's they're just being nasty in the first place. Well, I'm going to tell you to go fuck yourself. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And when you do that, when you react, when you say, "Oh, well, fuck you. Why should I treat you nicely because you're acting like an asshole in the first place?" They don't see that they're actually the one that's starting all that shit off by being an asshole in the first place. They just see you calling them an asshole. I mean, they don't recognize the fault in themselves when they're being very sort of arrogant and nasty with it.
Right.
And that's the thing. We religious people that are like that. If they are just going to push their ideas on you, and if you've got an opinion on something, they are going to determine your character because they've decided it should be some different way based on their faith. Not based on their own thoughts, but based on their faith and what they've been taught. Something they've read in a book has told them how to think about some situation. You don't feel the same way about that situation, so they're going to judge you and damn you. Well, I don't really have any respect for that at all. You know what I mean? But people that do this, judge you that way, as far as I'm concerned, they can go fuck themselves as well. So when I see certain aggressive behavior, if you like, and people making these really big sort of proclamations and judging people and stuff like that, then I'll get tore in and I'll give them shit. But at the same time, people, they could be like the most religious person I've ever met. If they're just a nice person, I've not got a fucking problem with that, And in the past, when I used to get into all these big debates and stuff like that, it was always very fair, So I would, on the one hand, I would be, just arguing like crazy with some fucking nutter, but on the other hand, I would be offering advice to somebody else who was, also very religious, but because they were actually just, nice and chatting and stuff like that, then, I was happy to help them out. I mean, I even actually helped somebody through a crisis of faith by giving them advice because it was something to do with they'd switched their religion and blah, blah, blah. And I kind of gave them some advice to help them figure out what they were going to do with themselves. And I don't have, you know what I mean? If the person's just trying to make themselves feel better and have a better life, I don't have a problem with that. So when they start judging other people and being assholes, then I've got a problem with that. You know what I mean?
I'm thinking of going to America and starting a religion with Tim. I think we could be very successful as preachers on the super church circuit.
I think. Well, you need to start off in where is it? Where is that guy? Is it Minnesota?
Yeah, I think so.
Authentic Intent.
Somewhere like that. Yeah.
I go. You should start there.
What you been up to, Louis? You been tangling with the flatties?
Is he there? Lewis doesn't get a good rep, does he?
I think he does all right.
I'm not. What I'm saying is, if you see what other people like, those, that's what they're saying about the, he just doesn't get a chance. He's managed to build that fucking reputation.
I don't think people are that nasty to him, really. I think, he's managed to stay cool.
Dredd called him racist. That's pretty nasty.
Yeah, you are a bit of a racist.
What I kind of missed that earlier, I just caught the tail end of it. So what actually happened to kick that fucking idiot?
She was doing the whole lot out of Africa shit,
Right, and what did Lewis do?
I don't think he agreed with it, or.
What did Lewis say? That was
probably evolution or something like that. That's where they tangled.
Where is Lewis? Why won't he talk to us?
I don't know. I thought he just unmuted.
He appeared, and then I think he was on the. I think I saw him on the chat for a minute. Anyway, somebody else has got to say something.
I was gonna say, like, my mom, she's like Catholic, and she raised me like Catholic. But I was always like never understood like why they want to have Jesus up on that cross bleeding and then eat his flesh. It just always bothered me. So I didn't stick with it as an adult. because I thought it was like cannibalism, and it was like.
Could you hear me? Or?
No, we
I can
couldn't.
hear you. Can hear you
Welcome
now,
back.
Oh, okay, Jesus. Yeah. We Ireland Von Vicious. He's in the chat here today. I mean, I think he should actually come in to the hangout. But he was. They were talking. We were talking about the dominance hierarchies that exist in the world and the power hierarchies that exist internationally and how they affect each other. And it was quite a sloppy conversation looking back on it, but it was progress considering what the conversations are normally like. And they brought up that they were starting to lose ground and didn't really have any legs to stand on, and so they asked Ireland Von Vicious if he even, the way they phrased it was, do you even know what Ubuntu is? And they did that because they harped on him using the word tribe to refer, like he was using it in a very loose, generalized sense to just refer to different groups of people acting in their own small interests. And he didn't, of course he didn't know what Ubuntu is, but it basically is just an African word for morality and the golden rule, and it's just morality. And so they're basically asking him, do you even know what morality is?
Ubuntu is actually more than that. Isn't that like, okay, so this is going to be conspiracy theory. So like they say Obama wasn't born to the guy they say he was born to, that he was born to a different guy, and that guy was the leader of this Ubuntu organization, and he's the one that had the woman who was the midwife who signed the birth certificate murdered out on the boat. This is all stuff I've don't know that much, but I think it's more than just like a word. It really is a thing.
Until a minute ago, I thought it was a version of Linux.
Ubuntu. I've heard that before, and I've heard it associated to Obama's, conspiracy real father. Because they say that it's a lie, that he's not American.
I'm skeptical. But when I looked the term up, it just meant morality, basically. And so I said, hey guys, that's a pretty low question. And then it steadily got into her aggressively telling me that about morality in Africa, which she gave the example of someone bringing aid over, apples or something, and telling all the kids, okay, whoever gets to the basket first gets the apples. Yeah. And instead of running up and trying to get the apples first, they all held hands and went up at the same time so that they could all get apples. And she was like, that's morality. Like, if one person doesn't eat, then nobody eats. And it's like, well, what if the person with aid didn't come and they had to get their own apples, and they were like, oh, well, they'll just farm the land and get food for themselves and pick it. That's because that's the way nature is and how God made it. And I said, then why isn't that working? And I was going to then bring up the policies like the 401b visa, which allows people from other countries to come to America, and other Western. Well, I'm sure other countries have different systems and policies in place for that, but at least in the United States, it's the 401b visa, and they can come, not be a citizen, get a Western education, and then go back to their countries. But a lot of the time, they don't want to. They want to stay because it's less work to start a new life in this place, because it's less work to make it as nice in their home. That it's less work to just start here than it would be to go home and create that there. So to a certain extent, like the brains of the world get sponged to other countries through policies like that, through taking advantage of people's natural interest. But I was never able to bring that point up because Sassy accused me of playing games, and so I said, I'm not fucking playing games, Sassy. And that was the first time I swore in the entire time. I was pretty much nice and cordial, I would say, the entire time, and that was the first time I swore, and it was the spark that started a explosion.
It was wonderful. It was so triggered. It was great. We could play it again. It's only a little clip. Hang on. I can do this quite easily now. He said, hang on, let me... I've said that. I don't know whether I can now. Hang on.
But if we're both standing outside, listen, don't play games. If we're both standing on my porch, don't cuss at me. When I cuss at you.
Whoa, Lewis.
Yo, what the fuck is wrong with you, Lewis? Shut the fuck up.
I don't like it when people accuse me of playing games. You ain't finna come on my panel and talk to nobody like that. Now eat a dick, fuck nigga. That's what you do. Eat a dick. You racist faggot. You think I didn't peep that? You started talking about Africa. Why is this racist faggot getting mad? Why the racist faggot get?
I'm happy that he was too consumed by emotion to play his music right then when I left.
Yeah.
He waited a good minute.
Which you have no fucking idea of. You racist piece of shit. If you want to learn
racist faggot isn't a very politically correct term. It kind of tries to be at the start and gives up.
I love all people, but I'm black, motherfucker. And you gonna respect mine if I respect yours.
So was it Sassy?
Don't come in with that bullshit.
Yeah, initially, and like they double down on everything they believe when it's a woman talking because, like, I don't know, they pretend like because she's a woman that means if anyone disagrees with her, they're everything that's wrong with the world. Because this woman is perfect in their eyes.
You know what? I've hardly even looked at their hangouts, and that was why I asked if it was Sassy, because if you could just it stands out as being a thing with them. It's like she's just some kind of fucking special queenly, you know, they all fucking bowed at her feet. That's what I kind of figured from there.
Well, she wasn't always on their hangouts. I remember like her slowly becoming more and more frequent on there, and for a while she just hung out in the chat and she would try and say things. I mean, I'm sure she actually agrees with them, but I always reserved, you know, a conspiracy in my mind that she's faking the whole thing and has some sort of other iron in the fire, some other mind game. I don't know that she'd be playing, but. Yeah, eventually, like, she systematically got involved with the people of influence in that small community, and I don't know. She's making power moves, is what I'm saying. It's very interesting to watch, if nothing else.
Yeah, I say I don't know much about it. It's just from what little I've been able to pick up, you can kind of see that you know, she's kind of held in high regard, and you know, I think it's probably more to do with the fact that she's quite mouthy. You know, she likes to kind of speak her mind, and she thinks she knows everything and all that kind of stuff. So
yeah, she fits the bill for what they're looking for, and yeah,
it's like she's like a leader, you know.
No, I think she's more of a distraction that will always say something. She's kind of like their ace. Like when people start making too much sense, Sassy will be confident enough to open her mouth.
I will. I mean, I say I have very little experience with it. I only even was really aware of Dread because like Tim and that were, you know, mentioning it, and you know, I did the bro thing, and then I one night a couple of weeks back I decided to check out Dreads just out of sheer curiosity, and I think I managed to say about 4 or 5 things in the chat, and then I asked why do people donate money to Dread, and within about 30 seconds that was it. It was gone. It was banned.
Yep.
So and it's like I asked why they donate money, I get banned straight away, and you go in there and have fights with them, and Brenda's on there all the time. You know what I mean? I'm like,
but we give content to the show,
right? I know. That's why Tim and I decided we weren't going on, but we've still been tempted a few times.
Yeah, and that's exactly I didn't want to go on there, but I just saw him, and he put the link in the chat, and I was like, oh.
Yeah, you got to do it, haven't you? I know what you mean. You know, I promised myself I wasn't going to go in again, and I did. I didn't last long though. I didn't provide them with much content. You know, a couple of minutes maybe.
Thing is, though, what content are they going to have if they keep, doing it that way? If they keep banning
yeah.
people, who the fuck are they going to talk to?
Yeah, they'll
because
soon run out. There aren't that
they
many
want
of them.
sensation. They're not interested in seeking the truth. They want to have especially Dread and Bro. I mean, they are so like. If you want to call people shills, you know what I mean? These people, they're in it for the money, man. It's fucking ridiculous.
Yeah.
And Bro, you watch any one of his shows, he literally treats it like a show. Like he's like, we're not getting enough entertainment to the audience. We need to do. He literally says it out loud. Like he actually tells you, right, I've got to think about my audience here. That's really ridiculous, So
yeah.
What content are they going to have if they don't have anything? If they don't have anybody to fight with, and if Dread doesn't have somebody to play music over the top of and all that shit,
Their community's going to fracture more too. And my personal opinion on this is that a lot of them have a supreme victim complex and will find any. And I mean, a lot of them have fallen prey to like the Black Lives Matter type mentality, and they think like they have a whole other conspiracy in their mind that's racially based, and it's that's a visual thing, and visual and things in the world are tough to wrap your head around and argue with it within yourself.
I find that very odd that they've taken it to that extreme, that they do treat themselves as a community within a community, and it's black flat earthers and not just flat earthers. And Bro, especially bad for that because he does that fucking flat power shit and all, like taking elements like what would be historically racial struggle, and turning it into a meme for some shitty fucking just retarded belief that they've got. I mean, it's shocking behaviour. They should actually be embarrassed for themselves to call themselves black. They're an embarrassment to the black community, as far as I'm concerned.
Mm-hmm. And that's what a lot of the black people in what it's called, the black conscious community, is how they refer to themselves as. At least that's one part of the black movement on YouTube. I'm not sure how to refer to it. But yeah, they voiced their dissent and their disagreements with the flat earthers, and they sound completely reasonable when they do so.
Well, I just don't get the. I don't know. I don't want to wander into too much of a fucking shit fest, but as an outside observer, I get the feeling really now that there are problems for black people in America. I don't doubt that, but at the same time, I think they've managed to create a whole movement around like the perception of being persecuted rather than the actual persecution.
Well, they have a lot of great examples. The Christians here in America, the creationists, the 6-day creationists, literalists like Ken Ham, all of these people, they gave the flat earthers and anybody, they gave everybody a template for victim mentality.
Aye.
And they did a brilliant job of that with that template, and they did such a great job because they used the most vague thing that you can in the world, the most unknowable thing, God.
I know one of the things that really sticks out is the Westboro Baptist Church shit. The things they get away with are ridiculous.
Yeah, well, they're lawyers, and I personally think that's what their entire game is, to go and protest, and then when people fuck with them, they sue them for money and win, and that's how they make their money. And I don't know that they started out that way. I think they happen to actually believe the things they say and protest for, But I live in Kansas, and I've been to their compound, and I've seen them protesting a couple times now, and I see the way people interact with them, and like they're trying to make people come at them.
I mean, some of the stuff they've done, I can't really wrap my head around about how it is that they get away with the things that they do, but the people that they are victimizing aren't allowed to protect themselves and prevent them from interference. I mean, like, protesting at somebody's funeral is going to be one of the lowest things you can do, and they get away with it. I don't understand that. I think that there's a certain amount that you can cover under, freedom of speech and shit like that. But at the end of the day, they are interfering with other people's lives, and it's weird to me when you hear so many of the things that people can sue each other for, especially in the States. It seems to be a big thing over there compared to here. There's a lot of really frivolous shit that you can get away with taking somebody to court for, and yet you can do something really major like that, and they don't, they can't touch you. That doesn't fucking make sense to me at all.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. The public in general, I think, has lost its backbone a little bit. I think as the left came to power, the moral fiber of the country kind of weakened. That's my personal opinion on that. Does that make sense?
I know what you're saying. I'm not really obviously well versed enough in the history of the politics there. I've tried.
I'm sure there are common themes that exist in all the other countries.
The thing is, though, like, what's the thing that you just said? The left. That's one of the things I was kind of briefly talking about with somebody the other day. Is that, I do find this happens a lot with people now, especially again. I do find a lot of Americans do, and they really sort of split everybody right down the middle into those two camps. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I don't think that's really a realistic way of looking at the world. It's just people are very complex, very different. They have different.
But we've done it to ourselves. I think we put too much. There's either a conspiracy to make us put too much attention on the president rather than our own municipal and state leaders, because they have a much more direct impact over our day-to-day lives.
No.
But we don't. I feel like most people don't even know who they are.
I know. Obviously, going by the media is I know is not really the best way to gauge it, but it's really all you have if you're in amongst it. But there does seem to be an awful lot of like really heavy sort of patriotism. Misplaced, I would say, patriotism, because it's very narrow-minded patriotism. I feel like it's just that it's literally just, this is my country, but they don't really think about anything else. It's just like rah rah rah, the flag, that's that kind of way.
Well, I mean, for once, there's kind of Antifa I consider to be a fascist, violent group of thugs, basically, who don't understand the system they're living in. And I may come to. I've often come to disagreements with people online about this. Most people are at least sympathetic to Antifa, and I don't. I don't know the local representatives, Ireland.
I haven't really. I've kind of been doing a thing for the last quite a while now. I suppose where I've kind of started ignoring a lot of shit because I just get I get pissed off. Just where everything seems to be negative all the time. So
yeah, I've been ignoring things my whole life, but
I'm not really up on the the Antifa thing, to be honest. I keep seeing it popping up, like headlines about people confronting them and stuff like that, but I'm not really kind of up to speed with exactly what's going on there, to be honest, because I just don't pay attention. I try to kind of concentrate more on my own life rather than
they've thrown. They all wear masks. They show up to places and block traffic. They basically destroy the environment they're in.
What is it they're actually protesting, though?
They're protesting the police. They're protesting big businesses. They're protesting.
See,
the system.
So it's
and you
in
can
some
read
ways
all of it on their
parallel with some of
websites.
the Black Lives Matters thing. Then only it's just kind of like a wider group.
Oh yeah, much wider. And they all are always wearing masks. They don't like to be filmed as a general rule unless they know who is filming them. And
I think that
that doesn't even mention the fact that when they have confrontations with other large crowds of people who disagree with them, and basically a mob fight breaks out, like they've thrown, and even before it gets to that point, they'll throw fireworks into the crowd of opposing people, and it's like.
See, that's the problem with all that stuff. It's like a fine line in it. You want to be able to have the right to protest and stuff like that, and and in theory, it's no the wise thing to just sit back and let your governments just roll over the top of you and stuff like that. But how you go about it is obviously pretty important as well. If you just become the thing that you're trying to fight against, then what's the fucking point? Yeah.
And I mean, I think my personal opinion on the police is that it's easy for some police departments to get corrupted. All police departments can get corrupted, but I mean, it's not going to be widespread. I think most cops, most places are good and have the right idea and aren't going to be fucking with you. Now, I've never, in this town I'm living in now, which I've been living here for almost a year, I've had a couple interactions with the police, and only one of them was good. So, like, there's definitely corruption going on in the police department like this one, but it's not fucking kill people type corruption. It's how can I squeeze out some more money and fines from you?
That I know it's well, I guess it's hard to judge, but the thing is, it is all that the kill people thing that is happening though. So that's really is a big issue. I mean, I think the last time I kind of looked at that stuff, there was a particular case. What was the guy's name? It's a 17-year-old boy, and I'm sure it was in Detroit. His name was Devin something, and. And basically, as far as I'm concerned, it was a straight up case. A fucking psycho cop just pulling a gun.
Well, Detroit is kind of a special case. It's the crime. Almost every single murder that goes on in Detroit goes unsolved. And I mean, like to say that a policeman killed somebody in Detroit is, there are so many. So much.
This is a guy who was just abusing his power and pulling people over on a complete bullshit. He was. I can tell you actually. I can remember the reason he had got. They'd got these like new vehicles and they had these new, much brighter headlights in them for the police department, and this guy was driving down the road at night in his patrol car. And people were flashing him because they thought he had these high beams on. And every person that was flashing him, he was pulling them over and trying to give them a ticket. And he knew the reason was because he got his new car with his nice big bright headlights. You know what I mean? He was just trying to fucking, using it as an excuse. So, he was being a dick. And he pulled this boy over. And the boy, he obviously wanted to try and do the thing like, I've got citizens' rights, can't make me get out the car and all this kind of stuff. And the guy was a bit of the kind of jackbooted thug type, and he didn't want to be spoken to by a young boy, and fucking dragged him out. And it was like, in the winter, it was freezing cold. The boy's only got a t-shirt on. He fucking makes him get down in the deck, and he's tasering them and all this kind of shit. He was just.
Oh yeah, I saw that.
So. But the thing I was actually going to say about all that shit was that what I remember about that one when I was kind of looking into that stuff was that one of the big things they were kind of making a point of there was that the police department was like actively employing low IQ people to do the job, which is fucking crazy. But sometimes you see some of this stuff and you're like, right. But when you actually look into it, it was basically true.
Well, how many do we have access to all the applicants that they turned down that had higher IQs?
I don't know. But the thing about it is,
how do you know that they were choosing the low IQ
weird
ones?
statistic in it, right? It's a weird statistic.
I mean, it sounds like a very easy one to throw into a already poignant topic.
Aye, that's what I mean. Like initially, you would go, "What? Nah," But then when you see there's some truth that you kind of say, "Well, what the fuck is actually going on with the place? Like, why would you? Are they intentionally doing it? Why would they intentionally do it? You know what I mean?" I don't know. It was a weird one.
There's definitely, I would go as far as to say evil cops, but they're a tremendous minority, and the vast majority of crime and illegal activity that occurs they do to themselves in their own communities.
I don't. You know what? There's definitely.
Sorry to be the one to say it.
No, I think that's the problem, though. I think that what the problem is it's really it's a bit of both. So there is obviously a lot of crime, and certain communities who are playing the victim card a lot are they're much worse to themselves in a lot of cases, I would say, which is always a big topic for it causes a lot of division when you actually you're honest about that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I mean, when I make these
big distract from the genuine cases, where these people who are in uniform who are supposed to be protecting people and blah blah blah.
Yeah, exactly.
Just take liberties and destroy people, kill them. I mean, one of the more ridiculous ones I've seen the video for was they had a woman who was mentally ill, and they had to move her from the jail, I think, to some kind of hospital or whatever it was. And of course, she was not behaving like a normal person would, and rather than treat her properly or get somebody who knew how to treat her from the hospital or something like that, a group of officers just kept kind of trying to manhandle her. And when obviously she freaked out at that, they started tasing her. And what they ended up doing was they had her pinned down in a chair, and every time she started getting too out of control for them, they tased her, and they just kept tasing her and tasing her and tasing her until she had a heart attack and died. Now, you tell me any situation where that's okay and that should be considered normal procedure. I mean, that's just
I can't.
It's murder. It's just straight up murder.
Yeah.
Shit like that, you can't ignore that stuff just because there's a bunch of fucking dope heads running about fucking, shooting each other up in cars or whatever the fuck. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I know. The drug war is it's an unnecessary one. Probably. I don't know. Opium's used in a lot of stuff.
Well, so I say it's something I've kind of stepped away from, but I think
I mean that is a whole nother can of worms to talk about. I don't know that we want to.
No, but just that general thing where you've definitely got an issue with the police situation when things like that keep happening.
Well, I mean, did you see G20 in Germany? Did you see that?
No.
All right, so there was a massive Antifa protest, and G20 is like all the leaders of the they're just groups of the world's economies, and then they just come and meet and talk about things. And Antifa was there to protest all of it, and the German police force were fucking efficient as shit, and there were 130 police injuries, and it was still going on when that number came out.
Well, I know
that's it. I mean, that sounds like a battle to me.
I think
where the police are using water guns.
You've got a mix. I think that's the problem. You've got maybe obviously genuine situations where people are doing their jobs and people are trying to protect people and stuff like that. But then you get this this unfortunate kind of vein of fucking horrible people running through that that are doing all these nasty things. And
well, I think the Antifa people are terribly deluded, and they really believe in what they're doing, and that's the problem. And if they just don't understand the world they live in, they don't understand the context they were born into, and perhaps they would get very mad and try and explain to me how I was wrong if I ever said that to them. And one day I hope to.
Yeah, I think again, it's like that it's the protest thing is a problem because you should be able to kind of prevent shit from happening and exercise your right to protest against it and stuff like that. And there is a lot of stuff that goes on that a lot of people don't really know about or get to hear about unless they've got obviously some channel to hear about it. Like kind of got involved or joined or whatever a couple of groups online. One of them, I don't know if you've heard of it, it's called Avaz. And it's like a people power kind of group, you know what I mean? And they're kind of worldwide. And they deal with a lot of shit. And, some of it's very serious stuff. They get involved with big corporations and stuff like that. And, people that work for them have had death threats and shit like that because of some of the stuff they've done because they're interfering with big trade agreements and things like that. So it's, it's no petty stuff. So I think, if you've got an avenue like that, obviously it's kind of good. But if you don't know about if there isn't some way of finding out about that stuff, if you've not got a group like that to be involved in, then like how many other options are really open to you as well? You know what I mean? I think it's a tough call if you feel like you really want to do something, but I'm not saying it's okay. I'm not saying like just go out and cause a fucking riot, but what I mean is like, what are your options?
Well, I mean, they should just get a job and start contributing to the world around them, in my opinion, and just have faith that the people that they work for aren't bad people. Like, if you go work at a restaurant, you can be reasonably sure that the owner of that restaurant is not a bad person. Like, you, without even knowing anything about him, you can just be reasonably sure of that.
Right.
And I mean, if that same exact assumption can be made of most people you could be employed by, I don't see a problem.
I don't know. I guess it's like we've had similar stuff. Like there was some protests a while back. I think it was a couple of years ago.
Well, I don't think they.
It wasn't as violent, but there was like sit-in protests and stuff like that, where people were, camping out in Parliament Square or whatever the fuck, they're doing stuff like that.
One of the interesting things
they were starting to interfere with the operation of like essential services and stuff like that, and it was the same kind of thing. You've got these people when you seen them when you actually see them and they were being interviewed and stuff like that, they were professional complainers, basically. That's how they lived their lives, was just going about from protest to protest. So as a group, at first you might go, right, okay, maybe the thing they're protesting against is something that we all want to protest against, but at the same time, when you actually look at them as a group, they were just fucking wasters themselves. They had nothing to contribute to society. You know what I mean? They're just, So I can see that. There's people that are just.
The thing is, everything's on public record. So if you suspect a police officer of corruption or a police department of corruption, you can go and access their records, and you can look at them, and you can reference them from down the timeline of the police reports entered by various officers, and look for trends, and like you can corroborate the things on the police reports with people involved. Like, it's all, the information is there. It's a lot of work to do, and that's the problem.
Do you believe that it would always all be recorded properly when the first thing that you're dealing with?
Oh, absolutely not. But that's a pattern you would be able to detect by looking through piles and piles of police reports on specific individuals. Like, you'd be able to You'd obviously start with the most important people. Maybe start with the person who's filed the most police reports. You know, and I mean, you could just conduct an investigation of the public records, and I guarantee there would be enough patterns to start going around and talking to people. And if enough inconsistencies present themselves, then I think you'll be able to create a reasonable case. But that's not something people are interested in doing.
I talked to Evan. I mean, even at that, it's maybe not even a thing that people would know how to do, and it's
You go to the police department and ask. I don't know. I feel like this is something you can do. Like they have you can access court documents, like court cases that occur.
That's
Like
what
you can
happened.
access
TV and
all
months
that.
before
Look
that,
at what decisions were made and who made them,
Quick on
and look
Facebook
at their
and
brief
started
descriptions
watching
as to why they made them. You can see all the pieces of evidence.
and videos. And so I
it's
don't.
interesting because again, I've kind of been away from it for a while, all that shit. But the case, for example, that I mentioned, I know there was like a particular person who, that's kind of what they do. They investigate that kind of stuff, and it was one of the things that they actually kept kind of reporting back whenever they made posts to update people and kind of say what was happening. Was they were getting quite a bit of the cold shoulder, whatever you want to call it, when they were trying to get access to certain information, not everything, but they were being limited and trying to, get everything they needed. Different sort of detailed stuff, there was photographs of the officer who claimed he'd been beaten up and stuff like that. But, most people were of the opinion that was faked. There was, a lot of good reasons for that, but they were trying to get a better sort of timeline. They were trying to get photographs that were taken immediately after it, and not an hour later or whatever the fuck. And they were trying to get transcripts of the communication between the officer and the station or whatever when he was calling in to report what happened and things like that, and they just weren't getting the stuff they were asking for. You know what I mean? Don't know how it all works exactly. What they're allowed to sort of deny. Maybe they can use excuses that it's part of an ongoing investigation or some shit like that. I'm not really sure about that.
Yeah. I'm sure that this is something that anybody could do, and I don't know. It seems to me that if there's a conspiracy, it's to de-incentivize an investigation. Which, if there's one worth doing, then I guess you would expect that.
Aye. I don't know. I just find it really weird that you can have these situations where it's basically a clear-cut kind of case where, at the very least, you maybe have somebody who's clearly responsible for how everything escalated. If you're being really generous, really generous, you could at least look at it that way.
I don't know. I can't recall any off the top of my head. That one with the woman getting tased to death, that's a pretty clear case. But
that's crazy shit, man.
There are a lot of controversial cases like Michael Brown, who assaulted the police officer in his vehicle and tried to get his gun and shit, and then got shot to death. That's a different. A lot of people thought that it was unfair. And that's where the whole hands up, don't shoot came from, was that. But it's no, dude, he assaulted that officer and tried to get his gun.
There was a few different ones that seemed to happen sort of quite close to each other.
They actually didn't. They actually didn't happen close to each other. The footage all got publicized and spread around at the same time. The guy who died because the police officers were trying to arrest him for selling cigarettes. That guy died of a heart attack during the arrest. And yeah, they were a bit rough, and there were a lot of them. I don't even see why they needed to bring him to the ground. Why couldn't they just
just put his hands behind his
It's
back.
obviously, you know, all this shit, it gets muddied as well because the people who are looking to really make the case that there's a, you know, a big problem with the police and everything, you get people who make it actually worse by, you know, putting out heavily edited content to make something seem like it isn't and shit like that. You know what I mean? So you've got that problem as well. That actually makes things a lot worse for the genuine cases, which is a fucking shame. You know, the last one that I remember, kind of hearing about was a woman called India Kager, and you know, the police surrounded her vehicle because they were actually after, I think it was like her boyfriend or something like that. It was like some dodgy bastard, but it was him they were after, not her. And they surrounded the vehicle and just fucking piled bullets into the vehicle, and she was in there with her 4-month-old kid, and you know, she kind of died, you know, acting as a shield for her kid, sort of thing. And you're like, you know, and again, who knows? Like the guy they were after, who knows? But at the end of the day, is that normal procedure to just surround the car and just fire fucking bullets into it, you know, without any kind of thought about what's happening and who's in the vehicle?
Yeah, I mean, unless they see a weapon and they think the person has intent to use it, like I don't see that being why. I don't see why that would ever be a procedure, and that's It's terrible.
Exactly. So you know, that's the kind of shit. You know, I'm no one. I think it's just like there's a bit of a balance in it. You know, that there's some horrible shit that needs to be dealt with, and looking at it as well, there's only a few bad apples is far too. You know, you can't be like that. You have to, you know, it's not like a few people are getting a couple of extra parking tickets. You know, there's some pretty severe and really horrible, nasty shit going. So there's a real
there's a huge
you know?
disproportionate amount of crime. There's a huge disparity in the amount of crime that exists, like in the preponderance of people who commit violent crime.
I know, but what I'm saying is that, I mean, obviously that's the whole point, is that their existence is to deal with crime. So you can't really use the fact that there are criminals as an excuse for people who are meant to not be criminals to do the criminal act. You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, that's the whole point. They're used to dealing with criminals, and it's unfortunate when the police mess up. And I would say, yeah, there are some times when it's more than messing up and it's evil, but I don't think it's very many. And I think it's easy to understand how a certain type of power hungry piece of shit of a human being might go into the police force for that reason. But I really don't think it's most of them, even close. And the number of problems, or the number of inflated stories that are supposedly police abuse of power is tremendous. And there's in my mind, considering the number of actual reported crimes, there aren't very many of these cases of abuse compared to those at all. So in terms of percentage success, like the police force it's like an 80%. I would give it like a B.
I think that the problem is that you're not just dealing with like an individual officer who's went off the rails. You're dealing with an actual institutionalized corruption if that person is protected. You know, I think that's really probably the kind of root of the problem, is that they, you know, there may be a kind of, as you're looking at it statistically, you know, the percentage may be relatively low, and there's definitely media propaganda involved in all of this shit. Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, like none of us were at any of the events that we're all complaining about.
If you let yourself be fooled into, you know, getting hyped up about it all because you've seen some fucking, you know, Facebook video or something like that, then, you know, you're an idiot, because you're 9 times out of 10 you're definitely not seeing the real story.
Yeah.
So I think, you know, it's awkward, but at the end of the day, there is still, as I say, that the problem is there is some really nasty shit, and at the same time, it's not being dealt with the way you think. You know, it really, you know, somebody does something like that, it should be dealt with properly. They should get fucking booted right at their arse. They should be held accountable, or they should be jailed, or whatever the fuck. But
Yeah.
that's the part I think, is like why when you combine the way they're being treated and how it's perceived with the propaganda, you can understand why it all goes. It just goes.
Oh yeah. The story definitely seems to fit from several angles. Yeah.
It's weird. I mean, there's a lot of fucking disinformation and it's just shit. Then I mean, one of the weird statistics I seem to remember is like, so obviously we obviously especially the last while, you're always hearing about like Black Lives Matter and stuff like that, and but I think statistically it's actually Native Americans that are the group most targeted. The most deaths at the hands of the police, essentially, or whatever the fuck, is actually Native Americans, statistically.
Native Americans. I haven't heard that one, but
sorry, wait a minute, I might be fucking up here. Is it Native? No, I think it was Native Americans or shit. See, because it's been that long since I was fucking. But definitely, it wasn't. The point was that it doesn't matter for an individual person what the statistics say. Obviously, if you're getting harassed by the police, then you're fucked. But what I mean is that just statistically, there was it wasn't black people, but you would never believe that based on what you're able to perceive in the media and stuff like that. You would never think that.
Oh, Delete the Elite just said, police equal law enforcers. When the laws are corrupt, they are enforcing corruption on people, locking people up for evading damn taxes. Well, I think taxes are necessary. There's an argument in my mind that maybe they're paying too much taxes and that taxes are being spent on the wrong things. There's definitely an argument to be made there. And sure, the laws may be corrupt, but that gets decided in court, and if you don't like them, perhaps you should become a lawyer. Because they change in court. That's how laws change, by the court cases.
I'm sorry, I'm just looking at something. That's kind of bugging me. That I'm just going to look that up.
I don't know. I don't know. We don't need. I don't know. This conversation's branching.
Yep, I know. I never really intended to get off into this fucking subject, to be honest.
Yeah, and I'm not. I make all these big, generalized, sweeping statements, and that's all I want people to think they are. They're just general. I understand there are always going to be exceptions to things I say, but this is just my general point of view.
You know what? Even you don't necessarily need to agree with each other on something. Nobody needs to all agree with each other when they're having these kind of conversations. I think all that matters is you can have the conversation at the end of the day.
Yeah.
But,
I mean, I would like to talk to an Antifa person, but I'm sure we would get mad, and it would be work. It would be hard work for me, anyway.
Aye, well, I thought. As I say, I've stepped away from this shit. I'm surprised I've even been talking to you for this long. It's really,
yeah. It's been the time's gone by. I hope it's been at least a little entertaining for everyone out there.
Hey, yes, I think we recovered.
Not as entertaining as talking about Flat Earth.
Probably not.
Let's get back to that shit. But, we've got a show. We've got to get, Maybe we should go online and find some fucking cheesy sound effects to play. Just, I don't know why, I'm just kind of randomly popped back to the Sound Lane Ponchar train shit. I was going to say to you earlier, Jem, that, if you go back, I don't know, it was like a month or two or whatever it was when the kind of stuff with that really kind of was kicking off. Dell was having one of his hangouts and Soundly popped in and he said to him, I've got pictures of curvature, you're always looking for it, why don't you look at my evidence? and Dell just totally blanked him. And then when he kind of persisted, but it wasn't being nasty, but when he persisted, you know, his messages started getting deleted in the chat by the mods. And I've got screenshots of it still, so I do that quite a lot. You know, if Dell's always telling people to take screenshots. I've been doing that for fucking years. You know what I mean? Because you learn when you're dealing with certain people that they have a habit of, you know, trying to tell lies about you after deleting their comments and shit like that. So.
Oh yeah, yep.
Yeah.
I mean, they silence you and then talk shit, like to confirm what they did. What they would have been able to discover that what they thought about you was not true if they had talked to you.
Yeah. That's it. You know, they're just it's all about feeding their bias over and over.
Yeah.
Or their egos or whatever. But you know, there's lots of that shit goes on. I mean, that was one of the reasons why when I very first sort of looked at some of these things, was kind of looking around. I watched one of Dell's hangouts, and that was the one where John Smith thought he was being funny and said, you know, they were slagging off gravity basically, and they were like, "Oh, we can just call it cabbage," and they all thought that was hilarious, and they were all walking around saying cabbage for the next fucking 2 months or something like that, you know. And I just, you know, you're sitting watching it going, really? Like, really? That's the fucking level you're going to with this shit? It was just so pathetic. And you know, I was coming into all that stuff completely new at the time, and you could see immediately that, you know, what was being portrayed wasn't what you were getting. You know, they were trying to, you know, really make themselves out to be these big intellectuals who wanted to have nice discussions and blah blah blah, and yet they were just acting like total kids. And you know, if you made a comment in the chat and tried to get a genuine question out, it would just be ridiculed rather than actually dealt with in a mature fashion and all that kind of shit. And you're just looking at it going, you're just a bunch of kids, you know.
Yeah, the first time I ever went on Dreads, the first thing they asked me was, "Are you a troll? You're trolling us. You actually think the Earth is flat, don't you?" And it's like, why? They assume everything about you.
I know. I think that the troll thing cracks me up because it's the complete opposite to me. You know, they're the people. They're trolling. You know, reality,
everybody.
The scientific community. I mean, everybody. They're just being total trolls. You know, their whole behaviour is completely negative and insular, and you know, very sort of. You know,
I think it's contrived.
Yeah, good word. That's perfect. You know, it's just like they're a joke, and as we were talking about earlier, you know, they don't have any. They don't actually engage in proper criticism, and there's no objectivity and stuff like that. So all they're really doing is exactly what you would expect a troll on the internet is just running around like a fucking idiot, shouting their mouths off. Basically, that's all they're really doing. It's just like, you know, it's like total kids.
Yeah, I kind of like Jaren a little bit, and I trust his intentions. Like, I don't think he's lying. Like, I really think he's just an idiot and doesn't know. Really? Yeah, I really think he's just stupid and very confident. Like, he can spin words together, and he's good at it. And I think I want to trust most of these people when they say that, like, because they all have the same exact misconceptions about gravity and inertia and all these fundamental things of physics, like differences between momentum and inertia and acceleration. Like, they don't understand in relativity. Like, they all don't understand the exact same things.
I know it's weird. I mean, I find it really weird because I don't, you know, I'm not really that well versed in it all. You know what I mean? I've got a pretty straightforward sort of layman's understanding as far as I'm concerned. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it's enough. You know, it's more than enough to understand these kind of basic things that none of them seem to understand.
Yeah, and I mean, if you bring up, like I've brought up to them before, like they'll give an impression of reality that makes you think if you threw a ball up in a moving vehicle, it would go to the back of the car. And if the car's accelerating, that's true. But if it's not, then it'll just go straight up and down. And I've brought up this up to them before, and they just disagree. They just say, no, that is not what I believe. And then they'll change the subject quite craftily to like trivia or something, and then start questioning me if I know various facts.
Oh, the most common tactic seems to be that they will always ask you. You know, you're not allowed to ask them.
Oh yeah,
They've not got answers, and so they jump around and wave flags and say, "Oh, we fucking know everything." And then when you say, "Well, how does this work?" They go, "Well, tell me how this works then on the ball."
Right, yeah.
They just turn it around immediately.
The only method of argument they have is the Socratic method.
I mean, you've probably been there, but like, you make the mistake engaging certain people sometimes. They'll say to you, "Well, what about this?" And you do it. You go, "You're right here. Here's the explanation. This is what's happening," and then they just go, "Nah."
Yeah, right. They're just like, no. It's like exactly what happened with Soundly's curvature video with Anthony Riley.
Oh fuck!
He's just like, look, it's fake. There's no way.
Wow. This just can't be real. I don't have actual reasons. That's ridiculous. But like, you just get some really, really sort of common themes with it all, as you were saying. You get these specific things that every single one of them shows like no understanding of it at all. Relative motion is just a total no. And all this shit about like, if we're moving at 1,000 miles per hour, your fucking skin would be ripped off your skull or some shit like that, and you're like, no, we're all moving.
Okay, Candy Franklin gave birth to her brother's baby.
What?
What is your name?
Who is that?
Who are you?
Who's the person with the hard on for Lewis?
It's got a Tim Osmond ring about it, but
look, you clearly have a lot of emotional problems associated with me and the things I'm saying. So why are you even here?
Like I was saying earlier, you seem to have very quickly developed a reputation.
Yeah, I don't know who this person is.
But I remember fucking. I was on Dan Pratt's channel. I gave him a chance. He'd done this stupid example where he was like, what was it? If you released a balloon and flew a drone and stuff like that, the balloon would, by the time you like say a minute had passed, the balloon would have drifted away from you by so many fucking miles because the Earth's spinning and blah blah blah. And I was like, that's not the way it works. And then I explained to him, I was like, well, if you're in a plane and you were to release the balloon and fly the drone and all that kind of shit, all that stuff would just work normally inside the plane. But the plane is moving at fucking 500 mile an hour or whatever. And so how does that work? And it was just like, he started changing the situation to the vacuum thing, the other go-to thing.
Oh my god, yeah, they change the goalposts all the time mid-sentence.
And as he was trying to he's like, can you show me? No, he wasn't asking how's it. He's like, can you show me a vacuum? And I was like, well, I says, the two of us are talking to each other over the internet, and neither one of us has got a vacuum chamber. So no, I can't fucking show you a vacuum doing anything. So why don't we just agree that we can only discuss it? And he blocked me.
Right.
fucking excellent. And then, you know, the best part about that was he then went straight after like literally like 2-3 minutes after blocking me. He then made a video and talked about me. You know, oh, this fucking idiot saying, "Have you got a vacuum chamber?" And I'm like, oh, no, mate, you're the fucking
He did
idiot.
that to me.
You know?
He made a video about me when I made a comment once that upset him. Yeah, that was...
The thing, but I was like, I actually says to him, I was like, listen, I says, I have asked every flat earther to explain to me why you think the vacuum is a problem, and I never get a straight answer. It's like, can you actually give me the reason? No, like just say blah, you know, just like actually explain to me what's going to happen. And in your opinion, what's the physics, what's happening, what's actually, you know, explain it properly to me what the problem is.
Yeah.
With this vacuum and atmosphere thing, and then we'll see where the problem lies, and we'll talk about it. I was being really fucking nice to the guy, even though I mean,
Right.
you know,
I mean, they don't know how a vacuum chamber works most of the time, and I've actually heard somebody be confident enough to say that he didn't know how vacuum chambers work, and that was good enough to suggest that they're fake. Like, some of these people have some extreme audacity.
I mean, obviously the big one is that they all think that a vacuum means a vacuum cleaner.
Yeah.
You know, that's just phenomenal to me.
Like they kind of think there's just constant sucking, just outwards in all directions. Which, you know, that's kind of what dark matter's doing, sort of.
Don't fucking talk about dark matter. Jesus. Wow. But you know, it's such a really silly, childish thing to be wrong about. I mean, you could. I can understand how there's certain things you wouldn't know, but I mean, really, you think that's what the vacuum of space means? That there's this big, massive area of suction.
Right.
Well, I think to be fair to them, they've seen science fiction movies where, you know, the cargo bay doors are blown open and the alien is sucked out.
Aye.
And that's a sort of common theme, isn't it, in science fiction? And you know, I guess, you know, that's where that idea comes from, I think.
Yeah, I think they should. Yeah, movies owe it to be a little bit better, I think.
Right.
But at the same time, these people should know they're looking at a movie.
Right. Exactly. Yeah.
Oh, honestly, see that, you know, one of the things I keep thinking about is, you know, what other things from movies do they think are true?
Oh my God! Right? Yeah, and you can see it sometimes if you waste enough time watching them, like me.
Well, the one that scares me is that one day a flat earther is going to be near somebody having a heart attack, and they'll have access to a defibrillator. You know, they'll think that if somebody's heart stops, they can jumpstart it with a defibrillator and things like that. You know, they'll think it works the way it works in a movie. Whereas a defibrillator is actually designed to, well, essentially to stop your heart. It resets it. You know, it works the opposite way to what it's portrayed in a movie. And if they think that that's how it works, they're going to kill somebody if they're ever in that situation.
Oh my God! Yeah,
it's very scary. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. And I mean, it's like, if I don't know, like, people should all know how to do first aid, and it's readily available information most of the time. And like, I've opened a first aid kit, like back in high school when I first opened a first aid kit, I looked at everything and was like, well, the only thing I know how to use here are the Band-Aids. You know, I didn't like that, so that compelled me to go learn about the things.
You know, I've kind of done it in the past, but if you don't practice shit, you forget it. Yeah. But I know some basic stuff for a couple of reasons, and one of the reasons is that my brother is a paramedic, so I'm able to pick his brains and ask him things about stuff like that. And I kind of took an interest in it a few years back and read some sort of stuff about physiology and shit like that. So, you know, most of that's out of my head, but there's some basic shit, you know what I mean? Like something that means that I wouldn't kill somebody if I was put on the spot, you know. But But I
Yeah.
like said the movie thing, that is, you know, stuff like that. There is things that, you know, are just they're always very different in a movie, and it's scary to think there's people that actually really do believe that whatever's happening there is somehow representative of reality. You know.
Like Alien movies, they're one of some of my favorite movies. Like you can see, that's what my picture is there, and the space travel in those movies is terrible. It's some of the worst I've ever seen in any movie.
I mean, I'm a big fan of Alien. And I liked Aliens. I still like Aliens, but I liked it so much more when I first seen it and I was younger, and like it was just like wow, fucking, you know. But
Yeah.
unfortunately now that I'm able to kind of see all the flaws in it, you know, which kind of detracts when I'm watching it. You know, but I'm a big fan of practical effects.
Oh yeah,
So-
oh yeah. The eggs, all of those, like those are all
And the
those are
Alien Queen is
fantastic.
just one of the best. In fact, fucking weird actually. I've been having a big clear out in my house and throwing out old shit that I've had for years and stuff like that. And one of the things I found was a report I wrote about that actual topic. It was actually a report about Stan Winston and his contribution to the industry and all that kind of stuff. It's kind of weird. It's kind of cool.
Nice.
Forgot I did it. I've got a few things related to that. And the last thing I got was I did like a Kickstarter thing and funded a guy, Steve Johnson is the guy that did the special effects in Ghostbusters and things like that. The guy that designed Slimer and stuff like that. So if I kind of got his book sitting there, I still to read it. It's like a kind of bit of an interest in. I like special effects in general. You know, I like CGI as well, but I don't like the overuse of it. But I prefer practical. I think practical's like amazing. Do you know what I mean? And
Yeah.
you
Definitely can tell. Yeah.
I've done what I can to support it in the last few years by, funding things and stuff like that, getting independent movies made and stuff like that. And so it's another thing that again pisses me off with these fucking idiots that don't know. Like, they're always telling you, oh, well, it's CGI and it can fake it and all this kind of stuff. And you go and they say, like, the movie Gravity. And you're looking at it going, right, as movies go, those effects might be fairly top notch. But if you think that looks like reality, you've got a serious fucking problem.
I did not like Gravity at all.
I haven't even watched it.
It was bad. There's a scene where like there are these tethers dangling off the satellite, and it's like they're being pulled down by gravity with more force than the satellite they're attached to. Like they continue to dangle rather than float off with their inertia. Once they reach the extent of their length, they would bounce back.
The thing that it's just the fact that when you're seeing a movie along those lines, if you know what you're looking at, especially, you can see how the multiple shots. You can see where things have been textured in and they don't look realistic because it's in a CGI texture rather than the real person's legs or whatever the fuck it is, and the motion is never quite right. You can tell it's a bit kind of stiff and stuff like that. And if people are on wires, you can tell. You can always tell if somebody's on a wire. There's always a point where they have to change a direction or something like that, and it really shows that somebody's been suspended on a harness rather than just naturally floating and stuff like that. So you're looking at a movie and you're kind of going, oh, you can see how they've done that, you can see how they've done that, seen it. But these fucking clowns actually look at it and say that's believable. That's convincing enough to me to look realistic, and that's what the ISS looks like to me. And you're like, fucking hell. Like you're telling us we're the sheep, and you don't know how to discern fantasy from reality. That's scary shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they talk about how cameras aren't trustworthy and things like that, just because they don't understand how different types of cameras are acclimated to see different amounts, different distances, different sizes. And like a lot of cameras are based off of the human eye, like the structure, the things like that. Having the film at a focus point with lenses focusing it, like that's the eye.
And we satellites, obviously, they're instruments. They're no, they're no up there for snapshots. They're there to perform a function.
Yeah, every pound that you put on there costs more than the last one.
And
when you launch it up.
I've told people before that, it's, they seem to be really wrapped up in the whole NASA thing, like as though NASA is the only person that has access to satellites and their content. But there's just hundreds of businesses all over the world.
Yeah, most of the satellites out there aren't even NASA's. Yeah.
They don't exist because NASA want them up there. They exist because there's like oil companies or whatever looking for fucking the data they need to find the next oil field or whatever the fuck. So there's all these private satellites up there.
Yeah, the military has a bunch too that are specifically made for GPS, but
they don't accept. They're a very sort of narrow idea of how things work. I think that's the it's like, oh, it's the the nefarious they, and that just means the government and NASA, and that's it. Nobody else exists.
Oh no, they include everybody in that. They include people like me in that too. People that just understand the world they live in and want to participate in it because they understand that the system that's in place has the antidote for the poisons that are ailing it.
I think based on what little I've seen, you're obviously seen as some kind of fucking, what is it, cuck to the system or something shit like that.
That sounds like something they'd call me.
Yeah.
I mean, these are just my opinions. Like, guys, don't forget. Like, I'm just somebody who graduated high school and now has too much time on their hands. Like, that's all the more there is to do with me.
Well, I think people, as kind of what I was saying earlier, when you the left and right thing and all that, people are really too eager to polarize everything. It's always us and them, left and right. You're either liberated or you're, a product of the system, and I mean,
yeah.
it's like it's
very quick to distrust.
Yeah. But they can't, you have to realize no matter what your personal beliefs are and how things ought to be, that it's quite a complicated system that you live in, and there are problems with it. But the problems don't mean that the entire thing is fucked. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Like there's a minority of people who are in manufacturing and producing the goods that make the quality of life for everybody what it is. And if you cut the system down, if the people who want a revolution get it, they'll be cutting themselves off at the knees.
Aye. That's the thing I find kind of funny, is that people don't realise that there is like this really huge infrastructure that keeps them alive basically from day to day.
Yeah, they'd have to develop an entirely new set of skills to survive in the world they create for themselves. And, they'd be simpler skills, more time consuming, more laborious, but maybe that's what they want.
I don't think these people, in terms of the people we're talking about here, I don't think that they really have thought this shit through at all. They're very small-minded people. They really just don't. They literally are just going, I don't fucking like the way things are. It's all going to burn. That's it. I don't think that they actually think it through. That actually the system that you're living in, which yes does have fucking problems, is a very, very complex and overly developed thing that's taken a long, long time to build up. And if you just fucking raise that to the ground, it's no, you really are, like, you're screwing the picture over. You know what I mean? You're fucking it right up. You have to actually pick away at it and change things and stuff like that. You can't just go, right, fuck it, and start from scratch. And it wouldn't create a better world if that actually happened that way. It would create like just massive anarchy, and there'd be millions of deaths and stuff like that. It would be a horrible, horrible thing for it to just come crashing down.
Absolutely.
Sure, we'd love to live in a utopia where we aren't slaves to capitalism and shit like that, but it's very simplistic view to say you can just burn all the banks and start again.
Yeah. And I mean, like, we haven't even mentioned any of the mainstream problems like climate change or anything like that. Like,
seems to be a very dividing topic, that one.
Yeah, it absolutely is.
I don't, people get really angry about it, and I think that like if you look at it as you're being lied to about climate change, then fair enough, you should have some objection to being lied to. That part of it I get, but the actual, what if it's going to make any kind of change that in some way is beneficial to the environment, then that should be a good thing. You know what I mean? So even if you're basing it on what you would consider to be a false premise, if that false premise leads you to do some kind of change that's actually ultimately more environmentally friendly, I think that's going to be a good thing. You know what I mean? I know there's obviously other sides to it where you could be seen as an excuse for certain people to cash in. You know what I mean?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, and I mean that happens all the time.
There's always going to be that. People are always going to benefit.
There's always somebody shortcutting, and it undermines other people, and that causes problems to people who had nothing to do with it.
Yeah, but people take it like really
personal.
Exactly. They get really, really angry about it. And yet, like, it's kind of interesting. You get this weird mix of people that will sit and say, "Oh, the weather's different now. Things are different now," and their only option is to go to chemtrails, which is like it's a fucking crazy idea. For the most part, most of the people, when you see them complaining about chemtrails, they are literally just looking up at a plane with contrails up in the sky and claiming it's chemtrails. I mean, if there was some kind of cause and effect, like so people's crops started fucking melting, I could get that, but they're just looking at something reasonably mundane and assuming that that's the culprit, sort of thing. And yet, when somebody says something like there's been some kind of change to the environment through effectively the same essential issue, it's a form of pollution. So they're saying, right, we're being intentionally polluted with some kind of chemical, and that's bad. But then on the other hand, somebody says, well, all these chemicals that we're producing or whatever, these gases, is causing a problem. They say no. You know what I mean? So they're like, no, that can't change my weather, but this plane up in the sky, that can change my weather. Do you know what I mean? Like they cherry pick the thing that's the most conspiratorial to latch onto, rather than considering the options, if you like. So what would be more realistic is if in general there has been some kind of shift in the weather patterns of the world. And that might be why you are now experiencing more rain throughout your year than you used to fucking 20 years ago when you were a kid or whatever it was. Because, what is it? Is it because of us? Don't know. But what I'm saying is that, is it no more realistic to consider that there's a more of a kind of global and sort of naturalistic cause?
Pascal's wager applies to it very well.
I'm just kind of losing the plot. We try to explain what I was saying there, but you know what I mean. I just think.
No, yeah, absolutely.
it's the way they look at things. It's always like, right, we have to find the worst possible way of looking at this. So that's got to be a chemtrail, or the climate change thing, or that's got to be an agenda. It can't be a real thing. You know what I mean? It's always the most negative way looking at something. Whether they're right, whether they're right or wrong, I don't know. I think personally that it's a mix.
I mean, that might be what gets us. we might miss the extinction event and strike out, or I mean, we might not recognize it and strike out.
I think that you have to recognize that the Earth doesn't work its cycles around us. It doesn't give a fuck about us, and it's always changing. And you have to expect that there's going to be change. And just because that change is happening in your lifetime, that isn't necessarily, some kind of big sign. It's maybe just a natural thing. But at the same time, I think you would be really fucking stupid to overlook the impact of human civilization on the environment. I think it's a bit of both. Yeah.
Like people talk about the atmosphere, and I mean, like, what about the roads? Like, those are basically physical barriers to lots of ground-dwelling wildlife.
Aye.
It's basically a fence, a lethal fence. At least during the day. At least when a lot of them are active. I mean, yeah, it's a new hurdle that everything has to get used to, except like the birds. But they have a whole other list of problems.
I think it's a weird thing to me that people actually seem to have that kind of mindset that you can have this massive population, an industrialized population, and that it's not going to have an impact. That's pretty fucking odd to me, that people don't consider that as an actual issue. You know what I mean?
And I mean,
sorry, on you go.
I was gonna mention Teslas, but also tie it back into the flat Earth people. Like we brought up Teslas briefly on Dreads when I went in there to talk to him, and they basically were like, "Oh, that's an elite person's car," and like they did that when I brought up the point like about safety, and the safety got brought up, and I was like, "Yeah, the Tesla's a fucking tank. It can cut through a Toyota Camry." And like hot dog style, and there's pictures of this online,
right.
But just a Toyota Camry just fucking cut right in half.
Wow.
And the Tesla looks reasonably unharmed.
Teslas are cool, but they're they're not in everybody's price range. But
right, yeah, exactly. But I mean,
every
should be someday.
manufacturer's moving towards more of that, and I think Volvo just announced that they're going fully electric. In the next couple of years and stuff like that. And I think the thing I find weird about it is I never actually understood why it was that oil companies on the whole didn't invest more in the electric stuff years ago and get in it, like just get right in it at the kind of ground level and because it's the sensible thing, right? Eventually it's going to go that way, so you would get your foot in the door and get the investment in it and have the control over it. You know what I mean? You would be in control of that, and then so now you've got your next revenue stream. You know what I mean? Whatever. It makes sense. So I've always found that weird, and there was a lot of opposition to alternative fuels and stuff like that, and I always found all that shit kind of weird because I thought, well, it would make more sense for you to support it and own it. If they kind of went, right, fucking great idea, here, we'll buy the patent off, you know what I mean, like, and just fucking take over it, and then that's it, everybody's fucked again. Us guys are fucked again. We've still got to give the money to the same arseholes, but, that's what you would expect. That's how you would expect it to actually go with people like that. I always found that weird that there wasn't actually, like, a bit more support for the alternative stuff and whatever, but the thing I find weird about the push for electric is, I guess you'd have to find an alternative, but at the same time, if we actually, were fully electric with our transport, then we would be putting more strain on the grid. So,
well, I feel like it would be fine to put more strain on the grid. I actually think the push to get on electric is a great thing, but our military is never going to run on electric. I don't think it has to make several more leaps other than just storing power to become viable for military.
Also, you know, I think you know, it makes a certain amount of sense, but it's got its limitations as well. I mean, if you run out of gas, you fill up and you go. If you run out of power, you need to wait for however long.
Yep.
You know, so it's no practical in that sense. You know, if you're planning a journey, if you're doing any kind of lengthy, you know, you're adding in hours or whatever, depending on the length of the journey, maybe days, I don't know. But, you know, there's a lot of extra time involved. And again, logistically, just like, you know, what you were saying there, is, you know, definitely for military application, I'm sure that would be a fucking nightmare.
Yeah, you'd have to develop whole new procedures to make sure you've got a guarantee on power. And all the enemy has to do is take advantage of that and disrupt that in some way. And then, it's just not.
See, this is
it's very easy to manage.
That is the other side of it, and this is the thing I'm really, really against. See the automation thing. I do not like that one bit. Not for self-driving cars at all. I think it's a fucking crazy idea. The potential for you know, interference from outside sources, as well as the potential for the system to fuck up, you know.
Yeah,
I think it's actually, you know, they say it's meant to be safer because it removes human error, but at the end of the day, you can't remove human error from design. And
if I was one of the people who was on the team who designed the program for the self-driving car, I might have more confidence to like say, yes, you can trust this, I promise. But I would have to be one of those people for me to trust that. Yeah.
All right. Well, the thing is, though, you know what you're relying on is a bunch of sensors and
the programming,
feeding back. You know, what would you call it? Fucking, you know, just really, it's just proximity data at the end of the day, I suppose. But you know, that's really the main thing. It's going to gauge what's happening. It can't, you know, it can't do what a human does. It can't read the road the way you would, you know. And there's a lot of situations when you're driving where, unless you yourself are a shit driver, you actually read what's happening in front of you before it happens sometimes, and things like that. You know, there's just shit that you know, a computer's never going to be able to do that. You know what I mean?
No, I think it could. They could write a sufficient number of if-then statements for the computer to run based on what the data values are. But like, I would still be worried about it, and I'd want to be able to have a complete understanding of that programming.
Yeah, I just you know, I don't see that like you know, I can think of different situations where you really would need to want to have control of the car.
Oh yeah, absolutely, I would.
You know, the car itself wouldn't understand why that would be necessary at the time. You know, like for example, one driver having an impact on another driver and it kind of coming across the carriageway sort of thing. You know, like one vehicle to another vehicle sort of thing. You know, you would see the initial problem yourself, and you would compensate. You know, so just say for example, somebody's like driving erratically, and you spot that, and you want to move over in a couple of lanes to avoid them. Do you know what I mean? And other people would do the same maybe, but the car that you were in, if it was just going by, you know, the sensing alone, it wouldn't see the erratic driver. It would need to wait until somebody adjusted for the erratic driver, and then it would maybe see like a hazard in front of you. You get what I mean? You know, there's some situations that it's like you're looking at the whole situation in the road in front of you and adjusting accordingly to events. Whereas with that situation, it's just going to say, well, is something in front of me a danger? Is something to the side of me a danger? You know, it's a bit different. I don't really, You know, I can't see it adjusting to all the situations that you would as a human driver. Plus, I just
Yeah,
don't
I
trust
don't
the
think so.
technology. You know, all it takes is a sensor to
Yeah, I
fail
wouldn't.
or something like that. You know,
I wouldn't either. I mean, I've seen some photos of one crashed into a Mercedes-Benz dealership and put a sizable dent in like a solid piece of the building. Like it was a giant concrete pillar, and I don't know. It drove over the top of another car on its way into and
Was there was somebody that died a while back? Was there no trying to use Tesla's auto drive or whatever the fuck?
yeah, it was the auto driver. The auto drive did it, and the person in both cases where I mentioned the camera getting cut in half, the driver walked out of the Tesla without a scratch, and the same when he hit the Mercedes-Benz dealership building, going so fast that he launched over a bank, like a earth bank, over some shrubbery, and like he was going fast enough to get air. So it's probably like 50 miles an hour or so, at
That's scary
least.
shit. But the other side to it, the thing that freaks me out as much is the human component to it. So you know, drivers are already shit and they're already killing each other because they're too busy looking at their fucking phones and stuff like that. You imagine somebody who's got a self-driving car who wants to sit and fucking talk shit on Facebook all day.
Oh my god. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people like want to be able to. I would be worried about the battery running out and that kind of shit.
You know,
like if I just go to sleep and let it, and I just be like, "Hey, take me home," and you just go to sleep, it just dies.
You know,
I don't know. They probably have safeguards.
In a perfect world, it might be nice, but you know, just people like that, the people that are no responsible, will scare the shit out of me as well. Because that, you know, really with a system like that, you want to be aware and have your wits about you and get ready to take over if something goes tits up. There's, you know, people who can't pay attention to the road just now when they're supposed to be in control of the car, so they're never ever going to be safe enough in a car like that if something does go wrong. So you know, that's a scary prospect, I think.
Well, the person in the Tesla will almost certainly be fine based on the every safety test I've seen from the Tesla, and
So
accident I've seen. Like
Tesla, then we're safe.
yeah, it's everybody outside of the Tesla that needs to be worried.
That's a very cunning plan by Elon Musk.
Yeah,
everybody.
It'll be interesting when the two Teslas impact each other. That'll be interesting.
I do like I like the Teslas. I would like to get a shot of one. I think you know, that instant torque thing. It would be really interesting.
Oh yeah. Yep, the electric motors.
They're insane. They're fucking insane. It's amazing.
Yeah, the Tesla's like the only car that can accelerate just as fast as it can decelerate.
Aye, that's it is an amazing bit of kit. The only thing I've seen that's like more impressive in the same vein is, you know, an electric bike. You know, and that's just even scarier because it's, you know, so much less weight in it. So
yeah, and not safe for you.
Oh, I mean, it's when you watch somebody who is a seasoned biker and they've ridden all kinds of crazy shit and they jump on an electric bike and they're actually scared. It tells you something, you know what I mean?
Oh man, I just looked at the title of this thing. You know, we're so off topic. I feel like I should apologize.
I'm just rambling shit anyway. I don't know.
Are there any flat earthers in the audience?
I don't think so, and for some reason I don't think anybody else is in this world to try and jump in at any point, even if it's just to tell us to shut the fuck up. It's kind of weird, actually, you know? I'm not even usually in Hangouts. And the only reason I mean, this is a stupid time for me, but the only reason I'm able to do this is because I'm off work just now, so. Just killing time, basically. I've had a lot of time off work because I've hurt my neck, so I'm starting to go fucking stir crazy, you know what I mean?
There are a lot of bullshit scams out there other than, like, they have nothing, that just take advantage of scientific, like, lacks of gaps in scientific knowledge that people have. So, like, colloidal, have you ever heard of colloidal metals or colloidal gold?
It's I don't know much about it. It kind of rings a bell, but
It basically, a colloidal just means you have a solid and a liquid that are evenly mixed by molecule.
right.
So, or on a molecular level rather than on a particle level. So, like, they take gold and suspend it in a liquid, basically, molecule by molecule. They find a liquid that'll do that with it. And then they sell it to you as a drink. So, and something's interesting, like, gold actually has a use in healthcare. If they can use the gold that collects in your heart, one of your heart chambers, the pump of your body, there's a point of static pressure in there that, because gold is heavier, it'll eventually get carried and caught in there. And the dispersion of that gold in that area of the heart causes certain types of ultrasound type things to be used to get an image of the heart. And another place where the gold falls out in your system, if you get any in you, is in your toenails.
What?
Which is at the bottom. It's at the very bottom of your body's enclosed system.
Yeah,
And on a solid, no less.
That's pretty strange. But why the fuck?
Yeah, it kind of hints to me that gold has no actual use in your body because it falls out in the points of static pressure.
I just find, like, why are people drinking these things in the first place, though?
Oh, the claim is that they're good for you.
Right.
They make health claims. They're like, it's like the red pill mentality.
I find it very odd with a lot of these things that somehow they get started. Who was the first person to go, let's try this, and convince somebody else?
Right, yeah, like how it's like the placebo is just super powerful for some people and they just never stop.
Well, do you know what? Actually, I remember watching. I think it was PMARS and DQ who were taking the piss at an authentic intent a while back, and they were watching him walking around, and he ended up talking to this woman, and she was that type. She could tell you about every alternative diet and every alternative religion or spiritualism, whatever, new wave, hippie shit, everything. It was, as long as it wasn't, something normal, she knew about it, and that was the impression you got. It's like she just spent her whole life jumping from one thing to another, you know what I mean? Just moving on, like, oh, I've tried this, and then she hears about the next big thing, and she's like, oh, well, I'll try that, and you're like, wow, it must be weird, like, just wanting to do, like, just weird shit to your body all the time. It's fucking strange.
Yeah, I just try and eat food,
I mean, I like to have a reasonably healthy diet. No fucking, I don't live off of salads and shit like that, but
yeah, I try and balance things out.
Go out my way, I don't go out my way to get very fattening food. You know what I mean? I don't have lots of takeaways and things like that, but
yeah,
I'll have it. I just I don't know, being sensible.
I mean, I personally have like an inverse problem that to a lot of people. My diet, I don't have a very strong diet, so I try and make myself eat a little more than I want to, and I'm still losing weight.
So it's not a metabolism thing then, probably, because if anybody I've ever known that's had a kind of higher metabolism, they also do eat like total pigs. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, I eat like a pig, but I just don't eat very often. Like I'll eat like once or twice a day tops.
Right. Well,
I don't know.
to be
It's
fair,
it's not a healthy thing.
you know, I know it's not the most interesting subject, but
Sorry.
no, but that's actually the whole eating thing is actually a bit of an issue for me. You know, I actually have esophagitis, so that affects what you can eat. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So it's a weird one because there's certain things. It's I don't know. It's hard to explain how it can sometimes affect you, but like, you know, there'll be things that you would just take for granted that would just make, you know, just set you right off, and then there's things that you would
Is
think.
it like an allergy located in your throat, basically, or?
Well, it's inflammation of the lining of your esophagus. So your esophagus is,
Okay.
you know, obviously the bit that runs down into your stomach.
Where the food goes through.
Yep, and it's because of what it is and where it's located. It basically doesn't heal. You know, it's nightmarish. But the effect is weird. Like it's weird how it will, like the things that will fuck you up don't always make sense, and the things that you think would fuck you up don't. And it's pretty fucking bizarre, actually. Yeah. It's a weird thing. Also, if you ever know anybody that's got it, be very sympathetic to them because it's actually a surprisingly horrible thing at times. It can come in different, you know, severities, if you like. And when it's bad, it's you know, a horrible thing. It can make you feel like you're having a heart attack and things like that. It's actually really nasty. So, you know, if you ever know anybody that's got it,
I'll keep that in mind.
treat them nicely. They'll probably piss you off because they'll be like, "No, I can't eat that. I can't eat this." And you know, it'll get on your nerves if you ever meet somebody like that because it is a pain. You know, it's kind of weird. It's like it's not until you have something stupid like that you realize like simple things that you do take for granted. You know, like say I can't really drink coffee very much and shit like that. You know, it's just stupid shit sometimes. And then there's other stuff. You know, try to go out to a restaurant with your girlfriend and you think, oh, I can't go to that one because the type of food it is will just make me feel like shit. And you know what I mean? So it's a fucking just a pain in the arse. But the point is that it can control your diet anyway, just because we were talking about that. You know what I mean? So there may be things you want to eat, you can't eat, and maybe things that you have to eat because it's you know, going to be better for you. It's going to help you out in some way, like control your acid levels or some shit like that. It's weird.
I feel a lot luckier now.
Yeah, if you're ever needing that help, just, you know, ask me about how it's affected me, and I'll go into detail about it. And trust me, you'll feel much better about yourself.
I can imagine.
It's a pretty weird thing, actually. I don't want to keep going on about it because I say it's a bit of fucking, you know, it's boring to talk about. But the thing about it is that it is actually a very you know, problematic thing. It causes a lot of issues that you wouldn't think it could cause, but it's one of these things that people don't really deal with or understand. You know, in the medical profession or whatever, you know, you don't really get the. You know, you're not going to go to somebody and say you're having all these problems, and they're going to go, "Aha,
I know what that is.
I know how I can help you." It's not like that. It's one of these horrible, shitty things where they go, "Well, it's probably this and it's probably that," and you're like, "No." And then when they try to do what they can do, it's very sort of limited and shitty, and you know, your options are very limited, and because it's something that can be quite painful, you know, that if the things that they offer you don't really necessarily help with the pain, things like that. So it's like one of these kind of weird grey areas in medicine, if you know what I mean. And you know, obviously being somebody that's got it, I think it's something that needs to be really like studied more, and you know, have a lot more support for it. And it's kind of weird, you know. It's something that you if you've not got it, you're not going to think about it, you know. But when you've got it, you realise, you know, fuck, you know, it's kind of weird thing for them not to have an answer for. And, you know, in this day and age,
Considering all that we do have an answer for, yeah.
aye. I mean, there's some very rare diseases and things like that they know more about and can do, you know, treatment for and stuff like that. But something like this, it's like, nah, you're fucked. You know, take some painkillers and fuck off. Oh, brilliant. Ah, it's pretty weird.
Well, I mean, I feel like I've been here talking too long, and
I've been here for fucking hours talking shit.
I feel like I don't have anything useful to say at this point. I've exhausted.
I don't tell me about it. I'm just fucking waffling, as I say, because I'm going stir crazy. I'm fucking. The thing is, I mean, I joined the hangout fucking ages ago, and obviously we were having the usual bitch fest about the loons, but I didn't expect to be just sitting talking shit for hours. I thought other people would be jumping in, and you know, it's kind of weird.
I think I'm gonna head off.
Is anybody else even fucking hanging about? Shit.
I think we put everyone to sleep, but
Yeah,
maybe
probably,
I don't know.
and I don't blame them.
Yeah, me neither.
That shit.
Make a meme.
Anybody was welcome to jump in and fucking derail us from talking shit anytime they wanted. Yeah. You just end up just waffling away, especially the later it gets. I mean, it's like fucking 5 a.m. here, you know what I mean?
Oh my gosh, you should go to bed.
So I'm saying it's just because I've been off work. I've never normally be up like this. So, you know, apologies to everybody for just rambling for hours.
Oh, it was fun. I enjoyed meeting you and talking, and hope I was entertaining to at least a few people.
Not as entertaining as it is when you're on dreads. That's for sure.
Takes two to tango with that guy.
Actually, before you go, I've kind of been laughing at the way you talk to some people. I find it really amusing. I don't think they get it, and I absolutely love it. I think it's hilarious, man.
I appreciate you saying that. I really do. Because they don't get it. They don't fucking get it. I'm like 5.5 steps ahead of where they're going. Not just one.
It's hilarious to watch. It's like the way I look at it is you're kind of doing live what I do quite a lot in the text. You know what I mean?
Yes, yeah.
And that's why I find it really amusing to watch, because they never really understand what you're doing to them, sort of thing. You know.
Kids will. Kids get it. I don't know. Maybe it's going. I don't want to let it go to my head. Thank you. I really appreciate that. That feeds my ego a lot.
That's cool. I'm sure that'll help you in your next endeavor.
All right. Until we meet again over the internet.
Oh, cheers, Lewis. Catch you later.
Bye.
Why are you weird people hanging about this chat and no saying anything?
I'm here to moderate and do voices and help Gem Panda, so I'm just hanging around. How are you, Alk? What's up, man? I don't want to keep you up too late, man. 4 a.m, 5. Shit.
As I said to Lewis, it's a rare thing. You know, it's just because I've actually been off work for a couple of weeks now. With this.
Oh, are you on a holiday?
No, it's I hurt my neck.
Oh, unfortunate. That sucks, man.
It does suck, because it's one of these things I thought, it would be a couple of days, and it's ended up being a couple of weeks. But nothing. It's one of these silly things you can't really do much about. You just have to wait.
Just wait it out. But you're gonna be okay. Walk and everything.
Oh,
nothing crazy.
I can move around and stuff like that. It's just there's certain physical things that I can't do because of where the pain is. You know what I mean?
Gotcha. Yeah, it's
kind of
harder to bear.
But in terms of my current lifestyle, it's pretty different for the last couple of weeks. Sitting in the house.
Yeah, I'm sure it's a change of pace.
It's pretty
to
weird.
say the least.
So that's the only reason. It's the only reason I'm here, and the only reason I'm not giving a shit that it's such a ridiculous time. Because the longer it goes on, your timing starts to go out further and further and further. You know what I mean?
Right. Totally. Like you kind of lose track of it. Is that what you mean?
Well, when you don't have to get up,
or might. Okay. Yeah.
You'll sit up a bit later, but if you then the next day you won't be as tired as you normally are because you're working all day and all that shit. And,
gotcha.
You know what I mean? It knocks your kind of your internal clock out a bit or whatever. So as I say, I apologise to anybody listening if I'm just rambling and talking boring shit. I'm just
no, man. It's always
conversing with people and passing time and keeping myself.
It's always good to take the piss and see everybody's different take, So I don't think you're wasting anybody's time. It's actually pretty interesting. I thought your whole take on the Flatties was good, and the Anthony Riley thing I think was 100% solid because I don't know. I just don't know how you could review evidence like that.
Yeah, the thing that really, just the fact that he's dishonest in the way that he's behaving towards other people and stuff like that. It's the facade that he hides behind that gets on my nerves. He tries to play innocent. And he's
like
not innocent at all, but he acts it. He tries to. He's like, "Oh, I'm just doing this. And I'm just presenting evidence, and don't be nasty to me." He's very, very sneaky that way. Don't like that.
Kind of manipulative, huh? Playing those dummies, playing at the heartstrings. It's in that book that Lewis reads, the 52 Laws of Power or 48 Laws of Power. Fucked up that. That was his other book, I think. He wrote a book for 50 Cent. It was called 50 Laws of Power. That's what it was called.
Who wrote that?
Robert Greene, I believe.
Right. So, have you read it?
I've read excerpts of it. I'm not like cover to cover.
Do you know Find is actually kind of another theme with these guys? I think you see stuff like that cropping up every now and again, like people mentioning Sun Tzu, The Art of War, and stuff like that. That know everybody, but there's a few of them that'll get mentioned that they've been reading things like this, and I guess anybody can read what they want, but I do find it interesting that people who happen to be the kind of more popular figures in a movement that does rely on manipulation of other people's thoughts or telling you that they're reading stuff like that. I find that interesting. You know what I mean? I don't. The thing is, it's like if you compare it to just normal life and the people that there's certain things that maybe it's something to do with the conspiracy thing. I don't know, but they tend to find that they've got this interest in certain materials and certain authors, philosophers, or whatever it might be, that maybe most people wouldn't have read or whatever. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think so.
So what I'm saying is like they seem to be gravitating towards a lot of these philosophies that are about manipulation in one form or another, and they always couch it as if, well, this is what we're against, and you need to know, and blah blah blah. And you watch them, it's them that they're the ones using the techniques, they're the ones manipulating people.
Oh, I totally feel what you're saying. they do that in all of their videos. That's how a lot of the people get into this in the first place, is because they use those techniques in the videos, be it ominous music or neurolinguistic programmings. I think they can even use like slight ASMR, whatever that is called. I think it all kind of ties together and makes people vulnerable to this disinformation for the most part.
When I first kind of encountered this stuff, it was Jubei that kind of cropped up, and it was so obvious the way he does things, you know. And I tried to tell some people, you know, when I was first kind of talking to people in these videos and things like that, I tried to point it out to them. You know, do you not see how he is manipulating what you're thinking by using these images and stuff like that? And none of them, you know, not a single one of them actually understood it. Even though somebody's sitting there telling them, look at this, you know, like I was picking specific bits of the video and saying, look at what, you know, how he's made you think this by using this image with this piece of text or whatever. You know what I mean? Like specifically, like laying it out for them, and it was just like no.
Yeah, it's almost connecting dots that aren't there.
It's just funny to me that they're like that. You know, it's just like they have to have something that isn't. I guess they don't. I don't know. Maybe they're just desperate for something that isn't mundane. You know, because there seems to be a big community thing there. You know, there's definitely more about that.
Yeah.
Than it is about anything to do with truth and reality and all that. You know, they might use the words, but they don't mean that when they say it. There's probably some people that think they mean it, but they're so averse to hearing something that takes them away from it, and you know they've got some kind of emotional investment in it.
Yeah, they definitely like the idea of everything being a lie, which some things are a lie, granted, but they kind of, I guess you could say, romanticize that whole ideology to an extent where it kind of just deteriorates all, you know, decent thought that they could have, if that makes sense. I don't know. I feel like I'm a word salad Bob here. Should I stop?
I think the thing about it is, you kind of look at it and you see a pattern of behaviour, but it's not always easy to explain what you think. You know, you get it in a sense, but you don't understand it fully. I guess that's the thing. You know something's going on, but you don't really. You can't rationalise it yourself, so you're kind of going, like, well, maybe it's this, maybe it's that. I think that's what makes it hard to, vocalise what you're thinking. In general, though, there's some weird thing going on where it's as if they need to feel part of something special.
Well, yeah, I mean, the promise of the flat Earth, if it were to come into full fulfillment or fruition, whatever you want to call it, I mean, it's supposed to change the world. I mean, you won't have to go to your job anymore if it turns out to be flat. You know, everyone's going to be on vacation, eating mangoes and shit like that. So, I mean, this information's really got to get out there. That's kind of, the way they frame it. They give them this false idea of a utopia afterwards if we could just achieve this information getting out there. But the thing is, the information gets out there at least once a month. I mean, it's in the mainstream a lot. If it were really something that had some stick-to-itiveness to it, I think that it probably would have gone somewhere. But at the same time, I don't think it should go anywhere because, I mean, all the evidence does not lead to it anyhow. It's just, it's all dependent on your biased view at the end of the day.
But the thing is, the one thing, the only piece of truth, not the way he terms it, but the only piece of information that comes out of Dell's mouth that's accurate is to say it's an objective thing. So, reality is objective. If you like, and obviously it is, either it's a sphere or whatever, but none of the evidence points towards flat Earth. So I don't take the stance that it's unknown. And there's no doubt about it. But even if you're being, more open-minded about it, if you like, it ain't flat. there's nothing pointing that way. It's severe lack of evidence, and I don't. That's the other reason why it's kind of weird to me. Is I get the. Well, I don't really get it, but in a certain respect, I get the idea that they might think there's some kind of conspiracy and feel that they're going to expose something, whatever, blah blah. But putting your, how would you put it? Putting your money up against something like that. I mean, like something that's so poor. That's just a terrible idea. It's so, and it's just nothing that they've got is based really in reality. It's all about the memes and the cartoons and the animations and all that kind of
Right.
stuff that somebody else has put on YouTube. It's a terrible. It's not as if there's some kind of body that could be misinterpreted, and so you could understand that somebody's looking at something actual, physical, tangible, real, and there's a reasonable number of things that come together to create, like, not a big massive body evidence, but still what you would call a body evidence rather than just one thing. And there's nothing. It's just not like that. There's nothing real and physical about it. It's just shit that's put together. Music, animations, and there's nothing there. It's a terrible thing to fucking put your shoulder behind, or whatever fucking phrase you want to use to describe it. But I find that very weird. I think I'd want to find something that at least has got some good evidence for it and sounds really plausible. Yeah, pretty weird. I don't know. It's kind of weird though, right? When I guess everybody must be in the same boat by this stage, that when you first hear about this shit, it's like a passing thing, and you're like, ha ha ha, and, you just think, oh, fucking, and you think, when you go and look at it, you think it's something you're going to do for fucking 5 minutes or a day or whatever, and then you'll be done with it, and
yeah, like most videos or something you watch on YouTube. Unless you really, really like it, you only go there once.
Well, the thing I find weird is that, like, for example, see this whole hangout thing. I didn't. It's not something I was aware of, and as an option for YouTube or whatever. I had the only reason I even knew Hangouts existed as a thing was because it was built into my phone, because it's an Android. You know what I mean? And it's something I never used, but.
Yeah, I thought the same. It was just some phone bullshit.
But
I didn't know what it was.
When you look at this whole situation, it's actually more amazing to me that we've got this, that you've got these situations where this is happening. Where there's hundreds of them. People going on live and doing this and talking like for fucking hours. It's not even just like a 3 minute. And then obviously I've been kind of hanging about the boards and stuff like that for so many months now, I suppose. But you guys have been at it for a couple of years,
dude. It's somebody said it. It's better than TV, but it's the worst thing on the internet, basically.
That's a good description.
I can't remember. I think it was Ed Upside Down Head. But I thought that was a really good analogy.
I suppose
it sums it up for me. I mean, I don't really watch much TV, and this is kind of how I occupy that time. And plus, I mean, if you have a phone, you can always be on YouTube. So, I mean,
well, that's the thing. I like arguing with people to some extent, although it doesn't need to be an argument. Just don't mean it that way. But I like having these kind of debates or discussions with people, though usually it is. I mean, I don't do this. It's normally just talking shit in comments. But I like it even if it is for something that I disagree with, because I think that it keeps you sharp as well. You know,
Right.
if it gives you something to think about, and all that shit. Like, say, sometimes you might go, "Why do you not understand this?" But the fact that you have to explain it to somebody keeps you right, keeps you on the ball with it. So I think there's that kind of side to it where, even though the subject itself might be kind of silly, the information that you're discussing related around it, and the fact that you're having to like work your brain a wee bit harder than maybe you normally would. You know what I mean? To have these kind of discussions or to explain something to somebody or whatever. I think something like that's kind of good for you, just to just to keep your brain active, basically. And the other side to it was with the hangout thing. It was actually quite cool for me. When I'm at work, I listen to music a lot, but it does get boring after a while. You end up, you've heard every song that you've got, and you've heard them multiple times and shit like that. So it started being more of a thing to listen to some of these hangouts, because they go on for hours. You know what I mean? So you can just whack one on and let it run, and it's kind of a good way to kill time. When you're listening to something
definitely.
like that, it works well. When you're at work or whatever, if you're in that kind of job, what you can do, it's actually an excellent way to pass
Definitely.
time. So it's got its sort of benefits. You know what I mean? I can see the value in it in that way, and it's been interesting because I found it interesting that there was hangouts like this, and there was some people having some good conversations in them and things like that. And I don't know, I guess you wouldn't expect to find that based around this subject. You know what I mean? Not when you first come into it, and all you're seeing is Eric DeBay and ODD TV and all these idiots calling everybody they talk to a shill and all that kind of stuff. I mean, you only see the fucking the most retarded part of it. You don't expect there to be 4-hour long discussions with people that actually have some interesting things to say, instead of just shouting at each other and stuff like that. So it's kind of interesting that it's grouped people together like that and produced it, I think.
Yeah, that's a unique side to it for sure. When I first started, it was all just videos, so I kind of evolved with the whole thing as time went on. So at first, I didn't. Like I said, my headphones fell out. When I first found the subject, I didn't have like the people doing the 4-hour discussions, or if they were, I didn't really know about them.
Mm-hmm.
But it's kind of been an evolving thing throughout the Flat Earth community, I guess you could say.
Well, I think what was kind of weird for me was the whole association with Tim. I just jumped around from like from post to post sort of thing, and you know how it works. Obviously, once you start looking at certain content, you'll get similar content recommended. So you were looking at your phone, obviously, and there would be another one, and go check it out. And so you're just jumping around and whatever. But as people have rightly pointed out several times now, it's quite a small thing, really. Everybody knows each other. And so you start to obviously see certain names cropping up or hear people talking about other people and all that kind of shit. And I kept, like, occasionally I would hear Tim's name get mentioned, stuff like that. And then when I was, talking to Dell on his channel or whatever, or slagging him off, I was getting accused of being Tim's sock puppet. But at this point, I didn't even know who Tim was. I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? And it's kind of weird how it's evolved a bit to like, I spent months basically, talking to all these different people and getting accused of being fucking Timmy Osmond's sock puppet and all this kind of shit. And if it wasn't Tim, it was Jem, you know. And I remember I'd seen Jem commenting on some things. So I kind of vaguely knew who people meant when they mentioned Jem, but I didn't know him, I hadn't spoken to him, So it's kind of weird how, you end up kind of gravitating towards certain people, you know what I mean? And,
Yep. It's odd. But it does make sense. I mean, like-minded people will go with like-minded people. Usually.
Again, no, that's the other thing. It's just, you see, it feeds the paranoia. Apparently, if people who don't think the Earth is flat talk to each other, that's a sign of a conspiracy. But people who think the Earth is flat talk to each other is okay. We're always the bad guys. It's not just a conversation. We're actually doing it for a nefarious reason.
We're getting paid. We get a lot of money to do this, dude.
Oh.
A lot of money. I'm just kidding. Wouldn't that be awesome?
I know.
Paid.
Honestly, I wish they were right. It would be fantastic.
I wouldn't mind it. They always talk about this J-Trig company. Give me an application. They probably, I got enough resume. If you just go mention my name in a Flat Earth chat, that should be good enough. That's like street cred. Yo, what up, J-Trig?
I think that it's quite an amazing thing that they actually believe there's all this controlled opposition to it, as if they actually believe it's a threat. That is amazing to me. You don't even know,
if it was a threat, it would have been out years ago, though, right?
Well, but who really even thinks about this or talks about it? You're involved in it now, but before you were, and if you go out, I'm assuming you've got, some kind of social circle, and maybe some of them you'll tell them about all this shit, but know everybody. I mean, how many of them really know or care about the fact that there's some people on the internet talking about Flat Earth? It's quite an unknown
nobody
thing.
cares.
Nobody gives a shit.
It's a niche thing for certainty. It's not something. It's not big business.
I said that. I think
it's not. It's not a real conspiracy. No worries. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say. I mean, when you compare subscribers, and the view counts and whatever to other stuff that's going on in YouTube and other social media, this is absolutely nothing. It's so tiny, it's ridiculous. And the things that they're up against aren't even really that amazing. As in, they're just mundane, everyday, stupid shit. Like
putting up
girls that
billboards.
teach other how to put makeup on YouTube. You know what I mean? And they'll have 1 million subscribers and shit like that. It's just nonsense. Total tack, and it's vastly popular compared to what these guys have got. And it's that's why I also cracks me up when Dell's talking to me in his interviews and he goes, "Do you know there's a huge online movement?" Really?
I know guys like that. You guy in the chat will say there's 1 million flat earthers out there, or 1 billion maybe. I saw that one day, but for sure 1 million. I think they were generous saying there's 10,000. I don't even think it's that many.
Yeah,
maybe with all the sock accounts and shit, and the community that surrounds the flat Earth, the people that laugh at it. And, there's other people that don't even chat that probably watch it.
Well, that's something I think that none of them really take into account is that the people that watch versus the people that interact. It's quite a disparity there. Usually on most any kind of platform like this, you'll tend to get more people that stay in the background. they just watch occasionally, but they don't get involved. They don't do, you know, they don't do this. They don't sit and make comments. They just watch. And you know, that part it kind of bugs me because I don't think they do realise that they may have a. No saying that, you know, no try to sound like I'm contradicting what we just said, but they've got like a wider audience in general than what they see. You know, what they think. You know, they think, oh right, I've got, you know, 100 people watching me live just now, or whatever. But you know, I think there's always a lot more sort of onlookers that just don't participate at all, and you would never know they were there. And I think they don't, like, it's part of the responsibility thing. I'm not doing a very good at articulating myself, but it's probably because it is
No worries, man.
5 in the morning. You know what I mean? But you know, I don't think they always consider the fact that there's other people that they're not aware that the stuff they're saying is getting to. You know what I mean? And they might, and you know, if they thought about it, they might think, well, that's great because there's more people listening. But you know, I look at it the other way, which is that, well, there's more people who are going to see how full of shit you are, or there's more people who are going to see you're getting angry, or there's more people who maybe shouldn't be hearing what you're saying, and you're not thinking about that. You know, like kids or whatever. Yeah, so I think there's like I don't think they think outside what they see right in front of their face when it comes to how they're interacting with people online. Like, so if they're talking to people like me and you or whatever in the comments or something like that, I think they do literally think about it that way. Like, so if, you know, we're the only people there. You know what I mean? It's just
right.
us. You know, it's just us, and there's nobody else watching. And I don't think they factor that in at all.
Oh, I know. Imagine who reads those comments, dude. I'll go through a video and just read the comments. If it's a long enough video, sometimes I won't even post anything. It doesn't even have to be. It doesn't matter what the video is. Usually I'll read the comments just to see where, you know, I just like to do that. I don't know why. It's addicting.
I like to,
but yeah, I see what you mean.
Well, that's my thing, you know. I like to look through the comments, and certain things will stand out and I'll respond to it and stuff like that. But I mean, I've seen it before where there's a place where I used to hang about, and you know, I was there for a couple of years, and about 2 years into being there and being like, you know, we all, you know, there's like a core community of people that were interacting with each other every day. And then I wrote something. It was like a critique, and some random person appeared and you know, made a comment about it. Who you know, nobody's ever seen this person before, and the way they were talking to me, they were talking about a bunch of stuff that I'd done in the past. You know what I mean?
What?
You know, so because they were know about me personally, I mean, on there. So like, as in they were always there. You know, they were just always an onlooker. They were always in the background, reading all the posts, and they knew everybody. You know what I mean? It's just like a silent watcher. You know what I mean? And lurkers, that's what we used to call them, lurkers. But you know, there's millions of them basically, you know, for anything. You know, whether it be Facebook, YouTube, you know, kind of place I was talking about was like a message board system and stuff like that. You know, there's like everywhere you go, there's always a certain amount of people who are just going to be looking in, and that doesn't mean they're, you know, your audience. They are just people that are looking and going, "What the fuck?" So aye, exactly. You know, the effect that what's happening here could have on other people that they maybe, you know, as I say, that they probably don't even consider that there are like passers-by or whatever you want to call it, onlookers, that are just looking at it going, oh, look at these fucking lunatics. And I don't know, it's just the impression I get that the people that you see in this, the Dells, the Nathan Oakleys, and Martin Leakey, and even Patricia Steer, and like it's always the same few names that pop up. They're always talking about the same things and things like that. They're always interacting with the same people in the chat, and when they talk, you get that impression. Like they are. It's like that's their world. You know what I mean? Like they really are kind of thinking outside any of that. It's just like they're stuck with this handful of people, and that's it. I'm kind of waffling away here.
No, it's all good. No worries. I don't know if Jem's still up. We could definitely call it a show, man. It's been a long one.
I can't believe
definitely.
At least I've got an excuse for talking shit.
What was that?
At least I've got an excuse for talking shit. It's no normal. Shouldn't be up at this time. It's actually something I always found weird when I first kind of found the Hangouts, was that they were always on really late for me. You know what I mean? Like Jem and Jed, and we're in the same time zone, but the times of the Hangouts were always fucking silly times in the morning.
Oh yeah, Jeds are too late for you, huh? Figured it'd be.
He used to like kind of starting his after midnight at 1 o'clock, that kind of thing.
Oh, it's probably because of his kids, huh? He waits till everyone's asleep and does them.
Aye. Must have some good soundproofing in his house, though. Because he doesn't keep it quiet, does he? He's quite an animated guy, Jed.
Yeah, he's super funny, man. He makes a lot of good points. I don't know if you've seen a lot of his shows. I enjoy him.
I like Jed. He's another one as well. I don't think that people get. He makes a lot of really good points, but he throws in a lot of satire as well.
Yeah, man. Satire is always good, though. You can't go wrong with that.
Totally agree. But I think that the people on the receiving end, they always look at it, the worst possible way, and they see it as if he's just being silly. That's the way they'll try and portray it. It's like, he's just being silly, he's just being daft. They don't understand, obviously his technique, if you want to call it that. I like it, when he's kind of taking the piss out of people, but he says a lot of things, and it's he's got I think Jed's got a really interesting way of looking at things, actually. A lot of the time that I can be quite literal, but I think Jed sort of thinks outside the box when he's looking at all this stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think I know what you mean.
He makes some good points. And he's obviously still into some of the other stuff, kind of. I guess he's been into his kind of conspiracy stuff, and he reads a lot of other material and things like that, and tries to kind of make connections, bring it into this and stuff like that, which is quite cool. It's a bit different, most people don't. Actually, I don't think I can think of anybody else that does do that when I think about it. No, I can't think of anybody. I think he is.
No, I don't. Not off the top of my head. Not currently.
Yeah. No, I like that. And he's not afraid to take the piss. He's not afraid to, make himself look silly just to get a laugh and things like that, which is, I think all that stuff's brilliant. But again, people are just nasty and just look at something. He's making an arsehole of himself or something like that. They look at it the wrong way. But you know, they need to lighten up. I think. I suppose it's just because you know, they're the target of what he's, you know, when he's taking the piss. But
Exactly. On top of it, they're emotionally invested.
I think that you know, a good example is when he did his wee rap for Validation Boy. I mean, I thought it was funny. It was like, considering it was just off the cuff.
Right.
It was pretty good. You know what I mean?
I saw it, but I think he took it down. I wanted to watch it again. I couldn't find the motherfucker.
Don't know, I haven't looked for a while or anything like that.
Maybe he didn't like it.
Just one of the things, you know. You know, he's a wee bit. He approaches things a bit differently, and he can do it with a bit of humour. But he isn't just, you know. Some people are like that, but that's all they've got, you know. To say with Jed, I think he's good. He sometimes is sort of like, he kind of comes at things a different angle that you wouldn't think it. And it's kind of cool.
These people are sick. I don't know how he does it. These people.
He knows I think the thing that makes you know, his videos work as well is that he knows what he's talking about, as in he knows the people. He like, he has a good overview. You know what I mean? And how he does it, I don't know. You know, I've watched when he does his Christ, can I speak? Kind of weekly roundup. He's seems to have been able to kind of take in a lot of information through the week, all these different hangouts, and I'm kind of looking at him going, man, I've barely had time to watch like half of what you've watched, let alone retain it all and be able to comment about it later. You know what I mean?
Right.
He's really good at that. He's good at kind of absorbing all the information, but he knows everybody involved quite well, and so when he's making comments about it, isn't he just, you know, a kind of very straightforward, oh, this happened, that happened. You know, he kind of sees it from the point of view from more of a kind of long-standing thing with the history of people. And he's kind of good at keeping it all, and he's, you know, keeping it all organised and makes sense. Oh, excuse me.
No worries.
I'm sorry. I know. Keeping you yammering, and I'm fucking just talking shit. Right. I think
Is your cat acting up?
I think the cats have finally decided it's time to go and find another owner, because I've been ignoring them for the last 4 hours.
Put him on the show. You know YouTube loves cats.
That's all part of the conspiracy, you know.
You cat people?
You just need to look back, you know, in history. Obviously, the Egyptians liked their cats. And as we know, the Egyptians were all Masons, so it's all connected.
Freemason, and they were Jewish.
Reptilian Jewish cat worshippers. That reminds me of some shit from the other week. I was laughing at it. Was it PMARS? Just PMAR? Brenda said something about being, you know, getting our technology from some people from a certain planet, and PMARS is like, it's Alpha Draconis. Really, it's funny, really adamant, like, oh, get it right. You know what? That's actually, you know, I don't want to start any shit here, but I'm going to go soon anyway. But something that I have noticed that, like, there seems to be quite a lot of falling outs between certain people. You know, P-Mars and Tim and Jed and stuff like that. It's like 1 minute they're all in a hangout together, the next minute they're all calling each other bastards and fuckers, and you're like, the fuck?
Yeah. Treacherous territory, man. The ego. I mean, everybody's got an ego, you know. I have an ego. You have an ego, I'm sure. And I think people just sense that on each other and maybe get a little tired of it, you know. But who's to say?
I don't know. I guess I just it's weird to me that it happens so quickly and so often, more than anything. You know, I think I could get it if maybe it was like every couple of months or something like that. But there seemed to be a period of time there where it was you know, literally a day or two apart. It was a change, you know.
Yeah.
It's just up and down, like fucking crazy. What? I don't know. I just found it odd because you know, I can't imagine like so. I mean, I know we're just kind of talk nonsense, but like so that's me. I've been sitting talking to you for a while. I couldn't imagine you coming into a hangout in the morning and going, "I will fuck you," you know, and just you know, where does that come from? Anyway,
just come in and say "fuck you." I don't know. It's just maybe some people think it's
maybe
fun.
I'll try it, right? See what happens. I'll create a bit of drama.
Give it a go.
To make up for the several hours of waffling from tonight, we'll go the other way. We'll start a big fight.
Meet me on Political Hillbilly tomorrow. We'll go on and we'll say "fuck you."
Hillbilly, somebody I've not really even wasted my time looking at. The one time I went over to see, and it was because, let me think. Where did I see it? It might have been Slides, but I don't quote me on that. But somebody mentioned these debunking gravity for $1. So
yeah.
I'm like, what the fuck is that? I've got to see that, you know. And well, it didn't disappoint. It was obviously retarded, but somebody was commenting to him about it, and I think they said they weren't nice, you know. They were like, "Oh, that's that's air pressure, you fucking retard," or something like that. You know, they said it that way, and Hillbilly just went, you know, something like, well, you know, and did kind of like a quick answer back, and then just blocked them immediately. So he never even gave that person like one chance to, you know, he never even tried to argue with the guy. And then I came on and, you know, said something about the air pressure holding the fluid in the straw or something like that, and he never even responded to me, you know. So I was like, right, well, that's the end of that. You know,
He probably saw it and thought, "Oh, it's another goddamn troll."
Exactly.
Trolls are always after me.
He's the very first time I heard him. I thought actually, you know, the name Political Hillbilly and then the voice. I thought, well, Political Hillbilly, that's just you know, it's just an online name, and you know, he's obviously from the south, and you know, it's some kind of joke. And then I saw him. Fucking hell.
You just thought it was like a character.
It's crazy, man. He really is what he says he is. He probably could be in some kind of show. Scary thought.
You think he's a shill?
No, I'm saying he probably could be in some kind of show.
Oh, some show. Yeah. I thought you said he's a shill. Fuck. He could be like definitely in some kind of freak show. Guys.
Yeah.
A good, or what do you think, like a reality show?
Performing these coons.
They'd probably love him on AMC. What was that? No, not AMC. What is that channel that shows like hoarders and things of that nature? They'd love him on that.
A&D maybe.
He might show up in the next American Horror Story, or maybe he's maybe missed the boat on that one because they already did Freak Show, didn't they? But
Yeah, they did. I remember that. It's a weird show.
He would actually, when I think about it, he would have blended in.
Dude, with some of those
What's that? There's a character.
those weird ass motherfuckers they had on. I don't know what you call them. Freaks.
There's what's his name? Pearl. There's a character called Pearl.
Was that the older lady that ran the place?
No, it's like a younger woman, but she does have a kind of strange looking face and kind of big teeth and stuff like that, you know. And
Lord,
she could, I could definitely imagine that being like a couple. Hellbilly, you know what I mean? I could see that. Shit, you know what it's like? Reality TV and stuff like that. It's like, man, if they ever actually did something like that, you would end up. They would get millions for doing like a wedding on TV or some shit like that.
like a flat Earth wedding. Political hillbilly and that one woman.
I don't know. I guess the thing is, it's kind of funny to me because you take the piss out of that kind of person quite a lot. It's like a kind of stereotype in it. That's the thing. And of course, not a stereotype for my country. So to actually have somebody that really actually fits the stereotypes, kind of hilarious. Trailer trash. Right, I know I keep saying it this time, I'm going to mean it. It's just waffling away and it's just stupid time, so I'm going to piss off.
No worries, man. I enjoyed having you on.
Well, thanks for talking to me. Same goes to everybody. I apologise to any of the poor schmucks still watching and listening to this waffle.
No worries, man. We appreciate your work and keep fighting the good fight. Get rid of this disinformation and these shills, charlatans.
Well,
or we could just poke fun too. That works. It's always a good time.
It's a few weeks back, I got so pissed off at just wasting your time with trying to speak to people and they just don't fucking listen. So making the videos has been good. Let's try to think I quite like doing the thing with the ferrofluid. I think it's a good way to prove a point when it comes to that. And if anybody wants to challenge it, I think they'd have a hard time. You know what I mean? So it's kind of good to do something quite practical and it has some kind of relevance. But at the same time, I was so bored with trying to have any kind of meaningful exchange with people who are just acting like morons that I decided to go the complete other way with it myself, actually, and just start doing some satire myself. So we'll see how that goes. What path I take.
Yeah, it just depends on what you happen to catch. Well, you know what I mean? When you're viewing these shows, do it maybe like kind of Captain Bullshit style. He's got a good satire.
I have got plenty of stuff or ideas or whatever, things I've kind of thought about. Like I've thought about them at different times, but now there's like a small sort of accumulation, a wee list of things, and keep thinking, right, fuck it. I'm just going to do something silly just to amuse myself and hopefully maybe amuse a few other people and takes, same thing. And it's like whenever you see stuff like that, like what you're talking about, the Captain Bill shit, and whatever, it's good to just have a laugh. That and like Tau's videos and things like that. They're excellent. You know what I mean? Stuff like that's good. And I think
Imagine how much he laughs when he's putting it together. He probably laughs his ass off, man. I know I would. I do.
It must be hard. It's probably hard for him sometimes to cut it, to edit it. Then. He's probably got tons of material.
Probably in the beginning. I think once you get a good flow, that stuff just becomes seamless. Because his stuff is looking so good now.
That's good. I was kind of jealous actually. There's one that he did where it was done, like the Star Wars opening, and that was excellent.
I don't think I've seen that one.
Oh, it's the scrolling yellow text thing, and and
okay,
kind of the description, what he's written in that text, about what's happening with the Flat Earth community. It's excellent, man. It's a brilliant opening. It's good stuff.
I'll have to look for that one.
As I say, I think I'll, diversify.
Yeah, switch it up. Don't spend all your time on this
it's
stuff.
It's kind of weird for me because before I go, I'll just say this one last thing. But this all this shit is actually kind of weird for me because I never used to be I never used to bother being serious, if you like, with any of this kind of stuff. I used to take the piss all the time, and there's one person basically responsible for changing that because they kind of asked me to be more serious in a polite way, they weren't being nasty. They were just kind of, and I was like, well, okay then, and I wrote like a thing for people to talk about, like a point of discussion, and everybody liked it and whatever. And it kind of is. You don't realise it at the time, but it gradually drew me more and more towards one side and away from the other, if you know what I mean. So literally everything I used to say, I was just taking the piss out of people. I would never be serious at all. And now I feel it's kind of going the other way, and I don't do enough for the piss taking. So I think that's time for about that.
Yeah, time to switch it back around.
I'm starting to feel like a bored old cunt, you know what I mean? That's the problem with it. Like, it's good to have some nice discussions with people and stuff like that, but sometimes you do feel like when you do too much shit, you're just like, right, you're just being quite sort of, I don't know, something.
Being polite?
I think sometimes you just feel like you're starting to be a bit of a stick in the mud. You know what I mean? Just
okay, yeah.
Too serious.
Spinning wheels.
Sometimes you need to just chill out and have a laugh. Right. Sorry, I keep fucking muttering away. I'm going to. So again,
that's all good, man.
Thanks very much. And hopefully, if we get to do this again, it won't be weird hours in the morning, and I won't have to just waffle away like a retard all by myself because nobody in the chat bothered to fucking join in.
Yeah, I think for now on, we're going to start on Saturday instead of Sunday, so it'll be a little bit more relaxed, and I think it'll be a bit more of a better flow. It was just, we were kind of beta testing the OBS tonight, so it was just a bit off.
Right.
But yeah, you're welcome to come back anytime. We love you. We'd love to have you, and I know the guys really appreciate your work, especially against, the dipshits. Or the flat earthers, whatever you want to call them.
Aye.
So, yeah, dude. Definitely come back.
Right, cool. Well, we'll see what happens. Hopefully, between now and whenever it happens again, some interesting shit will happen in this weird place.
Yeah, and we're not always going to be specifically flat Earth. I mean, we're going to try to cover a multitude of topics, you know, not just this niche. We're going to try to spread it out. So, you know, it won't have to be, like you said, it'll be different.
So you're going to try and make more of a kind of regular thing out of it?
I think so. I mean, we do have a good time with it. So, I mean, and we have fun. So, I mean, might as well. Fuck. And I think the people in the chat like it. So it's
you know what?
definitely.
I've enjoyed listening to some of the conversations in the past. It's kind of weird to me that I've ended up being the main person sitting talking shit for hours. But
Right. Yeah, I'm not usually that guy either. I kind of just sit in the back.
Aye,
and
exactly. So
and listen. I'm more of a listener. So
it would be nice to maybe join some chats in the future, and there's a few people involved. You know what I mean? And it's a bit of topic change and stuff like that. And it's kind of obviously better for anybody that is listening to not have to listen to one person keep going on and on. You know? I'm very aware of that because I know that guy.
Right now, you're listening to the two most boring men on the planet
That's the way
talk about the flat Earth.
Yeah.
You're listening to Debate Flat Earth and more with Gem Panda. But I think he's sleeping. I better be quiet.
I didn't hear him mentioning what cake he was eating tonight, so maybe he's.
We might have to get him to get up and sleep eat.
Maybe he's I don't know, going into some kind of coma through, you know.
Yeah, sugar. Sugar coma.
Oh, right. I'm going to shut up and go. I'll catch up with you some other time.
All right, LK. It's been a pleasure, man.
Yeah, you too. Cheers, buddy.
All right, I'll catch you later. Cheers. Well, Jim, looks like we had another successful one. Shout out to everybody in the chat room. Channel Q and Nobody Died or Got Hurt on Swine 11. A-Life, Rebel, all you motherfuckers. Looks like it's pretty dead out there, so shout out. I'm out of here. Good night, Jim.